I'm proud to be American made. I pledge allegiance to the red, white, and blue, with liberty and justice for me and you.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with, now they looking nervously. And I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet
I
next
don't
to me.
give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way.
Every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags. American flags. American flags. And every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags.
Aloha. Hey, where'd we go?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
Ah,
There we are.
Look at this. Oh, that's why.
Live and in
That's cool,
color.
though.
Lots of color. How you doing today, brother?
Good. How are you, man? Good to see you.
Hanging in there. Hanging in there. That's all I ever is. Hanging by the skin of my teeth sometimes, but I'm hanging in there. There's Snooks, Miguel.
Snooks, rock steady. Clay.
Steve-O, Miss Karen.
Dude.
How you doing, Miss Karen?
I don't see. We got rock steady, and then we got the rock man, Steve-O.
Yep. Steve-O, the rock man. He's a rockin'.
Susie Snedhead.
Hello, Susie.
Ed Hen.
I didn't even see Ed. There he is. I see him now.
Yeah, he's up at top. Oh, that was 15 minutes ago.
I hope everybody's doing great today and having a great weekend. I know mine's been pretty good, as far as weekends go, because yesterday, Steve, my Texas Longhorns, not yours, Garrett, mine. What's up, Garrett? But the Longhorns won their conference, and so today they made it into the football playoffs for the national championship. So I'm all ready.
Really?
Oh yeah, I know you don't like football, but
Well, I don't. It's not that I don't like it. I just don't. I'm not just. It's fun to play.
It's fun to watch too if you really get behind somebody. I mean, like I am with the Longhorns. They're the only team I give a shit about. But I mean, the Cowboys, nah. I used to, but I don't even watch them anymore.
Right. I actually did just get done watching it was on Amazon, whatever it's called, the Prime Video or whatever. And it was on Barry Sanders. Cause growing up in Detroit, I've always been a Lions fan, and we've always been let down. But we had Barry, and then he just retired, and for the longest time everyone was like, what the hell, why, what, and I watched this thing on him, and it was really good, really good.
Yeah, and he played at Oklahoma State, which is the team that Texas played yesterday for the Big 12 championship.
Yep.
So.
And I never knew that. Damn, I got something in my eye. I never knew it until I watched that thing on him that he played for Oklahoma and all that. I just knew he played for the Lions up until yesterday.
Yeah, he played for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Miss Paula Work, hello there. It's William Gramer, the announcer, is here.
Oh, wait a minute. Now that William Graham is here, I was thinking about him during the week, and let me see, because I can't always hit the table because, well, one, I don't want to It's not really that sturdy, and
Yeah, mine
but
either.
this was damn good show.
Hey, that
Got
works
that for
good.
you, William.
That works good.
I had to search it too. I finally found that one. I was like, oh, this is good.
Oh, Garrett says we were all on the edge of our seats in the locker room this morning, had our phones out and the TV's on, waiting for the playoff picture. Well, I was just sitting here watching TV, and when they announced it, because see the way it worked out, Steve, Texas really, you know, maybe shouldn't have got in. I ain't gonna say they shouldn't have, but what happened was Georgia, which was the number one team in the country, and Alabama, which was number 8, right behind Texas. Texas had beat them in the second game of the year, but Alabama beat Georgia, which caused both of us. They dropped Florida State out, which barely won last night. I mean, won by the skin of their teeth. They shouldn't have won. Neither one of them teams worth a damn last night, Florida State or Louisville, in my opinion. Now, Florida State would have probably been a lot better if they'd have had their quarterback. He got hurt a couple of weeks ago, so they've been having to start their second and third stringers. But that's how Texas. And I mean, we only lost one game this year to Oklahoma, so, and then Alabama lost that one game to us. So I mean, and Texas has been wearing people out these last 2 games. I mean, big time. So that's But anyway, I'm glad we got in, and we'll see now. Now we play Washington January the 1st. A month.
January 1st game.
Yep. And that'll be the not the national championship, but what would you call it, semifinal or whatever. Anyway, there's 2 games. There's 4 teams. You have to play 2 games, and the winners of these first games on January the 1st, or whenever they are for the other ones, will play. Which I think I think it's going to be Texas and Alabama again myself. That'll be a good one. Beautiful Indy is here. Hello, Indy.
Indy, aloha. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, Indy. I was supposed to get a hold of her yesterday. I'm sorry.
Well, she might be glad you didn't get a hold of her. You might have heard her.
So, there's so much going on. Like today, when we're done after this, I get to go to my mother-in-law's house and put in a water filter for her that she's been patiently waiting for me. I'm supposed to do it like 2 weeks ago, and you just get busy and start forgetting things, and then I feel guilty.
You ought to. That's your mother-in-law, after all.
Right? She's such a sweetheart too.
Hello,
Hey, Brew
Susie.
W.
Much love to you too, Susie, Snethead. Yeah, Brew. What's up, Brew? Good to see you, brother. Cola. Hello, Cola. Miss Unspecified is here, Steve.
Tiffany's here.
Miss Tiff is here. And Miss Cheryl Rich. Hello, Cheryl.
Hey, Cheryl.
Now, if I made my bed snoops, that would mess up the whole house. I mean, can you imagine what it'd look like if my bed was made up and the rest of the house a total mess? I mean, I can't do that. It'd ruin my reputation.
Wait, what bed is it made? I don't see an unmade bed.
I think she's talking about the couch behind me. That's not where I sleep.
Oh,
Other than that, I don't know.
it doesn't look unmade anyway. It just looks like there's comforters on it.
No, it's actually it's baskets of clothes.
Okay.
That I got. Well, that was one of the things my daughter was going to do today, but I said no. Just she's going to start putting, trying to rearrange everything and find a place to put all this stuff. But I said, no, let's go ahead and cook something to eat because I'm starving to death and I don't want to get anything. I mean, cafe food is all right, but it ain't nothing like home cooking. And boy, she can cook. I ain't kidding you. My daughter can cook. So that's what was going on here. When I texted you earlier, and then she had to leave, and because there wasn't enough time for her to do the dishes, me to get on here. I mean, the sink's just right there. And although it don't make a lot of noise, it would have made a lot of noise for this. So I thought I should just wait.
That's what I did right before I got something to eat. So I was like, if I don't, my stomach's gonna start growling halfway through, and then I'm gonna get distracted.
Yep. And it's not hard to get distracted when your stomach's yelling at you.
Right?
But she just cooked some breakfast, because I hadn't had any breakfast, and sitting there and I was hungry. And what you know how it is when at least the way it is with me is if I haven't had any breakfast or dinner or anything, well then my body is still wanting breakfast, and so or my stomach, whatever. So I told her, I said, go ahead and fix some breakfast. I'm hungry. So she did, and man, I'm telling you, it was 10 times or more than that better than a cafe.
Dude, for me, breakfast is good any time of the day, man. That's
It
the one
is.
thing I miss about Michigan is the Coney Islands and places like that. They don't have stuff like that here. So, but I remember it'd be like 10 o'clock at night. Me and my buddies go to Coney Island and just 2 eggs over easy, hash browns and toast. It was good no
Yeah.
matter what time of the day.
Well, she made scrambled eggs, with bacon. She cooked some bacon, and however she does, I guess she crumbles the bacon up in there as she fixes the eggs, and biscuits and gravy. And I'm telling you, to me, it's delicious. I ain't kidding you a bit. I'm so full right now, I can barely sit here. I need to, kind of straight lay back like this, but I can't do that either. It was good. I ain't kidding you. I still got, there's some left over there, and maybe I'll work up another appetite by the time we get off here, and I can go finish it off. It ain't that much left though, because I ate just about all of it. Well, she ate 2, but there was enough there for 3 people easily, and I ate 2 people's share.
Yep, breakfast anytime. That's Rocksteady. You're located in Michigan, aren't you, Rocksteady? I can't remember. Am I thinking of somebody else?
Tiff says her end doesn't work. What's wrong with your end, Tiff? Indy having a all men's night Monday. Let's see.
Men's night.
Joe Norman.
There it is.
Indy's
Farm Rescue, MSM Liars, and live music from Joe Norman and Blue Unicorn.
Wait, Rescue ain't gonna sing? I think Rescue ought to sing. I know he won't, but he ought to.
Hey, there's Big Chap.
Chap, what's up, brother?
Oh, but see, Rocksteady, Big Chap's in West Michigan too, I believe.
He is Southwest. Yeah. Now I bet it's still cold up there too.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yep.
Maybe even snowing.
Yeah, I was in Southeast.
Well, if you're in Detroit, right there on the one of the Great Lakes, right? Or close to it.
Right on the Windsor, Canada border.
Oh Lord, it freezes me just thinking about living up there.
37 degrees. Holy shit!
That's what I say, man. That may not be cold to people in Michigan, 37 degrees, but it's awful damn cold to me.
No, well, you know what? That's funny you say that, because when I first moved here and still talked to all my buddies I used to hang out with back there, and they'd be like, "Oh man, it must be nice, dude. It's 37, it's 20, it's whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't miss it at all." But now, fast forward 15 years later, and then if it gets to like 60 degrees, I'm like, "Oh, I'm cold," and they're like, "What? You're cold?" But the thing is, my body adjusted to here. So, because when I was in Michigan my whole life, it's like, yeah, when it's 0 degrees, it's 0 degrees. It's like, whatever. So then when it does go up to 40 degrees, you're like, damn, the sun's out. It's 40. This is nice weather.
Heat wave.
Right. So, but then when you live here for 15 years and you're used to this, big difference.
Oh, man, I tell you, I don't know what I'd do if it stayed that cold here, and particularly with snow and everything on the ground, or snowing. I just, I didn't like the cold weather even when I was young and in really good shape. Now, that's the last thing I want is cold and snow and everything. I just can't handle it.
That's like all week. It was raining all week here, and it was chilly
It looks like
because of the
sunshine's out
rain.
there now, Steve. Yeah, I mean, you
It's sunny today, so
got
it's well
sun
not
on your
really sunny,
pool.
but at
You got
least it's
sun.
not raining.
You got sun on your swimming pool back there. I mean, it's
Yeah, yeah. I gotta. Where's it at? Right here.
yeah.
Yeah, I gotta put some chlorine in there. Oh no, wait, it's saltwater. It's a saltwater pool because it's more fun. I wish that'd be so awesome if that was my backyard.
You know, my grandson works for a pool company, and yesterday he just hadn't been over here, and he was talking to his boss, and he said, "Well, I got a pool. I need you to go clean. They're having a party there today, but you got to go clean it because it hadn't been cleaned in a while because it's been cold and rainy and stuff." Well, and I thought, well, what the hell is anybody doing needing a swimming pool today? It's cold. I asked him, I said, "Is the damn thing heated?" He said, "Yeah, it's heated." But according to him, it takes it. I don't know how long it takes. Several hours to heat up. All that water.
Oh yeah.
So by the time he got it cleaned, it would have been about around midnight or so for it got it to be where it'd be warm enough to really swim in. So anyway, he goes out there to clean the pool, and he called me later on last night and told me that they said, "We didn't mean for you to come out today. Your boss got it all wrong. We meant for you to come out, at Sunday or Monday, whenever. We just was letting him know, that it needed cleaning because we're going to have a party." And so he goes out there and does all that yesterday. And he wasn't going to go, but it was kind of an emergency, they thought. So that's why.
Right. That's funny. That reminds me because when I grew up, we had an in-ground pool, and it was heated, but my dad really never used it, because like summertime, but I remember it was like end of summer, fall, beginning of fall, and he turned the heater on and forgot. So it like ran overnight, and I remember the next day the pool was just steaming. It was like one huge sauna or like hot tub.
Well, I guess he was trying to warm up the air and everything with all the steam. Kiss off. What's up, Kiss off? Creek.
Hey, Kiss off. Creek Squad at work. Pulling a Steve Harloha, working and listening.
Well, I was watching the chat the other night when I was on Craig's, and I kept looking for a lot of the people that watch me or me and you or me and Chap or whatever to come to be on there. There was only one on there, I think that at least that I remember that I knew, and that was Kiss Off. Kiss Off was the only one there. I thought, where is everybody? I mean, Craig had his people in there, of course, but I was hoping a few of mine, people that I hang with would have showed up, but they didn't.
Was that this past Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. There.
Oh, that's right. You were there. Yeah, that's right. I was
working though, so.
Yep, you were. I saw you there in the chat. Well, one time anyway.
Right. Yeah, I just say like hi once if I'm working, and then my phone goes back in the clip, and I keep working.
Yeah. But I was hoping.
Oh yeah, I did, Tiff. Actually, if I remember correctly, I called a bunch of my buddies and we all went swimming. So I was like, the pool is super warm, dude. But no, that was a good show on Craig's on Monday.
It was all right. That news that Craig reads, I'm telling you what, that's something else now.
It is funny. Oh, Unspecified Podcast. Aloha. Thank you.
Tripped over the like button on his way in. Hope you didn't hurt yourself. Thanks for that $10, Landon.
Hey, we got to give a thank you shout out. Here we go.
Awesome! Holy moly!
That's right, brother.
Nice. That was freaky.
Sure
That's
was.
about as is about as good as my dancing gets is a mixture of Carlton and Napoleon Dynamite.
Well, as long as he's doing as good as Napoleon Dynamite, I mean, that dude, when he got down to it at that school, that dude could dance now. I mean, he was a
Well, yeah, that
dangerous.
is true. That is true. At the end, he was yeah. But
He should have
I'm
just done
more
that.
the guy without rhythm.
You and me both.
I
I'm
feel
doing
like
good
I
to
got
walk,
rhythm.
but it's dance.
I feel like I got rhythm, but when it goes to come out, it's just like, nope, wrong way, wrong beat.
Steve's got the rhythm, she got the blues. Hee-haw. When Steve got the rhythm, she got the blues. Something like that. But the thing of it is, as long as you don't step on toes, that's the important thing, Steve. If you step on toes, that ruins everybody's night.
Yeah, that
Yours,
definitely
hers.
does. And then step on toes, and then you look down, and then you're bumping foreheads, and
You know what's tough is if you're dancing, when you're dancing with a girl, and of course, most guys are taller than girls. And when you go to get a kiss, you got to bend down and turn your head in that right direction. And then if one of the other of you happens to be grinning about it or something, you bump teeth, and that really just messes the kiss all up.
I've done that before.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, that's funny.
Bumping teeth does not make for a good kiss. Yeah, kiss all says it's hailing there.
Hailing. Oh man. It's 82 degrees here and it feels like 87.
Now, Snooks, you can't tell me that you've never kissed a guy and bumped teeth. I mean, come on now. You had to do at least. That's what makes the kiss so wonderful, because the next time you're trying really hard to make it right and good and what have you.
It's even more awkward. Your very first kiss. I remember mine. I think I was a little too young to be putting my tongue in someone else's mouth, but I was at the bowling alley. My dad went bowling every Friday night, and I'd go with them, and it was a huge bowling alley. And where the hell is that? Allen Park, Michigan, or somewhere over there. And there was this girl. I think I was like 10 or 11, and there was this girl there. I was like 12 or 13, and man, she just sticks her tongue. I'm just like, yeah, what the hell's going on? Like, I didn't know what to do.
Did you like it?
Actually, no, it was weird. Well, one, I was only like 10, but yeah, it was, and she was like moving her tongue super fast, and I was like, "What the hell's going on right now?"
Which that's why he always goes with the toothless girls.
Those are the best ones.
Maybe so.
You go to lean in, and they're like, "Oh, hold on, take my teeth out."
Yeah. That would be tough. Now I'm here to tell you, to say the least.
I didn't, Snooks. I really didn't.
I bet he does now.
But oh yeah. But I remember it like it was yesterday. It was yeah. And then I thought, like, even though my dad was bowling and we were like in a different section when no one could see, but I kept thinking my dad, I was gonna get caught, get in trouble.
Okay, so what you say there?
My dad's
Kiss.
that much? Dang. Slobbered that much? Wow.
Well, he was hot to trot for you, kiss off. That's what it was. You know how it is sometimes when your mouth waters and you look into certain food or whatever, and your mouth start watering.
Right.
That's
So
what
he's got some hell of some saliva glands.
You ain't kidding, and that's undoubtedly how he was with the kiss off. He was wanting her so bad he was slobbering.
You get done and you just pull one of those.
I don't remember having a really that slobbery of a kiss before.
I don't either.
I might have been doing slobbering. I don't remember if I ever was. No one ever said anything about it. Of course, it's probably embarrassing. It wouldn't say anything anyway. But drooling. Yeah.
It's not slobbering, but has anyone ever had the kissing a drunk person and then they
Oh dear God. No, but I came close to it. Not for me. I mean, I didn't even realize she was that drunk. But it happened a few minutes after the kiss. I mean, literally, I thought, oh, thank God, man. I mean, it was close.
yeah, I've never had it actually happen. I seen it happen to one of my buddies, and I think I don't know. I think it almost happened because we were kissing, and I kind of like when you get that verp where it's like
It's a
it's like a
warning.
burp but a little bit of vomit,
Yeah.
and I kind of tasted, it and I just stopped. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I think you had too much to drink. I'm not taking the chance. Oh
That,
man, I would throw up if that happened.
that takes me back to a tale that if I can remember that guy's name that was on a show with us that night. What was his damn name? The one that talks a lot.
The one that-
Yeah, I can't remember his name. I know you
Which-
know. He couldn't shut. He was trying to. He said he's going to cook and he's going to wash and all that and do laundry. You know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hot damn bacon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And he was talking about he took his girlfriend home from somewhere. She got sick and everything, and so he had to carry her to the car. She was so drunk, he had to carry her to the car. And then when they get home, well, he lived upstairs, and she beat him up, ran upstairs, beat him up the damn stairs. Now sent at the door, wait for him to unlock it. I mean, this is what messed his whole story up as far as I was concerned. She runs upstairs, waiting there for him to unlock the door. He gets it unlocked. Well, then she goes in the bathroom, and and according to him, she not only crapped on her, puked all over herself, but crapped on herself too. And so he has to put her in a bathtub and clean her up. And she just beat him up the stairs.
Right. Yeah, man, you got a good memory because I remember it now, but I forgot all about that. But I remember now that story, and we're all just kind of like, don't you got laundry to do?
Yeah, man, it was I don't know. To me, it was the story stuck with me because it's so absurd. I mean, give me a break. But it was just he had to be talking. So I think what he was doing was he was telling them, a few bit of truthful memories and throwing in some crazy ones, or maybe
Right.
ones that wasn't true, to make it so he keep on talking.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. My ears are still sore from listening to him.
Well, the way I look at it is anyone that purposely grows a mustache out like that, you can't trust a guy like that.
No shit.
You can't believe everything he says.
And at the time I thought he was one of your best friends, Steve, and so that's why I was trying to keep quiet. I didn't know.
That dude he came out of nowhere, and I was like, hey, I'm like, well, because his actual name isn't Hot Damn Bacon, it's God, but I won't say those words together. And at first he seemed cool, and then he came on panel, and I was like, oh my God, what did I do? But he's an all right guy. He's just yeah.
Well, all I know is if anybody ever brings him up, you better be ready not to do any talking. And if you're tired, this is a good time to bring him up because you won't have to worry about a thing. Just
Right.
let him go, and you can go 5, 6, 8 hours. I don't know, without saying a word, because he can damn sure carry the. I mean, he won't shut up.
If you're like, well, let's see, I got to I said I was gonna do a 4-hour live stream, and I'm only half an hour in, but I just had an emergency call, and I'm gonna be gone for like 2 hours. Just bring bacon up. I leave, go do the job, come back, clean out my van and everything, and I'd come back and he'd still be talking.
That's for damn sure. And it wouldn't just be 2 hours. Even if you went off, he wouldn't realize you'd gone off. He'd still be sitting there talking, thinking it was still on. Because I don't think you ever looked at the deal. Because a lot of times there, you muted him and put him backstage, whatever.
Yeah.
Then you brought him back up, he's still going. Never shut up.
I forgot about that, T. I remember putting him backstage because I just cut him off. And I'm like, all right, enough of that. And I just put him backstage. And like 10 minutes went by or something. It was a good amount of time. And then I pull him back up, and I forgot. That's hilarious.
Still
I'm gonna
going.
have to go back and find that one and make a clip out of it.
You
That's
ought
good
to.
shit.
You ought to pick out that part where he's telling about his girlfriend anyway when she got drunk and beat him upstairs. Stand there waiting on him to unlock the damn door, and then as soon as he gets the door open, she goes in there and at least she waited till she got in the bathroom to do the dirty deeds. But it just boy, that was a story and a half. I'm here to tell you. Even if that would have happened to me, I don't think I would have told it. Particularly not if I still had that same girlfriend.
And how many times did he say he was gonna do the laundry?
About 30, and then 30 on the cooking. He never done either one, as far as I know.
Yeah, like do the damn laundry already then.
Cook, do both of them at the same time.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was cooking too. He's gonna cook and do laundry.
Yeah, well, I was thinking I didn't care what he done as long as he shut up, but he wasn't going to shut up as long as you had him up there.
And nope.
I'll tell you
I
another.
wonder what he's up to. I haven't heard from him in a while, or I haven't seen him around.
Yeah, thank God. It's all like me either. But I think the funniest one we ever did was when Monty came. He was up there at night. Monty was, and I was it. I think it was as if that night he had a little bit too much to drink, and Monty was making all them crazy faces, and saying stupid shit.
Yeah, I remember that. It was as if, because he was a little tipsy.
I was laughing so hard at Monty though. That was real unreal, boy. Monty had me cracking up. And he says, "Who? Oh, it was bacon, hot damn bacon, Indy." Actually, his name is. He goes by goddamn bacon. I don't like saying that, but anyway, that's what he goes by. It's not hot damn.
Yeah, he goes by God, but I always say hot because I'm not damning the good Lord for no reason.
But Indy,
even
just
for
remember,
a reason.
Absolutely not. But just remember, Indy, if you ever have a live and you need someone to do a lot of talking, that's your man. I'm here to tell you that is your man.
Like the Energizer Bunny.
No doubt about it. Well, Andy says she remembers him. Right on. Once you've seen him and heard him, it's hard to forget him. It is for me anyway. Impossible. It's more like it.
It's the mustache that gets me, because I always thought, because I got the wigs and stuff, I thought it was like a prop, but that's his real, like, he grew his mustache like that and likes it and wants it.
He's a wannabe. Maybe he is a porn star. I don't know. Could be.
You never know. I mean, Ron Jeremy was, and I mean, look at that guy.
Absolutely. Well, that's a whole story in of itself. They were talking about Ron Jeremy. I mean, now I was reading a story. This has been several years ago. I don't remember where in the hell I read it. It might have been in a book. I don't remember now, but he was I think it was a book that he didn't write it. Somebody wrote it for him. Whatever you call that. But he was talking about, he had such a biggin that women were always wanting to feel it, see if it was real. And so that's where a lot of that's how, according to, if I remember correctly, according to the book, that was how he got started in porn. Was, he had that biggin, and women were always wanting to feel of it, so that's how he got into the porn. I don't.
Yeah, well, he was definitely. I don't know if you want to say blessed, but.
Well, I guess for some women they might think so. He got a lot of
Snooks. It says it's not connected.
Snooks is not connected. She just thought she was.
I'm big chap. I mustache him a question next time.
Please do. I don't know if you'll be able to get a question in though or not, though, chap. That'd be the problem.
Well, we should ask him where he's located, because if he's in Iowa, then I would be like, well, Iowa would never go there if he's there. I see, the same as the mustache thing. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to do an intro or not an intro, but
Yeah, do that
because
Craig.
this is about to be even more of a bigger and a better, damn good show.
You're like Craig. Who is this sexy zombie here?
Bam!
That was it.
Can
And
y'all
in
can y'all
25
hear me?
minutes, we have another special guest coming up.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Too good.
Yep.
Too good.
Okay. Happy Sunday, chat. Happy Sunday. Aloha, Steve. Aloha, Puddin'.
Aloha.
Aloha, Nui Nui.
Nui Nui. I already forgot what the Nui Nui means.
Oh, it's hope and good luck and
Oh,
some
hope
of that
okay,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, kind of that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not too loud, am I?
Nope.
Yes.
You want me to shut up, Ronnie?
Yes. I'm just kidding, Snooks. I'm just kidding.
I know you are.
But did you hear what we was talking about right before you came up? Ron Jeremy?
Oh my God. Just
And
like, oh God. Don't even go into the porn stuff.
well, I'm
Not
just
that I don't know about it. I just know who he is.
I'm just trying to figure out a woman's point of view on this thing because I honestly don't know. You know, he said that at least the way I remember it now, he said that the way he got started in porn was because women always want to touch it and see if it was real, that it was true. You know that he had such a schlong.
I know what you're talking about, and I don't want to touch that thing that badly. Hell no. No, thank you. He can keep it. Keep it zipped up, locked up, whatever.
So there's one vote in the no column
No
for the big
what?
schlongs.
Oh, you know what? And I'm just going to say this honestly, and please don't anybody get disgusted with me because I can be disgusting. Anyway, size does not matter. It's the emotions between a person. It just doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
Boy, you get a lot of arguments from a lot of women, but you know that's cool.
Well,
And it's not to mention good.
okay, those women aren't looking for a relationship.
So if you're a member of the micro penis group, then you're still good to go.
Not necessarily.
Good night, Rocksteady. Have a good one, brother.
I got to mute.
What'd you say? Asked her, Steve. I was reading that comment, didn't hear it.
Because she said size does not matter, and I said, so if you're a part of the micro penis group, then you're good to go. Then, because size don't matter.
I'm still laughing.
That's where most men fit in, you know.
No, they don't.
Well, I don't know. It depends
Not
on what
that I
you
would
call it.
know. Not that I would know.
I guess it depends on what you call a micro penis, you know.
No, there's an actual thing, and it's like it's exactly what you think. It's micro. Like,
I'm not thinking.
you sure you're a dude?
I swear to God. You know, I heard a funny story about Ronnie Cash, and I've heard this in other chats too, that if you want to get a strike on YouTube as a streamer, have Ronnie on your panel.
That'll do it. That'll do it. I don't know how Steve's escaped all this time. I've tried hard, you know.
A pimple on a groin. This is unspecified. Oh my God. You know, if you get into a relationship, you know, and you get to know each other and the emotions are there and the attraction's there, it really does not matter. Except for micros.
Most men, it don't matter regardless, as long as they get the goodies, you know, and then we're off to the next case. You know what I'm saying?
God, what a slut. That just kind of spewed out. I'm sorry.
Well, most of it. Now, believe me, in my younger days, that's exactly what I was like. I mean, I was a slut and a half. Probably a double slut. But you know, that's the way most of us are. And most guys, now if they deny that, well, you know, more power to them. But
Angry Snowman. Hi, God. Hi there. I haven't seen you in a while.
Angry Snowman. Aloha, brother. Good to see you, man. How you been?
Have not seen you in a long time. I don't even know how y'all got on this subject. You know, men are picky about women too. I'm just not going to say their references.
Oh, we're definitely picky.
Yeah,
but some of us like skinny women. Some of us, even you know, some small guys, you know, like bigger women.
Yep.
So you know, it just depends
my son likes heavy set women.
Kiss off. Yeah,
I'm not attracted, but I
I,
don't understand it. But I mean, hey, that's that's your thing. That's your thing. Hey, Debs.
angry. I didn't know that you were still on. I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah,
the
what
first
the
time
hell? I haven't gotten any notifications either.
I'll have to
first time
look
I
you up
remember
on
seeing Angry
YouTube.
Snowman.
Yeah, I used to mod for him. I'll have to go back.
Well, that's probably why he had to go off.
No, I actually, as long as I'm not on a panel, it's all good.
Steve,
Oh
Steve,
my
you got to
God.
be more careful about these crazy women you bring up. I mean, talk about getting a strike now.
Honey, they don't get any crazier than me. It's okay. You're safe.
I hear you. I hear you.
Oh wait, that's why. Angry Snowman, is this a different channel? For some reason I wasn't subscribed. I don't know what happened there, but I am now. I'm glad I looked.
Thank you for
Yeah,
dropping that, Indy.
yeah, thank you, Indy.
God, Indy's amazing.
Thank you, Debs. You too.
Who doesn't love Indy? If you don't love Indy,
And
I'm
you
gonna
ain't
be,
right.
well, I'm gonna be kicking butt.
Yeah, something
Well,
wrong with you if you don't love Indy.
if
That's
you
right.
if you don't love indie, you probably wouldn't be on the internet on YouTube very long. Because I
Well,
mean,
that's true. Hi, Pindar. You're
just the way it
welcome. You're
be.
welcome, Indy. Indy means a lot to so many of us. I
You,
shared
you
you out on Indy's Discord.
Who's that? Me or Ronnie?
No, I shared Steve out. I heard that Ronnie had a 2-week strike.
Yeah, I
no,
was actually gonna ask earlier. It's coming up, isn't it? It should be over.
yeah, it should be this Thursday night when it's over.
Oh, Thursday. I
Whoa.
was thinking Tuesday.
Either
Okay,
Thursday night or Friday.
Thursday.
I don't know which. I mean, they gave me the date, but I don't remember when it was.
What is that? Your alarm bell because you're in trouble?
That was my phone.
Oh,
Spam. SPAM. That's all I get is spam calls.
that's a
Yeah.
spam ring?
Well, that's where I got my phone set to ring.
You putting lipstick on?
No, it's lip balm.
Yeah, sure it is.
Well, then I'm putting lipstick on. You must know.
Okay, I knew
Just
it.
keep on. You drag the truth out of me, Snooks.
I knew it. Oh God, Jeff Mack that I've talked about, he got a 1-week strike for talking about a certain subject that really wasn't bad to talk about.
Well,
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it on air here because it could be an issue. So I don't want to get
I didn't deserve mine either, but I got one.
Right. And that's the thing, sir, that you shouldn't talk about. But when? This week, next week, but in a month from now, it'll be okay to talk about. And then 2 months after that, it won't be. It's like
just
it's like
depends on.
walking on eggshells with their stupid guidelines.
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
That last call was from, and I ain't gonna say who name or anything, but it says calling from a biogenetic laboratory. I'm trying to reach you. No shit. Please call me back. Anybody here at the lab can help you. Oh, what the hell they be calling me back about? I ain't had nothing done for a lab.
You know what it is? Because they're always watching. Because we were talking about Ron Jeremy, and then they're like, "Ooh, he needs those boner pills."
Could be. Could be.
Wait, you're biogenetic?
I'm bio
Genetric?
everything.
Bio.
There's so far this is the fourth call that I've got. I'm going through my voicemail now. He's left 4 voicemails, or 5. And I have no idea who the hell that is. None.
Thank you, Indy, for that. You're biogenetric.
Biogenetic.
Biogenetic. Whoa, you're special. Hey, ladies, he's
You just not that yourself?
biogenetic. You know what that means. That's not a
Absolutely.
micro.
I was just,
I'm just
sharing
throwing
my
that out
everyday
there to
life.
help you. I'm just throwing that out there to help you.
I don't need help. I mean, I'm so damn old anymore, Snooks, it don't matter.
Hey, age doesn't matter, sweetie.
I'm talking about, I ain't talking about the sex stuff. I'm just talking about in general.
Oh, you're not too old for the sex stuff. I get it. Okay.
No, never.
Did you hear that, ladies? He's not too old for the sex stuff. I'm whispering.
When anybody gets too old for that, male or female, you just need to go ahead and just go.
Hell yeah. Hi, Fab Daddy.
Fab Daddy, aloha. Yeah, age ain't none but a number. Yeah, there was a song like that back in the day, wasn't there? In the '90s, Aaliyah. I think Aaliyah sang it.
Buff, what's up, Buff? Good to see you, brother.
Hi there, Buff.
Buffering.
He says never too old. I agree, Buffer, and I definitely agree.
Never too old for horizontal bop and picnics in the bed.
To make whoopee.
Feel
Boy,
like making whoopee.
yeah. I just want to say that y'all went downhill before I even came on here. I'm so proud of you.
I try my best to take us downhill right off the bat. You know,
You did. You did. You got into it fast.
we're gonna hit bottom anyway, so we might as well go ahead and get there. You know, quickly as possible.
That's why we got that dude on the tricycle, because we're just riding it right off the cliff.
That's
You,
right.
you know, I never understood the dude on the tricycle. He's got moobs, and moobs are not attractive. I'm just going to say that. I'm sorry.
I
This
haven't
is
heard that word in a while, moves.
moobs.
But
Don't you
yeah,
have that this is a adult only show?
Well, I agree with what Angry Snowman said right there. He said, "I thought this was a family program. I blame Snooks."
No,
Right on, Angry. Right on.
oh no,
I do
no,
too.
that's not true. Ronnie was talking about Ron Jeremy, okay? Before I even came up.
But I knew what she was wanting to talk about. That's why I did it.
That's not true. That is so not true.
but what about the dude that his wife cut it off, threw it out the window, and they
Lorena
sewed it
Bobbitt.
back?
Yeah.
Lorena
Bobbitt, that's
Bobbitt.
what it was.
Yeah, then he
Didn't
became a
he?
porn. Yes,
Yeah, I
he
was gonna
became a
say he
porn.
went into porn, didn't he?
Not that I would know that.
I think he did.
He did.
I think he
That
did. You kind of can't blame him, though. I mean, his wife did that, and then I'm sure. I mean, if it's an opportunity to make money after something like that happens, it's like, why not?
I
You know?
just don't understand how it even functioned.
I don't either. I
Yeah,
honestly
that's
don't.
crazy.
Well,
Angry
they had to be
Snow.
doing some tall sewing on that sucker. I'm here to tell you.
After it gets cut off and then thrown on the highway, and then it has to be looked for.
It has tread marks on it.
Yeah.
Bobtail for life. Yes.
I mean, he's lucky he wasn't part of the micro penis group, because then they never would have found it.
Don't
She
know.
would have never found to cut it off if it'd been part of the micropenis.
Right.
God, what a harsh punishment. I can't hurt anybody. I just can't hurt anybody physically. Unless you get in my face, then I will take your butt down in 1 second. But
Now,
other than that,
now, Snooks,
what?
you know that if your boyfriend or husband or whatever, somebody you care deeply about, and you caught him with another woman doing the deed, the first chance you got, there it go.
No, absolutely not.
I'm kind of glad to hear
Absolutely
that.
no.
Too.
I couldn't. I could not. I could not.
I am
Hell,
kind of
with
glad to
my
hear that.
ex, if she was with him, she could have had him way long ago.
Then why did you want him to begin with?
Because, at the beginning you fall in love, it's all good. Then over time, things just happen.
See, in all honesty, I never could get that. Hey, how you could fall in love with someone and then fall out of love with someone.
Yeah, well, we both did. So it was both of us.
How does that
Because
work, though? I don't get it.
you lose
I
respect
don't.
for each other.
I don't think that you ever actually fall out of love with them,
Oh, yeah, I did.
but you still love them, though, right? Like,
No,
not
absolutely not.
in love. So you don't care. You don't have no
That's
No,
hate.
feelings.
nope.
Really?
That's
Okay. Okay.
it sounds like anyway.
Nope. He got remarried about 3 months ago. He had a girlfriend before we divorced, which I didn't know about, but I could have sure used against him if I had to. I just didn't have to because he didn't know I knew.
Mhm.
But anyway, good luck. I
Yeah, I
know
don't
what
know.
she got. I know what she got. Okay, so have fun.
I guess it's because I never really. Well, out before Nina, I fell in love once, but that's when I was like, 19 years old. But all my girlfriends in between, I mean, I still care about them.
Get this,
I just,
all his
I don't
girlfriends.
care. You know what I
No,
mean? I care, but I don't care at the same time. It's like,
but you love Nina. You fell in love with Nina.
oh yeah, I'm head over heels still
Well,
to this
see,
day.
And a lot of couples, we married years and years, and they'll always have that feeling. It's just that we both fell out of love with each other. So, it went the way it was supposed to. What life? Hi there, handsome.
Hey, what? Chad. What's up, Chad?
Hi, Chad.
Oh, I
Chad.
would say something right now to White Life, but he may be too hurt, so I ain't gonna say anything.
Why? I wouldn't say anything to What Life.
Oh, I know he's a big old guy, but I'm talking about in the sports world.
He's a
What
big old
happened?
handsome guy. Wait a minute.
What happened yesterday?
Are you saying that Georgia lost?
That's what I'm
Georgia
saying.
never loses. Okay, that's a lie.
Well, they lied on the TV. The whole game was a lie. Then that's all because I watched it.
It was. It was a lie.
But
Buffering, you fell in love 20 plus times. No, I haven't been in love that much.
but
I've
that
lost.
game,
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
one game, helped get my team in the national championship picture. So thank you, Alabama, and everybody. Sorry, Watt.
Yes. Yes, it's me. It's me, Snooks, Chad. I have fallen in lust a lot. That's a
Yeah,
lot of.
and
That's a
see,
lot of fun.
there's a huge difference from fun and love and in lust. Yep.
Well, yeah, but you can lust for a long time too.
You can.
Oh God.
But
All
honestly,
females.
I've loved one woman. Only one woman in my whole life. That was my wife, and
Aw.
that was it. I mean, when I fell in love with her, I was in love with her. Period.
Aw.
That's why I asked how could you be in love with somebody and then fall out of love? Because I don't. I mean,
And Ronnie, with your wife, were there times and moments where in the back of your head you're like, oh man, this is it, like we're done,
oh hell yeah, many times.
but it never happened, right?
And that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Uh,
mean, we did separate a time or two now. Just being totally honest. But
yeah.
we both loved each other and got worked out and got back together. So
And that's what's important, Ronnie. Chad is lusting for you and Steve. Chad.
good for you, Chad. Good for
Chad.
you.
Back your butt
I
up,
lust,
dude.
I lust for Chad all the time.
No. I'm just saying that over time, because of certain incidents, we lost respect. And when I lose respect for a man who will not stand up and be protective of me with his family, that's it. It's done. It's over. I'm tired of it.
Oh, it's one of okay. See,
It was
that
one of
makes
those things. Yeah.
that's all you had to say.
Yeah, he had a big family and
RESPECT.
just was never stood up for me.
Yeah, that's kind of like I don't know. Well, this is just my opinion, but it's kind of like him admitting that he doesn't really love you as much as he says he does, because if he did, he'd bend over backwards and stand up for you to his family, right?
That's the point. I was not a priority.
Right.
He was
Now
a
that makes a
priority,
lot
but
more sense.
see, I wasn't a priority, but he was. So,
Well, boy, believe me, my family would stand up for my wife over me anytime. I mean, my mom and dad, particularly my mom. Oh Lord, and it didn't matter if I was in the right or not. With her, it didn't matter one bit. She was going to stand up for my wife regardless, which amazed me. I thought, damn, Mom, I thought you loved me. I'm your son. But it didn't work that way with her. I mean, love or not.
well, maybe she knew you were a butthead sometimes, honey.
Well, I'm sure she knew
Well,
that.
I'm sorry, I
but
don't mean to
still,
be mean.
but even when you're a butthead, you can be in the right from time to time.
Of
Right.
course. No, of
No, yeah.
course you are, and actually family should not get involved. My parents knew from the start, don't ever, disrespect my ex. Don't ever say anything bad about him in front of me. You just don't ever go there. So my family knew that ahead of time.
Well, all I know is how my mom did, and believe me,
Did it bother
No,
you?
even me.
yeah,
I mean, me and Nina don't really
no,
get in fights, but we've argued a few times, and then I'd end up like, my mom would call, and then she'd be like, "Oh, how's it going?" And then I just bring up like, "Oh, me and Nina are arguing," and she's like, "What did you do?" I'm like, "What the fuck did I did anything?" You know? Like,
See, your moms know y'all. What life? You're going to fall in
no.
love. You are just so dang handsome.
But
There
what
are
it
many
is,
times I have been wanted to come to Georgia and visit you. I'll just say that.
well, go ahead and do it.
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't know.
But
I
I
don't.
think what it is, Steve, is women are going to stick up for women. It don't
yeah.
make a damn if they're right or wrong.
But
They're
even with that said, though, even with my dad, I'll tell him, I'm like, "Yeah, we argued this," and he's like, "Well, you better make it right. What'd you do?" I'm like, why is it always that I did something?
I don't think it's always.
70-80% of the time it was me. So
I don't
Yeah,
think.
there's still that 20 to 30% of the time that wasn't you though, that you're still gonna get blamed for it. That's my
right,
point.
yeah,
It's not all those.
yeah, I was
It's
still
not all those.
blamed 100% of the time, but 20 to
Yeah.
30% of the time it wasn't. Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to say this, unless I opened the door to my issues, no family was allowed to come in and give advice. If I open that door, yeah, you can give advice. If I don't open that door, stay the F out of my marriage.
Right.
But I didn't get that respect, see?
Well, no, I don't think any of us do. When you get right down to it. I wonder if there
Well,
is. I wonder if there ever has been a marriage where one of the other family, and I will say this about my in-laws. So far as I knew, and they never said a word to me, period, about anything. Regardless if they thought I was wrong or right or whatever, they never said one word to me. They was always as nice as they could be to me. They might have said a lot behind my back that I don't know about, but they definitely never said anything to me. And I really appreciated that. I think it's the way it ought to be. In-laws ought to keep their nose out of, their children's business.
no, see, and I totally agree with that. If you yourself go to your mother or your father and y'all want to talk to them, that's your business. But when the in-laws start coming in and giving advice and standing up for the ex, no, 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 no.
Well, not even that.
Absolutely.
It's when it's the in-law that's like has been divorced like 5 times, and then they walk on and be like, "Know what you should do?" Like nothing that you say, you know.
Yeah. No, I couldn't even say a bad word to the ex in front of his family because he has 3 sisters and one of them would be jumping me, and saying something like, and I'd say, you know what, this is my husband. Just back off. It's okay. We can handle this.
Then you didn't.
Well, no, I just didn't say anything till we got home, and then I fussed at him for not standing up for me. So I'm so much happier now, though. I really am. I've been divorced, I think, 3 years now, and I'm the happiest I've ever been.
Well, I just want to say this to Whitelife. Whitelife, you need to get a hold of this lady right here and see if you can.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. Don't embarrass me.
I'm not embarrassing. I'm just trying to fix you up.
No,
I'm trying to be a matchmaker. Is what I'm trying to be. Now,
nah,
whether that match would be made in heaven or not, I can't say.
no.
But
And
I
you
just
don't
think
even have to swipe right or left.
that's right.
Walt's going to find somebody when it's the right time for him.
I guess that's true for all of us there, as far as that goes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you might wait a lifetime, and it's still not happen. You will never marry my son or my dead body. I told her to pick a plot.
Hold
Whoa.
on, guys. We have our other
Gigi.
guest that's going to make this wrong one. A damn good show.
Landon.
Justified podcast. Oh, where'd he go? Where
I
is he?
don't know.
There he is. Oh wait.
I still don't see him. I
Oh.
see him,
What
but
the
I
hell's
don't see
going
him.
Gigi, how you doing, sweetie?
What is? Hold on, I gotta put him backstage again. And then, what is going on here?
Your computer don't want. There he
we go.
is.
There we go.
Coming in for a Landon.
hell,
Oh my
that was
gosh,
weird.
my whole face. My whole
Landon has
face.
landed.
Hi there,
Landon has
y'all.
landed.
Boy, that's weird.
Hey y'all,
Y'all,
How's
y'all.
it going, brother?
what's up? Boy, it has just been some interesting topics.
Yeah.
It
Well,
has
it's not
been,
my
hasn't it?
fault. It's all Ronnie's fault. Um, I'm doing
I-
I'm doing okay, Gigi. I'm doing okay. It's Ronnie's
Exactly.
fault, and Steve aids and abets him.
I'm about to
Yeah.
hit the road, but I'm gonna put my unsolicited 2 cents in. I think mother-in-laws that were like that are just like stout defending the daughters. I think that they might it might be a little. I don't know if projecting is the right word, but maybe they're trying to give the support that they didn't get when they were younger. You know what I mean? Because there was that era where it was like mother-in-laws were only for their sons and the stigma was mama's boys and this and that. And so maybe some of these moms were like, I don't want to be that stereotype. So now they're a whole different stereotype, you know?
Could
What
be.
about the mother-in-laws that are defending their sons?
Well, you know.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
What about the mother-in-laws or the mothers that are defending their daughter-in-laws? That's where I come in at. I thought,
Right.
damn,
right.
Ma, I didn't do anything. I mean, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. If it just been a one-time thing, that'd been all right. But I learned, at all costs to keep everything that happened in my house away from my mom's ears.
Yeah, I did too. I never told my parents anything.
That's what I tried to do.
Steel and tree.
What's up,
Yeah.
Eric? Good to see you, brother.
Well, hello, Eric.
Random.
Chad
So,
Freeman.
Landon,
Yes,
tell us your Bobbit story or your micro penis story or whatever it
Oh
is
my
you want
God,
to tell.
don't do that to him.
Or your
I
Ron
didn't go
Jeremy
there
story.
Ron Jeremy,
I'm
but I got
slapping-
too many stories. I'll be honest.
I'm slapping Ronnie for you. Slap, 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 slap.
Oh.
You're so bad.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing how much a person contained in 15 years.
Oh my gosh. You don't
Man,
have to
so-
say anything.
Then it said, I ain't gonna talk. My wife's standing right up beside me. All them tools back there. She's a lot of clobbering with one of them.
There's
No,
too many
she's
dangerous
pretty-
things
she-
around.
Yeah, I
No,
heard
she's
that.
she's very cool.
Oh, I know. But
Very
you-
cool.
depending on the story he told, you never know what's going to send a person over the edge.
I don't know that he has a story that I don't know about. It must be a whopper.
That's good though. That's good that y'all see. That's what intimacy is. Intimacy starts way before the bedroom. It starts when you're dating. It starts when you're getting to know each other really well. It starts with having the same things in common. Intimacy is just not going beyond the bedroom door. It's way before that.
It's farting in front of the person. I
No,
know.
that's just gross. That's not intimate at all. That's gross.
Hold on now. What kind of a bar are we setting here? Okay. It is a bodily function. One of the first meetings I had with Landon's family. Okay.
Just tell them the story the first time.
Okay. So one of the first meetings I had with Landon's family, all right, we were talking about farting. I guess we were telling a story about one time Landon and his brother gassed out a duck blind and nobody could hunt and it was so bad in France, right? And his mama was like, that is terrible, Landon. I just can't believe you. And he's like, it's in bodily function, Mom. What am I supposed to do? And she said, well, what if a girl farts? And he's like, no. He's like, that's unacceptable. And let me tell you, so then I became pregnant not long after. Yeah, I was 7 months into my pregnancy before this man ever heard me paunt. That's what we call
That's
it.
what they call it now.
Called it
And
what?
Paunt.
Paunt.
Font.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because of that conversation, I was like, oh my gosh, if he ever hears me fart, that's it. He's out. But luckily we survived. We did survive it.
Well, here's the thing with that though, Tiff. Did it stink? If it stunk real bad, he might have left.
Yeah, I was already in bed. I was wore out.
Oh, there you
I
go.
was in the bathroom across the room, but listen, the bowl had one of those big bowls that bellows, so just the tiniest little can come out like, and it sounded a lot worse than it was. And I was trying to talk to him, like yell to him to mask it. And he was like, I heard that.
She asked me a question or something
I
real
was
loud.
like, hey, what's the weather outside? Just something frantic and loud. And he was like, He's
I
like,
heard that.
I heard that. And I was like, no, I think the toilet is breaking or something's going on. I don't know.
Why am I putting my hands over my face? Just like, this is so fun. I will say this. I have never
Hello, Miss Sharon Mercy Egg. Good to see you.
done sprinkles or rainbows in front of a man.
What is sprinkles and rainbows?
Farted.
Sprinkles
Snook,
and
you are a
rainbows.
unicorn. I truly believe your avatar is what you actually are now. I like what?
I'm
That's
just I am very sassy like the avatar, but no, I just haven't. It's like I'll hold it in until my brain explodes.
Oofta. Gas is a terrible pain.
Well, I don't ever have that much. I just don't have it. I don't have it that much. I don't know where.
That's
it goes.
me. It's very rare for me.
Oh, sure.
That is all.
Yeah.
It's in my opinion, unless they're coming out without me knowing about it.
You don't have
Landon, are you saying you don't get in bed under the covers some night and cut one?
No.
wave the
he has-
sheets for
he has never done
for
that.
Theo.
He has
Because I
never
don't fart
done
that much.
You fart a lot.
Okay, now recently,
You fart a lot. Listen, I think what happens
as
is
I've gotten older, things have changed.
I think you think that because you don't have gas pains, but that's because you don't hold them
I
in.
get gas pains sometimes.
No, maybe if we go to the store or something, but you don't hold them in. You crop dust like a mug. I mean, like you are pest control.
I feel like it's bad to hold them in.
It is bad. You're not wrong.
It
for
is. It's not healthy. It's not healthy to hold it in.
We're
And I don't
talking
wanna-
about going to hell in a handbasket.
Oh man,
This is hilarious.
it's very
Anyway.
interesting discussion here.
I just think that is like when you can, like, I know that sounds gross, but like that's the not lovely side of girls that some people don't even believe exists.
Yeah, because in the beginning, you like to think she don't even do that.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I bursted your
You know?
bubble. I'm sorry, I bursted your
But
bubble.
listen, boys, when you pass the threshold, it's just
Oh, Laura.
you're gonna hear everything.
Doors
okay?
wide open and
And see everything. Okay.
No,
But you know what?
I think that's true intimacy. I really do.
I-
I think that's the epitome of intimacy.
Over
When they
50
can bring
years,
you the
my wife
matchbox
never
to the
once
bathroom.
farted where I could hear it. Not once. I ain't saying she didn't fart. I know she did, but she never did it to where I could hear it. Not one time.
Oh,
that I
no
can remember.
kidding.
Y'all, I'm feeling like
My
whoa.
grandma had the walking farts. I mean, just every step. Pop, 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 pop.
Yep.
I think my mom and dad used to have contests to see who could fart the most and the loudest. We'd be sitting watching TV and they'd be back and forth from one of those.
No. All right, look
I
down
ain't
here.
kidding you.
If you see a group of kids at one end of the aisle and there's one kid just walking by you and they start giggling, like it's like a goal to crop dust people. And if the older and less capable they are of escaping, the better. It's wrong. It's not me. I'm just saying I've witnessed it. It's
Oh
bad.
yeah, it's not her. Just like he doesn't fart hardly. at
No,
all.
no, no. Listen, just because Landon has heard me maybe squeak one or two little poofs.
Oh,
doesn't-
little poofs, little
little
poofs.
poofs
Little
doesn't
poofs,
mean
Like a
that's
semi
wrong.
downshifting.
No, indeed. No, that's not true.
Oh my God. Well, this is an unfiltered podcast.
Yeah, that's
It
right.
certainly is. Just getting more unfiltered all the time.
I'm
You
just
know-
like, got tears coming down my face.
The good thing about it is, though, Snooks, we got a filter on the computer screens here to stop the stink from the farts coming through.
It's not me.
We're doing all right,
No.
I guess.
It's
Steel
not
and
me.
Tree. Steel and Tree said when I was married, my wife didn't pass gas. She complained constantly so she wouldn't explode. Ah! That's hilarious.
You're right, Steve-O. He said, go to show Ronnie never listened to his ex. He didn't even hear a fart out of her. That's true.
That's
Get
good.
your ass out of my ass and get ass out of ass.
Susie says, everyone has dusted a store aisle. Come on.
Nope, I haven't.
But what about an elevator?
Nope.
You ever see that liar scene?
Ooh.
It was me.
I'll tell you what, I've never done one in an elevator, but I've got on an elevator at times, or just stand there waiting for the door to open. And when it opened, the smell
Yep,
damn
I was just about to
passed
say,
out.
when that
No.
door opens and you go to walk in and there's people in there and you're like, what the? And they're just all got a straight face. They're just like, hey, nothing
Yeah.
going on in here.
All I'm saying, it wasn't me.
What's the worst is when you do your part and you pass gas outside in the wind, thinking that that's going to handle it, and then you get into the car and it didn't handle it. It's still there, like a swimsuit of fart. That's such an ugly word.
Some material doesn't let it out. So,
That's right.
It
that's
follows
right.
you.
Yeah. You got to shake it out. You know what I mean?
Like a turd.
Dust in the wind.
You remember that one commercial where the lady gets in the front and then she just rips ass and the guy goes around and then he gets in and he's like, hey, did you meet? And the two people are in the back seat.
I really
Just
feel the
like-
chemistry.
Smell the chemistry.
You'll smell it.
Farting is
Yeah.
healthy. It is a healthy thing.
I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think that I never heard my mother do it. and I guess that's how I grew up.
No, that should be the bar. I'm gonna set a bar for myself. I'm
I
not
guess
gonna.
my mama couldn't help it.
Yeah, no, your mom points in front of me, and sometimes she just acts like nothing happened, and so I
After her
gotta
knee
like,
surgery, she can't get away so quick. So
I gotta like hold my cool, not laugh, and then judge her. Like, is she gonna acknowledge it? If so, we'll laugh. If not, then I gotta keep cool.
I just don't think it's wrong at all. It's like I don't swear, but I don't think if anybody else swears, it's not wrong at all. It doesn't bother me. It's just I don't even think I heard my dad do that. I don't think I
You
heard my
are
dad fart.
a true lady, Snooks.
I wish I could
That's
agree with the
awesome.
it doesn't matter part, but I have some friends and I don't know what the mess they're eating, but it is the most hot, rancid, gotta get out of the truck.
Yeah,
Okay.
dude. Yep.
Vacate a premises.
There are some that like make you mad, where it's like, man, this is my air. Like, that's my air, you know?
My buddy, we just went camping with all growing up. Okay, he would rip them. Okay, and then he'd just be looking at me like he's waiting. He's waiting.
Yeah, no, my buddy Nate that I grew up with, and he lives out here too now. He's actually the reason I moved out here. But he was really like he did wrestling, jujitsu, the MMA, all that shit. So he was really into like eating healthy, and he would like do his lunch a whole week in advance and eat and whatever that dude. We'd be working, and sometimes he'd be like, "Oh man, I can't even handle that one," and I'm like, "It didn't even hit me yet, dude. What?" Like,
Yeah, but you know what I have found, Tiff, and that men love to talk about farting. Like when I'm modding for streams, the stream will be talking about it, the chat will be talking about it, and it's all men. They love to talk about farting.
And we're not even bad. You should hear my Uncle Herbie. I mean, good
Well, I don't
Lord.
know. Your mother and your uncle and your grandmother, that's a family gathering.
Well, hey, for guys, it's like a contest. Whoever can let the loudest and the stinking fart wins everything. I mean,
That's true with men, and they count how many they pass at one time. What is wrong with y'all? Oh, I just did 8. Who
That was
cares?
a threefer.
Yeah, who cares how many you did? I just think that's hysterical, though.
when I lived in me and Nate, same guy, we lived in Taylor. This is when I think I was like 19 or 20, and our buddy Adam was over, and he got up. Like you walk in the house, and there's a family room, kitchen, and then just a hallway and 3 rooms in the bathroom. And he comes back from the bathroom, and he's like, "Dude, when I was going to the bathroom, I farted the whole way down the hall." And we're like, "What?" So he was like proud that it was just like that long and steady fart. He's like, "I farted the whole way down the hall," and he was all proud of it and shit. We're like, "I don't get it."
Yeah, why are you men so proud of it? This is the time
It's
to
an-
find out.
it's an
Sometimes it's an
accomplishment.
achievement. Okay.
Yes.
Because my brother on the way home from the ball field, he was at baseball practice. Okay. And, you know, I almost didn't believe him, but the way he stood by it, he said it's true. He let out one simultaneous fart from the time he got into his car and got back home all the way from the ball field. Okay. Which it had to be, I mean, worst case scenario, like a 5-minute drive. So I'm like, there's no way.
I think that it's
Well, I
like,
can see why he'd be proud of that fart. I mean, 5-minute
Hey,
fart.
He'd be like, "I did that. I
I think-
did that."
I
I'd be
think
putting it in the paper.
procrastination is that the aftermath, and that's what's not getting talked about. Like, dude, I farted for 30 seconds, and now I feel like I can jump 10 feet. You know, like you feel lighter, like the air
You
density.
do, yeah, you do.
And you know what else? Well, you know what? That's too gross. I'm gonna filter. I'm gonna draw the line. And I'm gonna reserve my dignity.
Self-censoring.
That's right.
What were you
What?
gonna say? That's what
Well,
everybody
yeah,
said.
what were you going to say? This is unfiltered. We want
I
to hear
was
it
gonna
now.
say, you want to know the real gross talk is that really, if you think about it, those really solid number 2s are kind of a mold of your colon.
Oh my God.
Hey, if you think that's too gross, my uncle is vile. Okay. He shows me texts that he has with his closest buddies he goes hunting with, and they are literally texting each other their poops. Okay.
Did I?
And I mean, the things that I don't even respond back. If he sends me a picture of poop, I'm like, okay. Well, you
Right.
should probably get that checked out, man. That looks like
I
Dude,
just
there
want
used to be a website. I remember this like back in the day when like internet was just coming out, and it was called Rate My Poo. See, and it was just pictures of people's poop. Like what? And then you could rate it.
I just want to say that from now on, anything I talk about or I laugh about or I get naughty about is going to pale in comparison to all of this.
I know. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Y'all
I
know
can, I can get
y'all
less
know-
about
nasty
getting
than
to the
this.
bottom, and we're here now.
I
No,
was
yeah, you are totally at the bottom.
I
I
was
We
mean,
can get
literally,
we
literally.
can get much nastier than this, Snooks. I mean, we just ain't. We're just stepping, putting our toes in the water right now.
Oh, I think this is hilarious. I'm having a great time. Are you kidding
Like
me?
that steamy pool you used to have, you know.
I was
Yeah.
raised by just a man on a base on an Air Force base surrounded by farmers. Okay. I didn't have a chance of being like a lady.
Oh, sweetie, you are. You're perfect. You're just perfect the way you are. You make me laugh.
Just look at it this way, Tiff. If you hadn't have done that, let that fart, Landon might be gone now. That's probably what he was waiting on. You let that fart, and that's sealed the deal.
Sealed it up.
Well, I was raised a lady, but I'm not saying I'm always ladylike.
I
I'm
wasn't
pretty
raised a gentleman.
sassy. No, I'm pretty sassy.
I was raised not to be a gentleman, and so I try my hardest not to be. I'm just
Who
kidding.
said
there.
Who
Steve.
said that?
Steve said it. It was me.
It was Steve. Steve did it.
Steve or Steve O?
Steve. This Steve appeared in the corner. I don't know
Yeah,
what
it
Steve
was,
was.
it was me.
This
No, it
topic
wasn't.
stinks. What a crappy conversation.
I get that. Sometimes I don't get jokes.
It is kind of shitty.
They just go
Yeah.
zoop over my head.
But
Well,
hey,
here, how about this? What if you were in high school and your parents named you this? Would you still love your parents?
Names you what?
piece of shit.
Oh no.
Now muting.
She got 130
That's real.
IQ.
And there's
That's
no
real.
there's no help because no matter how I try to pronounce that, it still comes out.
Yeah.
Why
Even
would
if she's like, no, my first name is Peace and my last name is Eshiat or whatever. Like, no, it's a shit.
A shit.
A shit.
A shit.
But you know that her parents were thinking, her mama was thinking, well, no one's ever going to read her name right by each other
Right.
yeah, maybe
Well,
so.
until they
Oh,
put
yeah.
you
Well,
on the
you know,
news.
and it could be too that when her mama was giving birth, that she shit all at the same time because they do have to bear down hard,
Oh my
and
God.
it can come out both ends or
Oh
both
my God.
both sides. So that could be maybe that's where she got the name at. Piece of shit.
Now we're going into childbirth.
Help me.
Or yeah, she could have been like in so
That
much
was
pain
part of the
afterwards.
see it all that I was talking about earlier. Okay.
She could have been in so much pain afterwards, and she was so angry that when they came in, like, "What are you gonna name her?" and she's like, "That piece of shit." And they're like, okay.
Could be.
I like that.
We'll just write down PEAC.
Hi there, 710. Oh, Gigi, we have died laughing on your
All right.
panels.
Love you.
Gigi and I get on her panel, and it's done with. It's just done.
You know what? I'm so glad that when my kids were born, they wouldn't let us. They didn't even think about letting us into the delivery room. When your wife had a baby. I mean, that was a non-starter, and I'm so happy for that because that's something I don't want to look at when it's happening. Now, a lot of guys, are happy for it, and that's great, but I ain't one of them. I want it to look like exactly like it did the day we got married.
Oh my God.
I don't know what they needed me back there for. I
Man.
really,
They were trying to mess up your sex life.
I want to look just the same as when I got married. You are so warped.
Well, it's true. I admit I'm warped.
Okay, this is the problem. I am very, very visual. I have got to put blinders on my brain.
Blinders on your
Same
brain.
way.
Something.
Stop thinking about it. Don't think about it.
I don't think about it. Don't think about it.
Ronnie said I had him warped. Oh man, Sarah. All right, my cheeks are hurt right now.
Mine too.
Well,
I don't
get up
think
and
I
walk
stopped
around.
smiling.
Get up and walk around. Give them a break. Gotcha. I love to do
All four of them, Steve.
gotchas.
Oh, me. But no,
I got to save those for my plumbing jobs.
it just seems to me though that if a man is in there when the birth happens and you're looking right at it, how
And
I
you're
mean,
like, it's not supposed to do that.
that's right. How in the world do I ever do that thing any good? I mean,
Right.
it's impossible. And not only that, but I mean, it's just, I don't know. To me, it's a psychological thing, I guess. But
Oh, Susie, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
What surprises me is the women that are up hours later. Okay, walking
Oh,
around,
yeah.
packing their bags. Okay.
But you
Yeah.
can stand at the head of the bed. You don't have to be down there.
I don't want to be anywhere near
Well,
it.
look,
I mean,
y'all, don't forget there's two kinds of situations. Okay, there's that kind, right, where they got to bear down and push real hard, and then there's the other kind. It's more like an operating table, and they just,
oh,
I'll stop now.
Oh, a cesarean.
Oh Lord.
I don't know.
Well, my son was born. I was 16. It was 2 months before my 17th birthday, and I was at a hotel party. I had no idea. But then my daughter,
Same thing. I was 17.
yeah, and my daughter, I don't even know how old I was. My daughter, she was born in 2007. But I wanted to be there, and then she went to. My daughter's mom's name is Billy, which is I know, but that's her birth name. But so Billy went to the hospital, and then I called the hospital, and I was like, "No, I got to be," because I was like a half-hour drive away. And they're like, "No, we're sending her home. Everything is fine." I'm like, "Are you sure?" Because I'm like, I got people over. We're gonna party. I'm like, I'm not gonna start partying if I gotta drive. And she's like, "Don't worry about it. Do what you gotta do. Have fun." And then like 3 hours later, I'm like a little tipsy and doing stuff I shouldn't have been doing. And then get the phone call, and it's Billy's mom, and she's like, "If you want to see this baby born, you better get here right now." And I'm like, "Mother."
Mhm.
So I grabbed my son, which was like 15 at the time. I don't remember, and I'm like, "Dude, you're navigate, man, because if I get pulled over, we're screwed." But we made it, and I got there right after she was born. So I still haven't seen the actual. That was my whole point. I haven't seen the actual.
would you? If
birth.
you'd got the chance? What if the doctor said if you'd got there in time and he said, "Come on back here and watch this, Steve. We want you to understand exactly how this is all done."
Hi there,
If I
Axel.
was on the drugs I was on and how much alcohol I drank, I would have, because I just been like, "Yeah, man, check this shit out."
You would have fallen face first into it and embarrassed everybody.
Your jaw would have dropped. You'd be
I think
But
that
I did get there just in time to cut the umbilical cord, which was weird, really weird.
You know what? I might have blocked that out. I can't remember if I did that or not.
we'll start thinking.
I think I might have. I just don't like thinking about it.
Well, let me ask you
it was
something, Landon.
weird.
Landon or Steve, either one. While y'all were in there and your wives, girlfriends, whatever, were giving birth, did either one of them fart while they were doing it?
Mm-mm.
Oh my
They-
God, would
they
you just
didn't.
back off of that?
Mm-mm.
I don't understand how you can push down. You must not have no gas or anything at that time because man,
It's such an extreme situation. Honestly,
just-
I'm almost shocked that that's how we all get here. Okay.
I mean, this
Yeah.
is childbirth, and you're talking about passing gas again.
well, or a turd. I mean, either one.
Oh my
both.
God, this is the miracle of life, and you're bringing it like toiletries into it.
It happened.
Potty talk, potty talk.
And you would think
Hey, Axiom. Aloha.
you would think though that when a woman's giving birth, that she could be giving birth, peeing, pooping, farting, and everything all at the same time. Not to mention screaming, because I can only imagine how that hurts. I mean, it
Yeah,
has to
unless
be
they're warrior chicks and they're like, it's like,
Yeah,
I've seen-
there was here a couple of years ago, there was this a video on Facebook now, a video, and I was looking at it. It looked like a cue ball or something, had hair on it. And I thought, what the hell is that?
Oh
And
my God, what is wrong
there-
with you?
No, listen. I'm not being gross or anything. It was
Yes, you
a woman was literally she was it was a Spanish lady. She was squatting down, giving birth, all but no one was there but her and the person recording it, giving birth. to a baby, and all you could see was the white head. When it's first coming out with a little bit of hair on it, it looked like a cue ball. I didn't know what the hell it was at first, and then when I realized what was going on, I said, "Damn, she's videotaping having a baby." And I mean, it's setting. I mean, she was squatting down, giving birth to this baby.
I am so
Uh-huh.
traumatized.
I don't remember if it was in Chicago or it's one of those big Democrat cities. There was somebody, I don't know if she was homeless, but she was giving birth on the street. Maybe even been San Francisco. I can't remember, but it was a story. I remember it. But it's just hard to imagine, and it's not proper like in the hospital or anything like that. I mean, it's,
Well, I feel for women that have, man. I mean, that's got to be. I mean, you got to really. And they say it's why women have such strong hearts. It's because of the giving birth. I mean, I don't know. That's what I've heard.
No, it's because of being married to men like you.
Well, you got to have a strong heart to be
Sorry, honey.
needed.
I had to. I had to.
you
gotta
left
have
it
a
wide
strong
open.
heart. I'm good at that.
Yeah. I just want to say this though. I've never had a child. I couldn't. I would have liked to. There was some tragedies, but anyway, I do have a son, but we adopted him. So I never went
That
through
ain't
the
no
birth
fair.
process. Well,
I
I don't
mean,
know
it's
that.
fair to have. It's fair to have an adoption. I don't mean it that way. I mean, it's not fair that you haven't experienced the birth thing.
No, no. I did want to experience birth at least once. I just wasn't blessed in that way too. But so we adopted. So I have no idea. I saw my sister-in-law's two sons born at a birthing center. And so that was such a gift for me to be able to be there and see that and go through her being pregnant. But no, I'm blessed to have a child at all. I thank God every day that I have my
Oh,
son.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So, but I wish I'd had that experience. So, I think that men should be there. Their wives are going through it. The men help them to get pregnant. They should be there with them.
They initiated the process.
Oh,
Well,
I
yeah,
was there. I just wasn't in the birthing room, but they wouldn't. Like I said at the time, they wouldn't let men in and I didn't want to be in there. If they said, "Hey, you can come in if you want to," I said, "No, it's all right."
oh, Axiom, that's terrible. That's
But
terrible.
but nowadays, I mean, it's almost a requirement that the man be in with the woman that she's giving birth, which is fine. I ain't got anything against it. I'm just saying, for me,
That's terrible, Axiom.
They really no shit. They really wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I
Yeah.
love my son. I adopted him we got him
smacked him back.
when he was 1 month old, and when he was put in my arms, you would have had to kill me to get him back out.
That's how I was.
That's how instant that love was. When they brought him in the room, I could smell him, and I immediately that love was there. So you don't have to carry a child, which I think is great, in order to love a child.
Yep.
It's just an instant love.
And I totally understand that. But one thing with I can only speak how I felt. I was a young guy too. When all our kids were born, but particularly our first one. But I could, from the first time I found out that my girlfriend, who was my girlfriend at the time, was pregnant, I felt the love in my heart, even though I was in the army, I hadn't even got the time to to talk to her. So when I found out she was pregnant, and my mom said, "Hey, is she pregnant?" I was on the phone with him one night. She said, "Is my wife pregnant?" I said, "Well, I don't know. I'm not there. How would I know?" Well, at the time I wasn't there, but I was there when she got pregnant, But it was such a surprise
Well,
to me.
God, I hope so.
Yeah, no kidding. Her asking me that question, though, it threw me for a loop because I went, and my mom was a nurse, and so she was around it all the time. She picked up on the signs real fast, of her being pregnant. And when she asked me, I didn't even pick up on the signs before I left. But I mean, I guess I don't know if it was she was gaining a little weight or what. But when I got home, it didn't look to me like she'd gained that much weight. She wasn't that far along, When I was like I said, I was in the army when I come home from on leave. Well,
I think it's where that weight goes,
it
and
very well could be,
and also the skin tone and I'm not an expert, but mamas are.
No kidding.
I'll be there, Gigi. I've got your notification on.
Boy, mine was definitely an expert. surprised the crap out of me. You call home. And when I was in the Army, they required you in basic training, they required you to call home like every 3 to 5 weeks, something like that. And it wasn't up to you. I mean, you had to call home, let your parents and everybody know it's okay.
That's nice.
And so that was the last thing I was expecting, was to be asked if my girlfriend was pregnant. Last thing on my mind. But I was surprised with it. And she was right. She was.
I just want to say this. Make sure you hit that like,
That's
join,
right.
sub, share out, hit the $sign for super chats. And I think Steve's got other donation things, and just do it.
You might not have
Sorry.
share this one out because Snooks has been on here today. So, it could get
Oh,
I'm sure
well,
I didn't have any.
No. Ronnie's been the worst. I would never have talked about Ron Jeremy in any part of his anatomy.
Oh my gosh.
Snooks has
Oh,
been
As
dreaming
long
about
as,
that now for a month. Having nightmares,
as
however you
long as
want to put
that
it.
doesn't happen,
Golly.
because that's the worst.
No kidding. Well, she got a
When you're
black
like,
eye.
you said you didn't cheat on me.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, and is that woman got a black eye? Is this the way the photo looks?
Yeah,
No,
she got a
that's
black eye too.
Yeah, a
Damn.
bad one. Yeah.
Lord have mercy. Got a black eye and a black kid and a white husband.
Could you imagine being there delivering, the baby and watching it, and then a black baby pops out, and you're like, wait a minute.
Wrong baby. Hey, y'all got the wrong baby in there. Give me the right one.
Put it back in. Take another one out.
Oh, that's something. That's a dead giveaway, that's for sure.
yeah, that can't be a happy feeling.
Be like a black woman having a white baby, or a black couple having a white baby. Well, maybe she used a sperm donor or something. I mean, you never know.
No,
There you go.
because
Well,
they
it's
have all
okay.
kind of like information about that, and so like you can choose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could choose. You could put down, a woman could put down what she wants. Like if she wants the baby to be athletic or whatever. And this is from what I've learned over the years. And they because from what I understand, they do IQ scores on the guys and everything. All that, their background, everything, to be a sperm donor. I mean, I've never been one. That's what I've heard. I should have been.
Oh, yeah. He should have been. He should have been. Oh, that's sweet, Buffering. That's very nice. He should have been many times. He was many times. It's just yeah. I won't go into that.
Buzz a good guy. I'm sure he made a great pappy.
Yeah. Oh, that's so nice.
But I still want to know about the the artificial insemination thing. Well, it's not really artificial, but it comes from a tube. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, the insemination is artificial.
Yeah, so I'm asking Landon and Steve both. Have y'all ever done that? Donated?
Why don't you put them on the spot?
I just want to see if that answer. Landon did. He said nope. Steve hadn't answered yet though.
I didn't hear the whole question. You ever did what?
Steve's pretending he didn't hear the question.
Mm-hmm. I asked if you ever been a sperm donor.
Oh no, no, I haven't. But no, I heard you say that, and that you said you should have, and I was about to say that I should have too, because I heard you can make a few bucks off it.
Yeah, from what I understand,
But
you
then
can.
I thought about there's a movie about that, isn't there, where the dude like did all this sperm donating and then all of a sudden he had like 100, 200, some ridiculous amount of kids. There's a movie about that. I mean, it's not based on a true story or nothing, but
I'm still giggling. That was so out there.
Well, and here's the bad thing, if you do that and you have, say, you're real popular with the ladies, and like you're saying, Steve, you have hundreds of kids scattered around, but you're a young guy when you do this. Well, and say you're 17 or 18 at the time, whatever, and 18 years down the road, well, you happen to run into this young, pretty girl that you just fall all kinds of in love with. Turns out to be your daughter.
right.
I mean, that'd be a weird trip now.
There are sperm donor kids who have been born who I think have found their sperm donor fathers.
That's exactly right.
I have read about that.
Hmm.
I would just like to say I was done all natural with my parents, which I don't even like to think about, but yeah,
Yeah,
I was.
Why don't you like
I
to
think
think
I
about
was
it?
too, and I was like a 9-pound baby, and I had my mom said it was like 3 bowling balls.
I don't know.
Dang.
9 pounds is a good weight. I think I was 7 pounds. I was a teeny little thing, born
I've
with.
been a chunky monkey for a
Shit.
while. Okay,
Um,
I have no idea. I'm gonna have to find out. I don't even know what I was.
I know
I
that I was.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I think I was born at 8:30 in the morning.
I was born at 7:30. I remember all this. And my mother's part Cherokee Indian, and I was born, and my father told me this story, of course, but I've seen my pictures. I had black hair coming out all over my head, just jet black hair. And my father said I was the ugliest thing he ever saw. He told the hospital to put me back in.
I
He
had
was
red hair.
joking. He was joking. Red hair. Well, you got red hair now, right?
Well, that's what Tiff says, but it looks brown to me.
It looks kind of like a dark auburn.
Yeah,
Tiff
it
says
don't
it's
it don't
brown.
look red and it don't look brown. It's kind of in between, but it looks more brown than red.
Well, it's deep auburn. That's a brownish red.
My,
Whatever. I'm not an expert on colors. So.
one
No,
half of my
I'm an
family is
expert on
all
color.
redheads.
I think redheads are right. Camellia. Hi, Camellia. Good to see you.
Hey, Camellia. Aloha.
Yeah, Camelia's a sweetie. She's from down under. She's got kangaroos in her backyard.
Down
Out
under.
there with Rankays. With the Rankays.
Sounded
Get some
like it.
Vegemite. I do it
Vegemite. What
terrible.
does Vegemite
Vegemite.
taste like?
I
I've heard
have Vegemite.
They
The
talk
Rank.
about it like it's good, but
they
like,
do.
because
Was it?
here in America we like jelly, on toast or peanut butter and jelly or something like that. But
Yeah.
they say Vegemite is just the people that I've heard tasted it say it's really salty and it's more like a savory toast rather than a sweet toast.
It just sounds awful. Steve, you ever eaten it?
I have it.
What does
The
it taste
rank, like Landon just said, but I guess it's supposed to be like Nutella, but it's
Uh-uh.
No, no. Nutella is on its own. Nutella I can eat a jar of,
That my kids too.
which is
I
why I don't
literally
buy
have
it.
to like supervise them around the Nutella or
Oh God, that stuff. Oh,
they'll take off with it. But here in America, y'all, our food in comparison to the rest of the world, our portion sizes, the crap they let be in our food, I mean, man, it's not good.
You're
Gigi, I
absolutely
heard
right.
that about the kangaroos. I heard about the kangaroos in Canada.
What's worse, Landon, you know that most countries, or if not all of them, won't even allow our food to be sold in their countries.
Exactly. That's really my main bone to pick with it is that, this is just one example. They had a British friend who came over here and he wanted a Fanta from the store, right? Like a soft drink.
Mm-hmm.
And over in England, I mean, when they look at our Fanta, it looks like radioactive. It looks like radiator fluid. You know what I mean? Because over there, it's literally just carbonated orange juice. But over here,
Hmm.
it doesn't look like orange juice. Look at the difference between Fanta and orange
Oh,
juice.
oh
I
Lord,
thought
there's a
Fanta
world of
was
difference.
orange.
No,
Do what?
Isn't Fanta orange?
It is orange, but it's not like, oh, there's the Vegemite.
Vegemite.
but it's
B
something.
vitamin.
To me, that's telling everybody worldwide, that they know our food is well. And I'm trying to be careful here. Our food is not the best in the world. I'll put it like that.
Oh, yeah.
So that's
Very
why they wanted it to
salty.
be sold over there in the foreign countries. But we hadn't really got any choice here but to eat it, either to starve. I mean, grow your own, I guess, be the only other choice. And most people don't have enough room for a garden or anything. So, I mean, but it's not just the food, it's water, it's the air. Yep.
Mrs. Unspecified's calling you out, calling Mike out. Who's Mike?
Oh,
Do what?
oh,
You need to show her comment.
says lies, Mike. strived to improve our food and health. Well, see, because my grandpa, I was raised with, he had chickens and goats and a garden and was growing
Oh,
all his own food. And, because that's what he grew up doing was, raising chickens, tending to goats and gardens. And that's how they ate. And, but I think I don't know, she could be talking about, because she cooks extremely fresh and healthy.
oh, that's great. And Tiff, I think it's great that you grew up with farmers. I think that's wonderful.
Well, I did too, but I mean now, I mean I'm not anywhere near a farm anymore. At least not one that I can get food off of. But my only point is, that the stuff you buy from a grocery store is not good for you, to say the least.
Oh, Michael Obama.
I get it now. Yeah, she's saying Michelle
oh,
Obama.
Oh,
yeah,
I get
Michael
okay.
Abomination. That's what I
Well,
call him, Abomination.
I think the truth is that, a lot of the big corporations are in charge of the food,
Good
and a lot of
point.
big corporations are in bed with certain politicians. And it's, because we're such an armed society, we're a lot less scary if we're all fat, dumb, and slow, or sick, fat, dumb, and sick.
All the above.
And
Yep.
easier to control, blah blah blah. Now I know that's tinfoil hat stuff, but I think that that's very likely because I think they're all in bed together.
They
Uh,
are.
I'll
Oh
see you
yeah.
when I'll see you
Yeah.
when you come on, Gigi. Have a great night. Love you.
They're
Um,
definitely all in bed together. I mean, when you go to big pharma or whatever, I mean, they're all controlled by the same people. So
let's talk about Bill
Right.
Gates and his adventure for us in the future to be eating bugs.
Meanwhile, from what I've read, uh, the whole I don't even know. I don't want to cross any lines with the words, but the Wuhan wiggle, apparently, uh, you know, seems to be a parasitic problem more than that's what I've read.
Hi,
well,
Kamala. I can do political and intelligent talk. Let's
Oh
go there.
well,
Let's go
I
there.
mean
No,
for
I know you
Uncle
have to be
Algorithm,
careful. You have to be careful.
yeah.
you certainly
I
do.
know how to be careful.
But yes, like Tiff said right there, worms are real, y'all, and they
Turns
certainly
out,
are.
certain kinds of mectin or something like that.
Yeah.
It's
Well, if it came to actually surviving, I would eat fried crickets. I would eat fried worms. I'd do what I'd have to do.
yeah,
Do I want to be forced to do it?
no,
Hell no.
that's right.
Go ahead,
100%
Steve.
on board. SC Wolverines, what's up, brother?
Hi, Wolverines.
Good to see
What's
you,
up, brother?
Wolverine.
Aloha.
Butterfly,
And
what's up, Butterfly?
butterfly, aloha.
Yeah. And Bill Gates and Soros and all you other guys that are all together in what you think is your big picture, don't bring it to my back door. Don't even bring
Yeah,
it to my front door. Don't bring it anywhere around me. I will kick you in your cojones.
That's the problem. They've already brought it to all of us. Most of it under the cover of darkness, of course, but it's here. Now it's up to us to deal with it. However that might be. And the worm things are very real. And all I can say is the stuff you just mentioned a while ago, Landon. And I don't want to say it because this is what I got my strike for. But the sooner you can start taking certain things to keep you healthy, the better off you are.
cleaning up the food,
Get
uh,
rid of the worms.
yeah.
I think that Tyson Foods, and I think it's Tyson Foods, I hope this won't get anybody in trouble. But anyway, Tyson's Food is now experimenting on having bugs in their future food. So I wouldn't be buying Tyson.
And I just so happen to know a chicken farmer, a big chicken farmer. Uh, well, I know someone who works for a big chicken farmer, and all their chickens go to Tyson.
Yeah, well, that could be Purdue.
Do what?
Yeah, I said Purdue chicken.
I don't know the name of the facility, but I've been in the facility. It's just a big, probably 80-foot wide, 100-foot long. It's like a gigantic chicken coop,
Hmm.
and there's two of them. And
Yeah, I've gotten into the news a lot in politics because I send a lot of stories to Jeff for his show. And so almost for 3 years, not for 3 years with him, I've just kind of really gotten deeper into it to where I'm just learning so much more that I wish I had known. I should have been more informed way before 3 years ago.
Now, William, I'm talking about here on Steve's, though. I mean, that's what I'm being careful about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would never want to get Steve in trouble.
I don't want to get anybody in trouble when I'm on their channel, you know.
Too late, Ronnie.
Well, myself is another story, you know.
I'm sorry. I just think it's funny. I do. I think it's funny.
A lot of people do. But that's all right.
Well, now you brought up chickens, and it reminded me of this. So I don't know. I'm sure everyone's seen this, but the activists.
Try to do it unnoticed if you can. Over.
Then they get their head stuck.
Ah!
Oh my God! You're okay. You're okay. Get a key. Key. Get the key.
Crazy.
Yeah, this was well planned.
Right.
I understand your piece, but you're.
But yeah,
That's
the whole point though was like, yeah, and it's like, well, how else do we eat? It's meat. That's I mean, you know.
I personally don't like duck. I tried it once, but and these PETA people, let me tell you about PETA, okay? They go into these big hurricane areas when damage has been done. They rescue animals. You know what they do with them? They euthanize them.
Yeah. So what's the difference, right?
Yeah, they do. They euthanize them.
Leave my chickens alone.
Yeah. I think it's great if you're raising chickens.
But
you're,
hey,
you're ahead. You're ahead.
if you haven't had, look, you got to have duck. Have Tiff make you some duck, and then rethink it.
Well, I imagine
Um,
she's a great cook.
She puts it in a brine and lets it sit in that brine, and it's oh my gosh, it was better than turkey at Thanksgiving.
Mm.
And if you don't like roosters and it's giving you problems, send it to Craig.
Yeah.
Craig Donahue.
I send
will
them to
take
the
care of
crock pot for about 8 hours.
A rooster?
Yeah.
Well,
I
Craig,
think
see, Craig does the dirty work for you, though, and he send it back to you.
Yeah.
He's only right down the road from me.
That's right. That's right. He is.
Oh yeah, that is right. I forgot about that. Yep.
We in the same neck of the woods.
That's scary.
Well,
Craig
he
is
was going hunting here just a week or so ago, or maybe it's this week. I think he was going hunting this week. You said you could have teamed up with him. Y'all could have went together, Landon.
Yeah, we might still.
Would y'all go hunting for deer?
Yeah, probably on his.
See, I don't like
plot.
deer either. It's just too gamey.
Have you guys ever, you and Craig ever like met in person?
Not yet.
See, that's weird because I know a couple other people that do lives and stuff that are on the same island, and I've never met them in person. But it turns out one of them turns out to be, well, I don't really want to say that, but they do a service, like in like business wise, and she does work for my old business partner. So it's kind of like, what are the odds, right? Like,
The connections.
Yeah.
right.
Small world.
But well, I won't say the name, but yeah, they do accounting for my old business partner, which means I knew this person 7-8 years ago. And then when I met this person through YouTube, I had no idea it was the same person. But still never met her in person.
Strange last time, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But back to the deer thing though, same thing. I went, yeah, I don't know. I just have a hard time shooting and I get it though. It's like that's how we eat. I've watched it. I've watched them gut the deer. I watched all that, but I
Well, you
just
have to
can't
pull the
personally
horse.
do it.
I understand that,
Well, it's one thing though to not agree with what they're doing. It's a totally different another thing to walk in there and put yourself in a noose that they kill them with, and then get yourself hung up in that noose. I mean,
Now,
how dumb can you be?
Tiff and I have met Anita,
Who's Anita?
Craig's wife.
Oh yeah, Craig's wife.
Oh, baby.
Yeah,
I didn't know her
Baby.
name. I only knew baby.
Oh,
Craig
Miss
was on
Party
last
Gal.
Sunday. Oh my
I
God,
think
Craig.
that's her YouTube name.
Well, maybe he kept calling her baby, baby, and then he had his dog came up, and because I kept saying, "Are you married? Is your wife really there?" And then his dog comes up. He goes, "No, this is baby." And I'm thinking, I told him, I said, "Your wife's gonna pop your head." She was just so sweet though. I asked her, I said, "How do you stay married to him?"
That's why when on Mondays when Craig has his show, a lot of times he'll wear wigs and stuff because he's covering up the bumps and bruises. You know.
That makes sense.
And now here's
Speaking
this
of,
sexy song.
I got whacked. I got whacked last week. Shit, what day was it? I think it was last Sunday. Yeah, last Sunday after the show, because it was for yard waste it's every other week. So I was like, shit, the yard waste thing's only half full. I don't want to have to wait 2 more weeks, so I'm just gonna. And there was this big freaking stick twig kind of a branch, and I put it in the bin, and then I cracked it and like pushed on it. Or wait, I was going this way, and I pushed on it, and that thing just
Mm.
like I seen stars, and I actually swung back. I don't know what I was. And I remember I talked to a Creek Squad after. I was like, dude, I just got knocked out by a freaking tree branch in my own backyard.
I thought you meant Nina had whacked you.
I did too.
Afterwards, I
See?
was say, this is what you get in the Harloha residence. You don't listen to Nina.
You get beat up by
Yeah.
tree limbs. That's a
I did.
gift.
I can't believe it happened too. I was mad. It hurt. It hurt. It was bruised too up until like 2 days ago.
That does sound painful. Craig is hilarious.
Oh my
He
gosh,
is.
he's
He
so
definitely-
funny.
He sure is. That's why it's so hard to go on. Monday night I was on with him, but I got to tell you, it's hard to go on with Craig for me anyway. To be
Chad.
serious about any damn thing. I mean, you can't
Yeah.
hardly be serious around Craig.
He reminds me of my uncle like that.
You know what? He had this news story about his buddy Jeff, I think his name is.
Yeah.
That he was driving down and he was kind of doing a takeoff on a John F. Kennedy assassination, and he was driving down the road and got hit from different directions by 3 dicks. And
What? I don't
What
think
was
I heard. I didn't hear this right.
well, you need to listen to Craig's show from this past Monday night. He had his own news story now. I think it's called Some True, Some False News, something like that. And he was telling about his friend. It was like I said, takeoff on a JFK assassination. And he was going down the street and got hit by 3 dicks coming at him from different directions. Some suppose it came out of the gutter, some from the grassy knoll, or however Craig put it. Just you talk about hilarious now. And they found one dick after this is all over that was bent.
Wait,
You're talking about penises.
It wasn't that
Yeah.
Bobbitt guy, was it?
It might have been.
Oh, and yes, Chad, Steve does get waxed. He does.
Mhm.
He won't tell you, but he does.
I used to.
Oh my God.
I used to get my eyebrows waxed.
Oh, that's different. I don't think that's what Chad's talking about.
No, I ain't. They're waxed. There ain't no way I'm waxing anything else.
Chad's
besides my
lusting for you
eyebrows.
and Ronnie. He's thinking differently.
oh my gosh.
No waxing or no. Yeah, no.
Well, all I say is to
Could you
Chad,
imagine?
you couldn't find 2 nicer guys to be lusting for. I mean, that's all there is to it.
I think it's just very creepy. I'm just going to say that. Chad, find a nice woman. It's okay. Leave the men alone.
I would agree with that.
God, did I talk about manscaping last week?
Oh my
No,
gosh.
manscaping is completely different than waxing. Manscaping, yes, I manscape.
Oh, okay.
There's a guy that I
Because
watch.
when you got a micro penis, you have to, so you can still.
So it don't look like an acre and some bushes. You know what I'm talking about?
I see these commercials for Manscaped kits and it just cracks me up. Chad, I'm glad you have a nice woman. Maybe you need a
Absolutely.
bad woman instead of nice.
But they're all bad. You just got to find the best of the bad.
That's true. There's bad boys and there's bad women.
There's a lot more bad girls though when you get right down to it. You know what? I seen this girl in a bar one night.
Oh no.
And she,
Speaking of bad girls.
yeah, and I don't know what the hell she had done, but this big old security guard comes over there, and she's a tiny girl, you know, and so he picks her up from behind, and she's got on a pair of cowboy boots, and she is just wearing his shins at him. He picked her up off the floor, and she's kicking him with the heels of her boots, and he had to put her down because she's hurting his shins so damn bad. I mean, he was a tall guy, so it was almost at his knees where she was kicking him. I was just laughing my ass off, boy.
Why was she kicking him?
I don't know what, because she's in a fight or arguing or something with somebody. I don't know what it was about. All I seen was him pick her up, you know, and they ain't going to do that, you know, because they're security. But boy, she sure wore his shins out and knees with the back of them, with the heel of them boots.
Now those are hurt. Hi, Tennessee Ridge Runner. Yeah,
damn
I've
sure
never
put 'em
had
down.
cowgirl boots because the toes just look so stupid.
Oh,
Well, that's
God,
the
that
whole point
would
of it.
hurt.
Strong word.
Well,
That
you
would
pay for
hurt,
all that
man.
leather and your toes don't even go there. What's the point?
There's a point there. That's the point.
That's pointy. They're pointy. Exactly.
Well, see, that was the reason he didn't pick her up from the front, I guess. And, you know, he waited till she had her back to him, because if he had come up while she was facing him, she would have kicked him in the nuts with those pointy boots. And
He would have been castrated.
that's right.
She might have had a knife under the point of that, you know what I mean?
Could have had.
Oh, God, John, you're thinking James Bond.
No, Roadhouse.
Oh, Roadhouse. God, what a good movie.
Isn't it good? Oh,
Oh,
man.
yeah. Yeah. Great movie. Music is great. Oh, my gosh.
Oh yeah. Music was great.
Sam Elliott.
Pretty much anything Patrick Swayze did, my mama was a fan of, and I was watching it real young.
Patrick was okay. He was okay. But I watched it because of Sam Elliott.
Oh Lord.
Those older men just.
Turned you right on, did they?
Can't argue with that mustache. That
Can't argue with Sam Elliott and that accent and that voice.
true cowboy.
Yeah, he does have a hell of a voice.
Yeah, yeah.
And he makes a hell of a good cowboy, too. I got to give him credit for that.
Oh, yeah, those westerns he's done. God, so good.
I agree.
So good. And Patrick Swayze could dance. Absolutely, he could dance. Beautiful dancer. Dirty
And
Dancing.
you know who else could dance?
Who?
John.
Christopher Walken.
Oh
Oh,
nice.
God, he can. He really can. He's very
15th,
smooth.
what's up?
15th.
15th Ben, what's up? Aloha, good to see you.
Binster. Good to see you.
I tell you, old Christopher Walken, he done a damn good job. I forgot what movie he was in. He was
All of them.
All of them. I'll agree with that.
he was
And
a mafia boss in this one, though.
oh, I've seen that. King of New York.
It may have been. I don't remember what it was, but it was such a
King of New
damn
York.
good movie.
King of New York. He
And he
was.
fit it just right. I mean, he fit that role exactly right.
He was the head of a gang.
Yep.
I just got done watching like a series. It was like a TV show series. There's 2 seasons. Shit, what was it called? The Outlaws. And it takes place in England, but I mean, Christopher Walken's in it. So I'm like, check this out. And I like binge watched both seasons.
Y'all remember when Natalie Wood came up dead on that boat here many years ago? Y'all might not even been born. You know, it's been a long time ago.
No, I had read about it.
But he was there that night. Christopher Walken was.
Yeah.
And he was, from what the reports were anyway, him and Natalie Wood were having a little, fling, or right on the verge of having a fling.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that now.
What's his name? Natalie Wood's husband. I can't remember his name now. But anyway.
Robert something.
Yeah, it was Robert. But anyway, he goes to him and tells you, to knock it off, leave his wife alone and all that. He said, man, I'm not messing with you. However he talks on that accent. But it wasn't just a little while later, that she winds up in the water and she's dead. So what they were trying to do, I don't remember if I read this in a book or heard on the news or what, but anyway, they were trying to connect Christopher Walken with her death.
Yeah. Well, I think they were trying to connect her husband too.
They were. Yeah, but I mean, he was. I think he was trying to pawn it off on Christopher Walken.
Still very suspicious.
Yes, Wagner. There you go. Thank you, Chad. That's it, Robert Wagner.
Yeah. Who just came in? Oh, Deva's Weed Chronicles. Hi there. Hi, Chad. Hi, Chad. Hello, Chad. Hit the
Hello,
thumbs up.
guys.
Hit the thumbs up. Sub, join. Do
You
super
know,
chats.
you should hit the like just because you must.
That's good.
Was that
That's really
Obama or
good.
Christopher Walken?
That was Christopher Walken. Was
I
that
know.
who? Was
I'm
that
just,
who?
I'm just messing with Steve. I know who he was
He,
doing, but he does
he
a
ain't
whole lot better
running.
than Obama.
He ain't running. He's walking.
No,
There
that
you
was
go.
Sam Elliott.
Do
See,
Obama for us, Steve.
Ronnie, you can do Steve,
Oh, shit.
Sam Elliott.
No, actually,
Yeah.
that's one I've never even tried,
You need to
but
hit
now
the
I'm
like.
going to.
Okay.
Do it again,
Trump's my
Landon.
favorite.
I didn't get it. Do it.
Trump's my favorite. Just my
Oh,
favorite.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too.
huge. It's huge.
Huge.
And
You hit the
and
like button.
yeah,
You'll never
huge.
regret it. It'll be huge. Best thing
And
you ever did.
yeah, and China.
I hit the like button. I
Okay.
really liked it. I've enjoyed it ever since.
Everybody knows, okay? I told them. I
Everyone.
said, look, this is going to happen. And then what happened? I told them it was going to happen, and it happened, okay? I told you.
You're
Now hit the like
good.
button. Hit the like button. Tell him that, Steve. Hit the like button.
You're
I
good.
told
Do
them,
some
I
more.
said, look at all these people. Look at all these people, okay?
They're loving
I
it.
said, they're
They're
going to
having a
come in.
wonderful time.
They're
I
having a
love it.
wonderful time. It's huge, okay? And they're going to hit the like button. I said they're going to hit
Okay.
it. What did they do? They hit
They
the
hit
like
the
button.
like
Okay,
button.
every time. Everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Oh my God.
You know what? Steve was out on the beach here, a year ago, when him and Nina were doing the sunsets or whatever, and he was doing the Trump dance. He was doing a pretty darn good job too. One
I
thing he
remember
was
that.
leaving out though was the air cue. Trump was good about doing those air cues. And Steve was leaving the air cue out. I said, Steve, do the air cue. He didn't know what the hell I was talking about.
I
What
didn't.
is that? Yeah, I don't know what it is either. What is it?
It's just making a cue in the air.
A cue and
Yeah,
okay. What's the
I
cue for?
literally had no idea what you're talking. I remember that too. I was like, "What does he mean? What is he talking about?" And then I went and watched, and I was, "Oh, okay."
I cannot do impersonations.
You don't know what cue is, Snoops?
No.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to educate her. She needs to come and watch me more often, don't she, Landon, Steve? I mean, really,
I need to come watch what?
need to come watch my shows more often.
Well, I do. It's just that, well, what time are you on?
Most time about 9 o'clock.
Oh,
When I
They
don't
thought
have
it was
to
a Q. Really, it was a P.
drive.
You didn't recognize that it was a P, and I said, "Sorry, guys, you've been,
He had to pee that night.
a cue. Is
Well,
that for?
Q
Is
is
that
a
for?
site.
Oh, I know who Q is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I was gonna say you were to like cue anon,
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
which is
Yes.
right.
Buffering's telling me to say yes. Yes, I have heard of that.
Just say yes.
Just say
just,
yes.
just say
Just
yes."
say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay, I know. Yeah. Okay.
No, I know who
Ed,
you're talking about now.
Ed's saying Q is controlled opposition. I thoroughly disagree with that, Ed. And I know you're a smart man, but I don't give a damn. I disagree with it thoroughly. It's there for a while, or maybe for a week, if that long. Q did have a problem with the site, but they got it fixed pretty darn quickly. And so I don't. That's just not right.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you're pro Q?
I'm very pro Q.
I'm not pro Q. I'm very anti Q.
Well, I disagree with you too. Then is all I can
Well,
tell you.
we'll just agree to disagree on
There
this.
you go. That's fine.
Okay. And I
See,
think that
You
people
ain't the
have
first
see
one.
how simple that is. See how simple that is. That's
yeah,
beautiful.
we can agree
Beautiful.
just to
That's the
disagree, but
beauty.
you're totally wrong. That's okay. You can be wrong all you want.
All right, Snoops. What do you find wrong with it, Snoops?
With Q,
Yes.
I think that they're more to the left than the right. I think they're very radical. I think they
You.
have conspiracy theories. I
You're
just
talking about the Democrats, not Q.
no, I'm talking about Q. I'm
Have you
talking
ever
about
read
the way
Q?
I talk about the way I feel about them.
Have
Are
you
we
read
talking
Q?
about Q alphabet stuff, right?
We're talking about Q the site.
Well, maybe I haven't
The,
seen that then. We're not talking about QANON.
Yes.
Oh no. Wait,
Well,
No,
wait,
Ronnie
yeah,
is.
that one. Yeah, that yeah.
Okay,
That.
now I'm totally
I'm
against
getting
that.
confused now.
well,
I was a little
QAnon is
confused.
what the people that read and study Q are. Q is the site itself.
Right.
QAnons are just people that read and study it, and the media calls it QAnon, but it's not QAnon. It's just Q. Q
Okay.
is simply a site for people to go to and research, and and you either believe it or you don't, or they just what it does is it leads you to research things. It don't really try to preach anything to you.
Okay,
But
what I have read about QAnon, I would not agree with. To me, they're semi-radicals, and I don't agree with radicals.
Well, that's
well,
the
that's
thing, because I think there's a big difference between Q and QAnon. Huge difference.
Okay, well then that's the difference
Right.
because I've never seen Q.
Mhm.
So I can't really speak about that part.
well. So you got to go. It's like trying to go over a book that you haven't read. Until you've read it, you can't. I don't know how you comment on anything if you haven't read it and studied it.
No, I can't. I absolutely can't. You're right.
And that's
I
why
thought you were talking about QAnon, which is not something that I agree with. But if Q is something different, then I can't speak on it because I've never seen it.
well, like I say, QAnon is just people that read Q and everything, and then they do research and they put in their own opinions on things that they've done the research. Q is the site that
Right.
they're researching.
QAnon to
Okay,
me
so
is
you
a
just
group.
answered my question then, because I was gonna say my impression was that Anon was just a bunch of random people putting their opinions, and it may be whatever it is.
Yeah,
So
that's
you just
basically
answered
what
my
it is.
question.
Yeah,
That's
I
Yeah,
thought
basically it.
anon was
Okay.
short for like anonymous.
Well, that's
it
what I
is.
think.
It is. That's what it is.
QAnon is a group and they have their specific beliefs.
Well, I mean, that's what all this are. Though.
I don't believe in their beliefs.
Well, so there's QAnon, and then there's anonymous, which is a whole nother thing.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Um, and then there's like truthers and conspiracy theorists. But
Yeah, but you can still be a conservative and be a conspiracy. There's conspiracy theories in all
you
parties.
can be in the middle and still just be
Yeah.
searching for truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tend to lean more to the right. I'm not very much in the middle.
I lean more to the right because it's my family, but I've got family on both sides. It's so but not like hardcore. My sister is probably the most.
Yeah.
Well, here's where it all comes in at for me is we know the kind of shape that we're in now, and it's only getting worse as things go along. That's what Q is for, is to lead. We've all been brainwashed now for probably centuries, and so Q was to try to start leading people back to the right direction. It's not a. Let me think of the right way to put this. It's once you studied it and everything, then you see where it's trying to lead you to. It's trying to lead you out of what the mainstream media and everybody have taught us forever. That's what it's trying to do. It's reverse psyop, in other words.
Mhm.
They've run the psyop on us now for many, many years. Q is a reverse psyop. That's what it is. And people
Yeah.
that study it, I mean,
Okay,
they
okay.
can.
There's a new word, and this is how it was described to me. The people that don't like Q in the younger generation, not that they don't like Q, they're not looking into that. They don't do any thing. They don't look into it, and it's called it's like a new word. It's called like hopium or something like that, selling hope,
Oh, yeah.
Hopium. Yes,
Mhm.
hopium.
or copium or something. I don't know.
No, it's
No, you're
called
right.
It's called
Yeah,
hopium.
it
Yeah, I've
is.
heard that. I've heard that.
Yeah, I know
But
that's what it's called because Jeff has talked about that a lot.
to make
They're
it,
passing out the hopium.
but when you understand where we've been at now for centuries, and this side is they're trying to get your mind in the right place. You can't think straight if you're thinking like we've been thinking. That's all there is to it. I'm talking about the mainstream media, what schools have taught us over the last however many years. There's no way you can think straight if your mind is there.
Mhm.
That's why I'm always saying think outside the box, because if you don't, the box that they put us in is a very bad place to be. You've got to
Think
think
for you.
outside that box.
Anuka say,
Anunnaki.
oh, thank
Anunnaki,
you
the one
very
in Aloha.
much.
And
Appreciate
thank
that.
you, yeah.
What?
Infidel, this is my
I don't
snack for
understand
you
this.
all with a blessed Christmas. Right on, Anunnaki, the one. I love
Okay,
that name
thank
too.
you. Yeah,
Anunnaki,
it's a
the
great
one.
name. Great name. I don't want anybody to force my mind into any position or any direction. I want to have free will with my mind.
And we should
That,
be extremely careful, especially in friend groups, of things that start to cause division. You got to
Mhm.
point that right there out and be like, "Yo, what's this? We were all good, and then this comes
Yeah.
up, and then
But I
you know."
also have friends that are, left thinking, and, I feel like you should have your right to your thoughts. I don't have to agree with them, but I'm not going to
of
unfriend
course,
you because you have those thoughts.
that's the way it ought to be. But
Yeah.
for anybody that, if you don't want to be able to think straight, well, then you need to stick with where we've been all of our lives. I mean, I'm 73 years old, so I'm just saying, I know I've been brainwashed, to say the least, and that's what I want away from that kind of stuff. I want to be able to think for myself. I don't want anybody else thinking for me.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is, if you studied if all you studied is one thing your whole life, then you can't know the other thing until you studied it. And then you try to draw an opinion, somewhere in the middle. Or if you want to stay where you're at, well, that's fine. If you want to move over a little bit, well, that's fine. For me, I know which way I want to go, and it ain't with where we've been. That's all there is to it for me. And that's what my channel is basically about. I just want people to wake up and understand that there's a God in heaven, and that where we've been is not where he wants us to be.
I agree with that totally.
I've always studied history, and especially how it ties in biblically, because I consider the Bible a historical text. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I've always just been seeking truth, and I use my discernment. And if something doesn't pass the smell test or the hear test, or using discernment, I don't spend any more time on it. And I've stopped. When I first started waking up to the truth, I spent a lot of time on, or so much that you've been lied to about. But at some point, it's like, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do about it. And what the Bible says is that we should try to be, peaceable with all people. And
Mm-hmm.
so, you got to watch out for divisive topics, and um because, at the end of the day, um I'm trying to follow basically those guidelines. That's basically my whole cup of tea. But I was really big into basically waking up and finding all this truth. Um, I really fell off into, because I was already big into history, and physics, and then quantum physics started to become a thing that I had to wrap my head around, which took years. Um, and there's a whole lot going on, and like you were saying earlier, Snooks, about knowledge and whatnot, but Jesus said that my people are destroyed due to lack of knowledge. So,
Mm.
like,
That's right.
um, it is good to know. And also, it says that we should be aware of basically the enemy's plans against us. And I'm talking about Satan and our spiritual enemy, which there is a war, a spiritual war, to make or break each day and your choices of that day. Um, and I try to stay prayed up against all that.
That's exactly what it's all about. And you got to, to do. That's a lot of what Q is about. It's leading you to God. It's instead of the Satan, in my opinion, on the other side, and that's where the spiritual war comes in at. It's from what he's telling us. He's more or less, or what Q, whether it's man or woman, I don't know, but he's trying to lead us back to a truthful place. Something that like I say, where your mind can think clearly and freely. Where you don't have to be all wrapped up in the narrative that we've heard now for centuries. That's my opinion of it. Cheryl, I don't know what update. I haven't had an update, so I don't know exactly what you mean there, Cheryl.
Well, here's your update. Next Sunday, we'll be on Ronnie's channel
Yep.
for the
Unless
same
I get
show.
another strike for it between now and then. It wouldn't surprise me.
Between Thursday night and Sunday.
And that's another question I got to ask too, right quick, is our statement I want to make is why would they keep giving me strikes if I'm not? I mean, I'm definitely going against the narrative. I believe me, I'll put that out there right now. I'm definitely going against the narrative, and that's what they don't want. They want their side to be told, and that's it. If you go against the narrative, which I do, well, then you're not going to be around long if they can help it. And so, believe me, what I try to do, like I said, is get people to think outside the box, think for themselves, and not let somebody that's setting up in a big office building getting paid millions of dollars a year to tell you what you should think. And I know it's what a lot of people say Q does. Q don't tell you what to think. It just leads you to research. And yeah, I guess they have their opinion on things, but they're not trying to tell you what to think.
Right.
Not from what I found anyway. But like I said, everybody's definitely.
Oh, that makes me think too. This is weird. I don't know. This just popped, but like back in 2020, when all that shit was going on, and I was like, yeah, they're just, they're trying to divide. They're trying to divide, which is what they were doing and still trying to do. But then in 2020, it's like if anything had to do with the left, I was like right away, like, oh, like against it.
Yeah.
And then I kind of like
But
thought
there's
about it
levels
one
to
day,
it.
and I'm like, they're dividing is working because I'm doing it. You know what I mean? And then I kind of came to like my sense, and is like, I don't, it's like their division was working because it was working for me, even though I was saying, stop dividing us. But
Yeah.
I was divided from everybody. Well, not everybody, but anyone that was on that believed different,
Yeah.
Craig. What's up, Craig?
Hi, Tony Howie. Hi there. So good to see you in here. Craig the Hunter. Baby. Y'all were talking about, you get on religion. I want to ask you, Landon, I know that you're very into God. I'm very into God. I'm hope and faith strong. Um, are you friends with people who do not believe in God? Do you think that's an
I'm in
issue?
a really weird place right now to ask that kind of question.
Okay, well, you don't have to answer it.
Well, just because we made a goal 5 years ago to move closer to my mom, and we moved closer to her, right? We accomplished the goal, thank the Lord. But like haven't met a whole lot of people, and we've been here almost 5 years now. So like we don't have like a super strong friend group or like a whole bunch of connections like we had from where we left.
Mhm.
And so am I what do you mean? Am I friends with?
Would you be friends with people who don't believe in God as deeply as you do?
Absolutely. I can be
Okay.
like, and in fact, that's who I'm trying to be friends with without their company corrupting my character. So
No,
like,
I see that, kind of.
just to be an example in their life, I might be the only example of the way I think. And, I'm not gonna start, if it comes up, I just like if they ask my advice or if they ask my input on something, you see what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Yeah.
Then what I say, what I, biblically, and I won't even necessarily put it exactly biblically. I'll just give advice from my experiences, my background, what I've
Yeah.
studied.
Yeah, I am not well versed in the Bible at all.
I'm not well versed.
I'm
I
not
don't
well
know.
I think that you're probably much more well versed than I am. Like I said, I have a very deep faith in God. I just don't I don't think that people have to believe in God in order to go to heaven. That's my thought. I don't think you have to be saved. I don't even know what saving means. And I've had this discussion on another panel, so it to me it's just very interesting. I just don't think I think because I believe in God so much, I'm not going to try and make somebody else to believe in God. That's
Well, that's not my goal either. And all you
yeah,
can
no, I don't
do
think it is. I don't think it is.
is lead someone to water you can't make them drink. And that's not how being saved works necessarily. It's purely a relationship. So like Jesus laid it out, and basically everything you need to know is in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But having a good shepherd or a good pastor to kind of explain more or less the context of what's going on and what they're preaching, and that's the guidance. And So basically, being saved is essentially trying to have a communication relationship. We are relational beings. We were made to have relationships, and but specifically to use your free will that is given and respected by the Creator. So, like, He's not going to force you to love Him, um, and
No, that's something that you come to on your own terms.
but my belief is that Jesus said that He was the way, the truth, and the life, and that no one will basically no one will have access to the Father except through Him.
Oh, I was
And
waiting for
what
you to
He
say
was
that.
doing when He said that, you hear people say it all the time: Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. And if you break down what the temple was before He was crucified, back in when we were under the law, um, see, the law is essentially without love. The law doesn't have a lot of love in it. Um, and Jesus is the opposite of basically, he said that he said to a priest one time when he was reading out of the Pentateuch, which is the 5 books of Moses, Jesus said that he was the law, that he fulfilled the law. And basically, uh, back the temple back in the day, right? It had the basically the grass outside, right? And then it had the doorway to enter the temple. And then there was the way from the doorway to the center of the temple, which was the holiest of holies, right? And nobody was allowed in there, right? Um, and basically, the holiest of holies is where God's presence is, and only a rabbi was allowed into the holiest of holies. And so Jesus came to basically remove that order, the way it was set up in law, uh, and he basically, ba- you know, um, he is the way, the truth, and the life. So, like, basically, the outer building of the old temple would have been you walk into the way, right? You would walk
Hmm.
to the building, okay? And then you would go up to the holiest of holies. That would be, the way, the truth. And then in the holiest of holies, that is life, connection with God, a relationship with God. That is life. And
I'm
that's what he
sorry,
wants.
I'm getting confused here. What are you getting at?
Oh, well,
And I don't mean to be rude, sweetie.
if I had a diagram, it would probably make a lot
What
more.
he's saying is where the
Jesus
temple
replaced
was,
the
Jesus
temple.
is
Now
the temple.
we
Yeah.
are the temple. Now we
Yes.
are the temple. If
Yes.
we accept
Yes.
his son into his heart, which is just a simple request that you can make in your heart of hearts, as you can say it out loud, you can say it to yourself. Rest assured he can hear you.
What does that
Um,
have to do with going to heaven if you don't believe in God?
well, it's just basically you can't have access to God without his son. And Jesus said that if you don't accept me, that you won't accept the Father. And
So that
so, like,
means that you can't go to heaven if you don't believe in God.
I'm just a
No, and I'm
I'm
listening to you.
just,
I respect what you're
it's
saying.
not me that's saying anything.
No, I
I'm just,
respect what you're saying.
that's
I'm
just,
I'm
yeah.
learning. I'm learning.
Well, he's absolutely right. That's what the Bible says. You can't get to heaven without Christ. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. And he did take
I
the
just want
place
to
of the
address a
temple.
comment, Anukai, Anunakai, but you have the right to impose your Christianity on my kind. I don't understand that. I'm here saying that I don't believe in imposing Christianity on anybody. So I wasn't understanding that comment. I just thought it was very interesting what she said.
I wasn't trying to impose anything. I was just
Oh, no,
trying
no,
to,
you didn't. You didn't. No, I don't think that you imposed anything to her. I think she just was bringing up a comment that was interesting.
I didn't see it.
I
Yeah.
didn't either.
Well, no, I kept it because I wanted to address it. I just thought it was very interesting. And I'm learning from you, Landon. I'm
Oh,
learning because I don't know the Bible. And so I'm getting good info from you. So if I question you and I come off rude, I really don't mean to.
well, also there's all this programming, right? I consider short form content to be programming, not like hardcore, like, oh, if you're watching a bunch of short form, but I feel like
Mhm.
it does have that kind of ability to, you see a short or like a TikTok or something, you know, r- regardless of really what happens in it, kind of stays in your head. So, like, you know, me being a Christian, I watch a lot of Christian stuff on YouTube. And so some of that is, you know, street preachers or street pastors who are out on the street preaching the word, and just all kinds of folks really like, you know, they get offended and they go at them really hard. So I watch a lot of that content. So um basically, like, you know, I understand that, you know, that I actually haven't heard that perspective. So sometimes when people, you know, if they're just questioning, they're like, you know, well, what do you mean? Like, you know, um
Anunakai was addressing you,
oh,
Landon.
they were. Okay.
Yeah.
I was referring to
But I
unspeakable
don't think
greatness.
he was
I
imposing
was not.
No, he was not imposing Christianity on anybody. I'll just back you up on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to do that.
But here's the fact of the matter. I mean, anybody can believe what they want to believe. We all know that there's different religions in the world. There's, you know,
And it's a
Muslims.
great
There's,
issue.
you know,
Okay.
people that believe in Buddha and everything else, which, you know, everybody's got to pick the one they believe in. And
I
what
mean,
Brandon's saying, the way I
my
look at it, I definitely believe in Christ. I believe it's the only way you can get to heaven is through Christ.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Period.
know that whether
Not
you were
imposed
male.
on anyone. I don't care what you believe.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were male or female. I don't ask.
Yeah.
But I do like the tooth fairy.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't believe in
my daughter's mom, Billy, she
an
was Jehovah's Witness. So the
Anunaki.
main problem we had is every time she came over, I'd hide behind the couch and not answer the door. No, but
Yeah,
she really was Jehovah's Witness, and she actually got what I forgot the word for it, but they kicked her out.
Anunnaki.
She was like, you know, you're not allowed. Hey, D Libby, aloha.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed.
But she
Libby,
was
sweetie.
they booted her from Jehovah's because I'm not Jehovah.
She did?
And
I thought they only did that with Scientology. Like in Scientology, if your family's not Scientologists, you cannot associate with them.
they do it in Jehovah was in Michigan with
That's
that Jehovah's
interesting.
Witness with Billy, but yeah, but I don't agree with that going to people's doors and knocking and pushing religion on people because it's like, what are you
Well,
doing?
Seventh-day Adventists do that too.
Well, believe me, my sister and all of them are in, well, all of my sisters and my mother were Jehovah Witnesses before. I only
Well,
got one
that's
sister
fine,
left,
Ed. Thank
but
you.
you know, they were always trying to impose Jehovah Witness on me. Every time I go up there, you know, all lived in Kansas. Every time I go up there, it was the same thing. You know, oh, Jehovah Witness. I just got so sick of hearing it. They're welcome to their beliefs, however they want to believe. It was fine with me.
Right.
But even though I loved them, I didn't want them pushing it down my throat. You know,
No.
I didn't appreciate it at
And
all.
my answer always was, well, there's only 144,000 allowed, and I'm not on the list. So
well,
I think
no. The
I
144,000 thing is just basically the first rapture is going to be. It says in the Bible that 144,000 appeared in heaven. That's not all. Like that's not like the end of the. You know what I mean? There's also other people. There are people that become believers after the rapture, and they got to live through some stuff. But you know, it's not 144,000 only.
okay. And Landon,
right.
I hope I say this right. Anunnaki has a
Uh,
question for you. I just want to say I don't believe in organized religion. I'll put that out
I
there.
don't
But she has
either.
a question.
I
She has,
believe in a soul relationship with Jesus, and
yeah,
so I pray to God in
yeah. But
Jesus' name.
she has a question for you, Landon.
Let's see. I have a question to unspecify. Why did Jesus come as a Jew? So I'm supposed to follow him. By the way, I am not Muslim nor other religious beliefs have an ancient faith. Keep it to myself. Well, I know what the Anunnaki are. I mean, you know, I've heard of the Anunnaki, which I believe were the first. The,
Ah,
they were the fallen or the first fallen. They were the Watchers that came down
oh, I've
and
never
Mhm.
heard
changed.
of that.
Exactly.
They
You're
were
I
right.
they were
know some
spoken of in the
Anunnaki
Book
too,
of
yeah.
Enoch.
You're right, Landon. In my opinion, you're right.
Or the first 200 Watchers of the Earth, or something
Well,
like
I'm going
that.
to have to Google that. That's interesting.
Um,
You're a
but
good citizen.
as to why did Jesus come as a Jew, you know, I've pondered a lot of things myself, and I'm like, you know, so essentially, Jesus calls himself the Word of God, which is a far more literal statement than it sounds. So it says in Genesis, it says that it references in Genesis. I don't remember it's in Genesis 1. He references that basically God says we. So there's more than one character with God while he's creating the earth. And it says that the word was with God and that the word was God. And so you look at between Matthew and Genesis. Over here in Genesis, when everything was being created, it says that there was two mentioned, or at least a we. So that's plural. That means more than one. And
Anuna
so
K is asking you to stop making false claims of her faith.
I'm not speaking about what I'm sorry.
No, I'm just telling you what she said and answer the question. But I thought you were answering the question.
I wasn't trying to make false claims. That's just my knowledge on it from my.
No, I thought
Well,
you were
it's
explaining
also
it.
your heart too, isn't it, Landon? I mean, is it that you believe in Christ, right?
Yep.
So how's
Oh,
that
yeah, he
making false?
does.
How's that making false claims to anyone?
No,
I think
he is saying he is saying you're making false claims of the Anunnaki.
I'm just
Anunnaki.
speaking on
What is it?
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki. I
You
gotta
should
get
look
this
into
right.
it. It's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google that. I think it's fascinating.
Well,
But
2012 was when the Anunnaki were supposed to be coming back to the planet on through their planet. That's what the big thing in 2012 was. For instance, one of the things, and a lot of people do think that they're fallen angels. That's the way it appears anyway
Right.
when you do a lot of study on them.
So yeah,
I
he
don't know
wasn't
if they
making
were or
false
not.
claims. He is just that's what he has, what he knows about it, or what he's heard about it, or what he's read about it, or you know what I mean?
yeah, Landon's only saying what he knows, what he's
Right.
knowledgeable of.
Yeah, and I'm not an expert on anything.
None of us really are, but
Yeah.
what he's saying is absolutely right. I mean, as far as what's been wrote about them and everything, the Anunnaki, I mean,
I mean, because I've heard the same thing, honestly.
I've not heard
I mean,
anything, so this is
I
all
haven't gone
so
down the rabbit
interesting.
hole that far, but I know about Anunnaki and all that stuff, and
this
that's
is where
kind
you
of
go.
what I got out of it too.
But this is where you go every time you start talking about, your belief, or, it always winds up somebody, getting irate about something, which is just totally uncalled for, in my opinion.
I don't think
mean,
he's getting irate. Do you?
well, I don't know if he is or not. I mean, I'm just saying, that in my experience, when I do talk about it, it always causes hard feelings one way or the other.
Well, that's
And
true.
just,
Religion is very touchy.
it
And
is.
I was talking about it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, that we all ought to be able to talk about our religions, what we believe, and everything, and leave the anger or whatever it is out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand why a Muslim is a Muslim, or a whatever. The people
It's
in
your choice. It's your free will.
exactly.
God
Absolutely.
respects it.
Yeah, there's a lot of religions, and the ones that don't hurt children, that aren't cults, I'm fine with that. You bring children into it and hurt them and involve them in cults, I'm not good with that. And I'm not saying anything about anybody in here, but I respect religions. I respect that they look at gods in a different way, but it still boils down to being a god.
I'm
To being God.
non-denominational, so
Yeah.
I don't.
I pretty much am
Well,
too.
here's the thing: there's many gods. There's many gods. There's only
Yes.
one real God. The little g gods are the gods that are not good. Let's put it like that. And but the one big G God is the one true God. That's the one that, in my opinion, that we all ought to seek after. And I don't care what everybody. I mean, I care, but I would love to see everybody go to heaven. The way I look at it, but that's not the way it's ever going to be. And that's not knocking anybody's religion. I'm just telling you how I feel about mine.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a lot of people, believe in God, but they have a different name for him, and as far, well, yeah, I was going to say, God could be a woman, but I don't think God is, but I think that God can be a combination of a man and woman. That's my thought.
That ain't what the Bible says, but I agree with you being able to being free
Yeah.
to
Well,
think
thank
that.
you, Ronnie. I mean, you and I, we get along just fine.
Oh, yes, and that's the way I want to do with everybody. I mean,
Yeah.
I
I
have
think it's
my
great.
beliefs. Nothing's going to change my beliefs, and so
And that's great too. It's great that you stand firm with what you do believe. You stand strong. I am a baptized Methodist. I went to church, Sunday school till I was 13. When given the choice of going or not going, I chose not to go. I just don't believe in the organized religion, you know. And I've said this on another panel: wherever I am, God is.
Well, I think a lot of us have learned these days, that you better not believe in organized religion because that leads you down the wrong road in a hurry, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Well,
people are
some of it.
corrupted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just because you're a Christian doesn't mean that you're a good and loving person.
I would love to know what kind of religion Anunnaki is, though. I mean, because
It appears that they believe in essentially the ancient Sumerians are the ones that recognize the Anunnaki, so it would be like an ancient.
Well, she's saying that's because my kind got butchered by everybody, including Christians. We protected Christians from Islamic invasions,
Wait, are
Iraq.
we hanging on to offenses from
I
how
don't
long?
know. I just was reading a comment.
That's one thing I've always been very careful about. It's like reparations with the, like these days.
hello, Miss
Yeah.
Anita.
It's like, well, look, I'm not trying to deny anyone reparations. I'm
Hi,
just
Anita. Oh, I'm
looking at
denying it. I'm
I'm
denying it.
looking at the mental health side of like, man, there's enough to worry about, especially these days, that you're hanging on to an offense from, like, folks are like, nobody here is a slave. Nobody here has owned a slave. And it's like, are we dealing with right now? Or are we really going to deal with the burden of worry and, or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess my
It's
mom,
BS. No, it's
she used
BS.
to tell me to like, let stuff go. And that was always so hard. And I struggled with that for a while until one day I figured out, it's just so terribly simple to let things go, especially that, you weren't around for, you know what I mean?
There's really no skin off your back one way or the other, except for what happened 1,000 years ago or whatever.
And all you can
Exactly.
do is apologize and say, hey man, we're going to try and do better than that,
I'm not going to apologize.
But hey, there
Well-
was a lot more than just there was a lot of people involved in those wars back then. If he's talking about if I can think of what the hell they call it now, back in the Middle East days, when one religion would take over the Jerusalem, then another would come in and take it over. And I know what the heck name it is. I can't think of it right now though. Or the guys were at that time.
Templars.
Templars. There you go. But none of us had anything to do with that. So regardless of what side you're on, we didn't have anything to do with it. But there was a plenty of killing on both sides. I don't think anybody was in the
It's
right.
great to be here. Yeah, but I'm still against the reparations. I feel very strongly about that. I'm part Indian. Where's my reparations?
Well, technically I'm part Indian as well.
Well, there you go.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. Technically, I don't know. I never really looked into it. Technically,
Well, there you go.
One
Well, my
grandparent
grand-
away.
Native American, should I say, or
Native
whatever
American.
No,
whatever
Native
the proper.
American
I don't
Indian.
even know anymore.
I'm not PC correct.
I'm not either.
Good for you.
I never got a free college ride, but that's only because I never graduated high school. But
Yeah, but you're still
where's
very
my
good.
free shit?
Yeah. Did you want to read on it? I'm going to say it wrong. I'm not going to say it.
Our faith is about heavenly teachings. We have no God but on the heavenly and the children, and we respect their teachings. We don't actually have a word for God, only heavenly one, the creator.
And see me, I'm just like, just give me Jesus, because he is the savior. I mean, he will rescue you out of whatever's going on. He makes a way. I mean, whether or not we recognize it or see it, man. Look, I'm a wretch. I'm gonna tell you what. You know what I mean? I
We
come
all
from
are.
a hard past, and
You're not a wretch.
well,
Yeah, we all are.
if you met me years ago, I was pretty terrible. And
Yeah, if you met me years ago, none of you would even fucking
right.
talk to me. Trust me.
Same here. But
I would like that question I'd have on Anunnaki is when from that what he just wrote there about On is I'm just asking, don't make any difference. I'm just curious, is On an Egyptian religion or what?
Sumerian,
okay.
Older than like Sumerian is very old.
Oh yeah.
I've heard that word. I just forgot what it meant.
It's from ancient Sumeria.
Okay.
I'm not an expert on any of it. I've just kind of heard about this and that, and
You don't
I
have
don't
to be
know a
scared
whole
to
lot.
talk, Landon. Say what you want to say.
Well, I don't have anything to say other than that. Is that I'm not a super expert on it, but I've heard of a little bit about Sumeria, and um, you know,
That's
I'm
interesting.
familiar with some of what Anunnaki is talking about.
I'm
Right.
not
I'm
familiar
in the
with it
same
yet.
boat. I mean, I'm familiar with just a little bit of all religions, but just a little bit. So I really don't know anything. All I know is that I believe in God and I
Yeah.
believe in higher power and I believe that,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
And
where
when
a
I
lot of us get
pray,
tripped up too, though, is believing in the. And I'm not talking about any of us here. I'm just talking about a lot of people in general get tripped up is by believing in the wrong gods, gods, small g gods.
what are small g gods?
Created beings, whereas the Father was not created.
What are
There's
created beings?
Things
Satan.
the Father created, and that may not have a great relationship with Him now,
Okay. Okay.
are influencing the masses as much as they can,
Yeah,
and
to me,
and
yeah, to
and
me, it's
actually
Satan and his angels. That's
very
what it is. To me,
very intellectual and subtle ways, very intellectual, very subtle.
Hi,
I've been
Deep Fryer.
well,
Well,
studying
here's
you know,
my
I'm just
question.
I'm
Here's my
learning
question
so
for everyone. Do you believe in ghosts?
I believe in spirits.
I believe in spirits, but I don't think any of them are people.
I do. I think there's spirits of those that have gone before us and they reach out to touch us in ways to help us. I believe in spirituality and religion, and to me, they can go hand in hand.
See, I don't believe in religion. I believe in Jesus and just a relationship with the Father through Him. So
Well,
everything left out. And I stick to what
okay.
I've read in the Bible and what the Bible mentions about ghosts, because when they saw Jesus walking on the water, they thought they saw a ghost,
Mm.
because it was dark. It wasn't like he was just a silhouette over there walking towards them. And they were freaking out because they thought they saw a ghost. And, uh, but the Bible mentions that it's familiar spirits, so it's a specific kind of spirit, and so the ones that basically they pretend to be your relatives, because as unique as we all are as people and different types of personalities, the enemy has studied us for so long that they really know us pretty well, even though we're all pretty unique and kind of different. The way we are, they is a lot, very kind of the same. And the Bible refers to them as, and I think it only refers to them as one time, as familiar spirits. And that's what they do, is they essentially try to act like your loved ones.
I saw
Um,
light. Yeah, but you're okay for
More like
you.
demons, though.
Okay, for
that
you,
that's
you're feeling they're bad. For me, okay, I'm not going to say religion. I think that believing in God and spirituality can go hand in hand.
a
I'll
relationship.
say that. Yeah, I think that no, I
Well,
think
I
they go
am
hand in hand.
spiritual. So, like, and
You
I don't
know.
mean a new age spiritual. I mean, I believe that there is the physical world, and I
Mm.
believe that there is a spiritual realm right on top. And we are not allowed to see it because there's a veil. And if we did see it, we would not be able to have a normal life like we have and to make the decisions that we're going to make. And things drastically changed after the flood. So,
Well, see, I
um,
think I think my parents reach out spiritually to me in times of need. I mean, I just really do. I feel their presence.
and I believe that when my dad died and I hit my knees, that I was blessed by the Lord to have a kind of not a visitation here, but it was as if I was there and I got to be with him, even if for a
Oh,
moment. And it was a very powerful situation. I don't even know if you could call it a prayer. And you could call it imaginary or whatever, but it was I believe that I didn't necessarily get to see anybody, but I know that I got to know that my dad and my grandma are in heaven, and that
yeah,
everything's okay, and that this is a choice of whether or not I'm going to let this sadness overtake me, or if I'm going to do what they would want me to do.
yeah. But did it give
And
you comfort?
it was comforting, but it wasn't here in
Okay.
my bedroom. It was like I was transfigured to where they are,
Yeah.
but I wasn't allowed to see them.
No,
I
my
think
things aren't in the bedroom. Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
my sister, I think my sister talks to me all the time. And it's just one of those weird things. I don't even know how to explain it or put it in words, but yeah. It's like I'll be driving and just like shit be going on in my head, like just about life in general. And I'm like, damn it, Stacy, this is when I normally, text you or call you and you just always know exactly what to say to be like, okay, it's not as bad as I think. And then within 20 minutes, like something would happen that would just like, oh, all right. And it's almost like, so I don't know if that makes sense, but I just
No,
know
it
my
makes
sister.
no, it
Right.
makes total sense, Steve, because I have felt that.
That
That's all.
question there that Ananuki put in there is a pretty good one. I have to give him credit for that. What do you think of the flood story written before the Bible? I can tell you this about what I feel about at least some parts of the Bible is that, for instance, it says in the King James version, the Old Testament, talking about the priests back then and how they were lazy, and so they hired some guys that to do the writing everything for them in the Bible, or they didn't put in what they were supposed to put in there. They put in some bad stuff. And so what I'm saying is this could have happened all, in different places in the Bible. The Bible's not full of all good guys, is what I'm saying. There's some bad guys in there too. Just so happens these bad guys were allowed to have powers that they should never have had by the priest, by the real priest. So in other words, there's some untrue things in the Bible. You just got to have enough sense to figure out which ones it is.
Well, life, I believe that too. I mean, I don't know how you feel about it, but everybody says the Bible is up for interpretation. So do people interpretate it differently a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's why you need to read it for yourself.
No, I can't read. I can't read it. I've tried. I can't.
Well, I'm talking about people in general need to read it for
No,
themselves.
but I think it's a good idea. I don't know. I've just never been able to.
I couldn't either until I had a wreck in 1992 that almost killed me. I mean, matter of fact, the doctors told my parents and my wife, I was in Kansas at the time, and they told my mother and my wife not to even bother coming out there because I wouldn't make it through the night. Well, but after that, and I did get all right, for whatever reason, that's when it came to me to start studying the Bible. So that's what I did. And believe me, once I got into it, I couldn't put it down. I mean, I read it and read it and read it and reread it. There's no time how many times I did read it.
That's amazing.
This is the way I look at it too, and I've always said this, and I'll keep saying this for the rest of my life, but everything happens for a reason, good or bad. So with that being said, I always think to myself, man, I know my sister's always like talking to me somehow, or she's like there, but if there was only a way, if there is an afterlife, and if there is, what we believe, that she could just tell me, but that'd be too fucking easy, right? So we're not supposed to know. We're supposed
Oh,
to
you
go with
mean if
our
she could
heart.
tell you the future?
Right. We're supposed to go with our hearts and go what we feel is right. And
No, you
then
have to live each day as each day.
And you have to live your own life.
You have to live
Yep.
it. Yeah, just live each day, and whatever you did in the past is in the past. That's gone. And I always believe in this. Today is the present. It's a gift. It's the present.
But here's another thing I believe is that, well,
Blue
even the
unicorn
scientists
with
say we're all energy. Energy can't be made. It can't be destroyed. So
Blue.
when we die, the energy from our bodies, I mean, our hearts and everything run on electricity. That's what keeps us alive. It's electric current from our brain to our heart. So when we die, where does that energy go? It can't be destroyed. I don't care if it's just a little eensy beensy bit of energy. It can't be destroyed. So where does that energy go? I'm not saying it's a spirit. I'm not saying it's a soul. I'm saying I don't know, but it's got to go somewhere.
That's good. All right. Do y'all believe in reincarnation?
No.
No.
I'm not sure I do or not. I mean,
I think
I believe YOLO is a lie. You only live once is a lie.
Yeah, I think I like to believe in reincarnation because I feel like I've not done what I'm supposed to do on Earth here. I've not met people I'm supposed to meet, and so maybe I'll be reincarnated to finish things up. I don't know.
I think I don't believe in it because I don't want to have to freaking live a life over again.
No, I do. I absolutely do.
I worked my ass off just to get where I'm at, and I'm not anywhere yet.
I
But
know
Well,
I
I
could
wonder
do
if
a
that's
lot
not what
better.
I wonder if that's not what deja vu is. You know, as experiencing.
that yeah, that's a
Oh,
You know,
good
that's
point. That's a
true.
good point.
Being somewhere and feeling like you have already been there and experienced
yes,
that. I've
yes.
done that. I've
Yeah, I
done
have.
that.
That's
So have
just
I.
a,
It's a
that's a click in the matrix. That's what that is.
Yeah, I kind of toy with that, Libby. Do you believe that God performs miracles?
absolutely.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, and like I said, I was on another panel that was very interesting with this discussion. I've had God save my life several times, and I know because of him, I would not be alive today.
Me too.
True.
Me
A
too.
Same way.
couple was
Same
out of
thing. Yeah.
stupidity, and one was out of none. It wasn't my fault at all. So I do think that he saved my life, and I have become a better person. But we're all a work in progress every single day. If you don't progress, you regress and you stagnate. So you have to always keep going forward and making yourself better, making your life better, and being better to people.
Well, maybe that's what reincarnation is. Deja vu, whatever you want to call it, is
Well,
that
that's a possibility.
you haven't got your life here on Earth. Let's say, for instance, we've lived 50 lives already, but you still haven't got what that life right in God's eyes.
Hmm.
So He keeps putting you back
Now,
until you do get it right. I don't know. I'm just saying.
now,
Yeah.
just to give a quick quantum mechanics lesson, essentially, you know, basically, quantum mechanics is, if you've lived 50 lives, essentially, you're living one life, but 50 times at once.
Yeah, that could be too.
That's
So
true, Libby,
there
about
are
kids.
decisions that you made where there's a
Oh,
possibility that
gotcha.
you were going to make the other decision, and so
Yeah, like that book when you were a kid, and it was go to this chapter to make this decision, or go to that chapter, and the book could end different ways
Oh,
depending
I
on
never
which.
read one of those. That sounds good.
I used to read those growing up when I was little, but
I'd love
yeah, those
those.
are
I'd love them
great books.
now, okay? I'd love them now. Blue, you digress all the time, but you digress in the best way.
I love that lyric he
Yeah.
put.
What do you
I
put?
was a highwayman.
Oh, the Highwayman. Okay.
I love the song.
Me too.
Old song.
Yeah, I love Blue Unicorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue Unicorn's the shit, dude.
Mm.
Love that
Yeah.
dude.
Anuke. I think I said that right. Anuke?
Anunnaki.
Dang it. I'll never get it right. I'm so sorry. Just forgive me for mispronouncing it. I
I
came
might
within.
I might be mispronouncing it. I'm not even sure. That's just the way I read it. So
Well, Ed
I could
said it
be.
the right way. Yes, Blue, you're just so funny. Um, anyway, I came within an hour of dying. I was like bleeding out inside, and I felt something just kind of snap. And I went to the emergency room, and like I said, I was just filling up with blood. And I know at that time, God saved my life. If I had not been so in tune with my body and just felt something was a little bit off, gone to the ER, within an hour, I would have been dead.
Well, that brings up a question, Snooks, because a while ago you said you didn't believe in God. Now, I mean, I'm just confused, I guess.
No, I didn't say I didn't believe in God. I never said that.
I misunderstood you then.
No, no, no. I said I'm very hope and faith strong, and I totally believe in God. I believe that God and spirituality can go together.
Okay.
Oh, I've always believed in God.
All right.
I think I was born believing in God.
Yeah, you and me both.
That was when I was a week before my 6th birthday. I was hit by a car, and I should be dead. So that was the first time I should have died, but for some reason, still here.
Yeah.
And
No,
then a handful of other times that, yeah, I definitely should have been dead.
My
It's
dad
good.
was a bit of a drinker, and my mom didn't want me to go with him when I was a baby. And so she would drop me off at my grandma's, his mom's, for a little bit of help every now and then babysitting while she was trying to figure out work and getting all that. And my dad came to pick me up, and of course he had a Camaro with the windows down, and he went over a railroad track, and I flew out. I was like 18 months old. He didn't buckle me up,
Oh my
and my body
gosh.
was covered in lacerations. I was on the railroad track, and well, of course, I don't remember any of this, but uh, the next few following years, I was telling my mom how I had angels coming to my bedroom or coming to see me at night, and I don't have any memory of this at all. I guess I can kind of vaguely remember telling her when I was a kid, but
Wow.
she said that I was saying that for a long time, and then when I was 21, I was doing security at a crooked bar that essentially, I try to tell you, I came from a hard past. It was on, a hard part of town in Jackson, Mississippi, and I basically got into a car wreck when I got off early in the morning around 5 a.m. I was on a motorcycle and I got hit by a truck, and so uh, I don't
Wow.
know. Yeah, I've been through it, and then recently, a year or two ago, I had a heart attack with two pulmonary embolisms and a blood clot, and I should not have lived. There are people that die from one pulmonary embolisms, and I went through two and a heart attack, and so
Well, see, God stepped in. God
Damn.
did step in. Yeah, Ronnie, Libby, you're right. I said I didn't believe in organized religion. That's what I said.
Okay, well, no, I believe you. I'm just saying I
Yeah.
misunderstood what you're
No,
saying.
no, no, that's okay. And I'm not a unicorn, but I do like unicorns.
Hey,
Kettlehead.
Kettleheads.
And you're right. That was mercy from heaven. It was mercy from heaven. Absolutely. Hi, Kettlehead. Y'all hitting that like, because you better.
Yeah, no kidding,
right.
William. That sounded like a wild car ride, didn't it? I mean, seriously, been a very wild one.
Wow,
This has been
that
great.
is crazy to think about, man.
And
18
especially,
months old, and then
yeah, that's
just
what I was going to say, Steve.
boom, boom, and then wow, that's
Yep, I was just
crazy.
crawling around in the passenger seat, 18 months old.
Yeah. Well, I drank when I went out to bars and stuff, and I didn't really drink because I liked the drinking, and I never drank in the daytime. I just drank. I also smoked cigarettes at the same time, and I never bought a pack of cigarettes. It just I was at the bar, and I had two blackouts. Drove home, somehow got home without killing myself, without killing anybody. Don't remember how I got home, and woke up the next morning not knowing how I got there. So if that's not God intervening, I don't know what is. I don't remember driving home.
It more than likely was. That's what we all wind up asking ourselves. We're like me and Rick I had, and with all of us here.
Yeah.
Was it God? Was it just our saving angel or whatever you want to call it?
Well, isn't that called
But,
divine intervention?
well, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Was it God Himself, or was it just one of His angels that we're all supposed to have our own special angel?
Well,
Was
I
it one
believe
of
in
those?
guardian angels.
Yeah. Was it that? I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
There's no way to know for sure.
Well, the fact
Other
is
than
we're here now, though. And Landon,
yeah,
you really went through a lot. I remember there was something that happened with you over the last year. And I'm very sorry because, an embolism, wherever it is, aneurysm, I mean, it can just like instantly you're gone. There's like almost no chance. So for you to survive that, God has a greater purpose for you.
Well, I do believe that it was the Lord. I believe He's been with me. Um, and
Absolutely.
not that I think I'm so special, but I think because He's so powerful, I believe He's with every single one of us. And it's not until a certain point where He says that He turns you over to a reprobate mind. Essentially, a callus grows on your heart, and so you stop trying to go to Him, and He turns you over to what you want to do and your choices and your decisions. And I don't know when that happens for certain people. I just know that that's how He works. And
Hmm.
but for
I've never
me,
heard
I
of that one.
I never came to I never came to God or religion. I've just always, since I was a child, and I guess because of my mom, I've just always believed. I've never You know, I've had of course, many years where I've strayed and didn't act like, doing whatever I want. You know what I mean? You know, not praying necessarily, not going to church, not acting like a very good person. You know what I mean? Um, but I eventually, especially after my kids, realized what all this, essentially, wisdom and advice and whatnot. I realized, it was more important.
Well, I can
Uh,
guarantee you, as you grow older, for instance, when I was 30, 35 years old, I thought I'd learned it all, knew it all, couldn't have any more experiences. Every year you live, when you look back on that year, you're going to see where you made mistakes at and wonder why you've done such dumb, stupid things, sinful things maybe. And as you grow older, they seem to, your mind seems to expand, being able to recognize the things that you did when you were younger, and I don't think it ever stops as long as we live, because to me that's part of life. It's learning what your experiences were, your bad experiences were, and your good experiences were, of course, but the bad ones, the bad experiences in your life are what's going to make you into a good man or a woman, depending on how you deal with them.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
And that's my thing too, is like, because I believe it's God that it's a miracle that as many times as I should have died, that I didn't. But I feel guilty because it's like, well, why am I still here? What am I supposed to be doing? I know it's not just fixing people's plumbing.
Got
Like,
a purpose.
there's plenty
Well,
of
that may not
other
come
shit.
along for another 10, 15 years, though, Steve. You don't
Right,
know.
exactly. But I do believe that there's definitely a reason. I just don't know what that reason is.
bye bye,
Yeah.
Indy. It was so good having you. Lots of loves and hugs to you, sweets.
Much love.
Um, I lived a very wild life when I moved out. It was a life that I chose. I don't blame my parents. I had a very strict upbringing. I think I was just born rebellious. When the doctor went to slap me, I reached up and slapped him back when I was born. I'm just, I'm still kind of rebellious, but I really don't have regrets. Just don't have regrets.
I don't know if you call mine regrets or not. I just think that, when I look back, on my life, there's so many things that I can pick out that I wished I would have done a different
Yeah,
way
same here.
and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I'd have to definitely say I had regrets.
I don't. I don't. I think that every step I took, I lived the life I chose to live. I had a lot of fun. I partied, went to a lot of concerts, just did everything I wanted to, anything I wanted to at any time. So
Mhm.
I'm not going to regret it. That was
Well,
my
I don't
choosing.
regret any of that, right?
Yeah.
Or I don't, but like I said, I mean, I'm a wretch. I mean, I came from a very broken home of two broken homes. It's very complicated, but
But how
um,
does that make you a wretch? How was that
oh,
your
well,
choice?
because of how I dealt with it, you know what I mean? And let's say, there was a custody battle and between two different states.
Mm.
And so one family was very strict and wanted had my best interest in heart, and the other family did not care at all what I was up to or doing or whatever. And so, I basically went to one house when I was 10 years old because of a mistake that one house made.
But you were a child.
Well, yeah, but basically my character, I was very young when I was out on my own.
Yeah, you were a
Um,
child.
and you know, it was
Well,
crazy.
according to the Bible, if I've read it right, uh, manhood or womanhood is reached at the age of 12, if I remember the Bible right. And so, from at least from age 12, and really in most instances, it's way younger than that. I can remember back being 5 years old and knowing the stuff that I did then. I knew was not all the stuff, but some of the stuff I did then was wrong. So it just depends on each person and when you really start understanding yourself, and being able and willing to admit, yeah, that was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. And to me, that's where asking forgiveness of God really comes in at. It's when you understand those things that you did wrong and you're willing to ask forgiveness of them and try your best not to ever do them again. Sometimes we don't live up to our own, what we are ourselves, want to do, but all you can do is keep trying.
Mhm.
But I think the age of adulthood is a little bit different for everybody. Like the Bible says, I think when it said for 12 years old, I think that was just a general,
Yeah.
thing.
Are you talking about like the age of accountability?
Yes.
That's the age where you've hit a certain maturity where you absolutely know what you're doing is right or wrong.
Yeah. And so it's maybe a little bit different for each one. It's maybe 13 for one and 10 for another, or whatever. It's what I got out of it anyway.
Yeah.
And so it's,
Yeah, something like that. Around that age between,
Yeah.
10 or 13.
I will say, living as I did, I didn't hurt anybody. So that's a good thing. Becoming an adult, I have learned that I own what I do. I have no problem saying I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I think that's important because a lot of people will not accept what they do. They try to make excuses or pass it off on somebody else or on something else. You do something wrong, you hurt somebody, just own it and say, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Thoroughly
Exactly.
agree. Thoroughly agree.
It's too many people, especially nowadays. Well, it's not my fault that it kind of is.
Yeah, if you're involved, it was
It is
kind of
your
your
fault.
fault.
Right.
Well, some people are just so hard headed. They see their point of view and they're not going to see yours. I mean, or anyone else's. It's just their
Yep.
own. Period.
Yeah.
You have to open your mind to that, and I'm not saying I'm perfect by any means.
Oh, I could have sworn you were perfect. Come on now,
No,
Snooks. You're
no,
running my whole
Damn
outlook
it, that's
on
the
me.
I'm
only
certainly
reason.
not perfect by any means.
You know what? That's the only reason we had her up. We get her out of here. No, I'm kidding, Snooks.
I got
I'm
booted.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I perfectly embrace my imperfections. That's what I do. And I mean, who wants to be perfect? That'd be so boring.
No, but I'm the same way though. It's like if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, it just makes me not a good person to pretend like I wasn't wrong, and just try to justify it or come up with excuses. It's like, no, I fucked up, you know. Excuse my language, but yeah.
I don't care.
Excuse you this one time. That's all. No
Oh,
more.
you were swearing like crazy last weekend, Mr.
Damn it.
Ronnie Cash.
Now I gotta kick my.
No, Ronnie was.
I never say the F word.
No, you
I
may
may
not.
I may talk around it a lot, but I don't say that.
Yeah, you talk around it.
I do.
But you do very good.
Yeah, I admit I talk around it, but I just
No, you talk around it good.
you know what the main reason I don't use the lot of cuss words because first of all I do believe in God, but the other reason is because I don't. If I did use it a lot, I wouldn't use it while I'm on YouTube or anything because I don't want to. I was raised you don't talk like that when you're in mixed company.
That's nice.
Right, and you know what? It's weird too. Growing up, until this day, I think I've only heard my dad. I don't think I've ever heard him say the F word, but a cuss word like twice till this day right now. And that's just how, and so it's weird for me because lately I've had so much going on that I'm like, because that's how I talk normally, but I have the self awareness to where I'm in front of a customer, in front of people. I like watch my language. And then I'm thinking, dang, do I like actually cuss and not realize I'm doing it? And, like, you know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
mean, my dad is like to me, he's my hero. He's the greatest dad in the world.
Aw, that's nice. Hi, Too
And like
Tall,
I said,
Rob.
I've never heard him swear, but then here I cuss like a freaking sailor.
I
Well,
never heard
it's
my parents swear. I told my dad to go walk a dam once when I was a teenager. That was like my way of swearing. I got the belt. I
good.
got the
You
belt.
deserved it. He should have still be using it today. Just kidding.
What?
Snoop.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, that was the worst I ever swear, but I never heard my parents swear. So yeah,
Yeah,
tell him
that's
to go
I've
walk
heard
a
my
dam.
mom. I've heard my mom swear for sure, but
No, I
my
never heard my
dad
mom
only
swear.
twice, and he was pissed too. It's like, okay, I can see why he's cussing.
I'm an empath too, Tennessee Ridge Runner. I'm an empath too. But that's with people I really care about. Like if they're in physical pain, I can almost feel it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's hard.
I don't know
It's
if you call
hard.
me an empath or not, but I mean, I know what you're saying. If you just stop, think about it for a second, what
Right.
you've
I was
done to
about.
other people.
I feel like empathy is something that everyone has. It's like a trait, like like
No, I
being
don't. But
courteous.
they don't use it.
Well,
That goes.
that's the
It kind
point.
of goes along with compassion.
It's
Well,
also
that's
a
the thing.
choice.
I never understood what that was for a long time, and I don't remember who the hell was it. Someone explained to me, but because like it'd be someone that I don't even really know, but like, an example. Let's say you're in public somewhere and someone does something, and then right away you can see in their face like, "Oh my god, I feel so stupid," and then everyone laughs at them, and it's like, "Well, that's rude." And then right away, I feel like crying because I'm like, "Oh my god, this poor person," like they just made a mistake and realized it right away, and now people are laughing at them and just making them bigger. But I
Hmm.
could like really feel their like the way they feel, if that makes any
No,
sense.
it
But
does make sense. You always make sense. I think a lot of people just don't have compassion nowadays because they've had to harden themselves to so much that's going on, and then that flows over in their life.
The Bible says at a certain time that the love for many would grow cold. And don't think that there's not an enemy trying to make that happen. Like, certain folks getting into office, whether or not the selection or whatever you want to call it was tampered with or whatnot, that have certain policies that make people's hearts grow cold, you know, basically, and these folks these
Absolutely.
days in traffic, everyone's treating each other like absolute.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
But
you know,
to me, and you're right, Landon. That's one thing. Being an asshole in traffic or something, that's plenty bad enough. But that is one person being angry with just one other. The people in office are different because, I mean, even though they put on a good show, they basically hate us all. They care only about themselves. And I
That's
think that's
true.
where the growing love growing cold, or however you put it, there comes in at. They haven't got any love anymore. They've been so uh, rotted at the core that their love, empathy, whatever you want to call it, is totally gone. And I'm not saying
and
all of them. I'm saying a good many of them.
people suppress too. They push it down. Sometimes they may feel like giving to somebody and they're like, because the I don't want to get involved has become, it's almost like a epidemic or a pandemic of I don't want to get involved, which is
Yeah.
like the spirit of selfishness. You know what I mean?
I see a lot of people in the
it's
government
really
not even
cool.
having a soul. They just have a black hole there.
Well, really, I think
Yeah.
that they're all like maybe a social competitive type where, if you're in the government, that might give you some power, whether it be a whole lot or not, that
But
they're
power is corrupting.
that they've suppressed compassion and all these other things for other people, and that they're just thinking about number one and title. So it's like a social competition, essentially,
Mm.
like, where they're distracted. It's purely a distraction for maybe some of the most who could be some of the most helpful people, tend to be the most selfish people because they basically uh, they figure out the game and they start to play it right, like politics and whatnot. It's all distractions.
Yep,
I just know
absolutely.
what politics means to me, and I know this ain't the literal definition of it, but to me it means crooks. I mean, lying
See, I
crooks.
heard a funny one time. Someone said, uh, you know what politics stands for? The definition of a politic: poly meaning many, and tick being a blood-sucking parasite.
Hey,
Mm,
that's good. That's good.
that's good.
That is good. That's really good.
fits
Hi,
them to a T.
Jason. Hi, Slobberjaw. Yeah,
Hey, Jason,
that's
Slab.
really good.
But
I
that's
like
to
that.
me, that's what they are, and I think a lot of them's souls have been lost because when or take for instance the ones that go in that are good when they get there, they let themselves be corrupted with what drugs or having sex with a young person.
Temptations, whatever
Or
their
money,
flavor is.
Yeah, yeah, and then from there
money,
on, they just
power.
lose it all. They just go whole hog, then and they don't never look back. Which they should just immediately, if you ask me, they should say, "Yeah, I did this, whatever it might have been. I'm sorry, but I'm stepping it down from my office right now." you know,
Yeah,
and
no, that's not gonna happen.
oh no, it's not going to happen. But that's what they should do.
Yeah, of course they
Money,
should.
power, and corruption, and yeah, and it's narcissism too. Because I mean, I've met
Yeah,
people that they literally just don't care. It's like, dude, how do you not care?
yeah, yeah.
Like
How do
that
they
person
sleep
just
at night?
died, and they're like, "Well, no sweat off my sack." It's like, really?
Hi,
Well,
Daniel.
you know, what it was Henry Kissinger, I think, died this past week, right?
Yeah, he did.
Almost 100 years
He
old.
was 99 or 100, yeah.
Yeah, one or the
Maybe
other.
99, yeah.
But well, I'm not going to say the rest of it there. I better shut up right there because when it gets
What?
see one of the baseball thingies.
Ronnie, you're doing so good. You're backing
Yeah.
up from it.
Well, it's
And it's
because
a
I
shame,
look.
isn't it? It's a
It,
shame.
it is. I would have definitely let some things fly there if I'd have known Steve wouldn't get a strike. But I don't even
Yeah.
want to take that chance.
Well, he was not a well-liked man, and there's a lot of people that are not unhappy that he's gone.
I'm one of them.
Yep.
I don't mind telling anybody. Him and a bunch more need to go. And that's one reason they're going is because of where they let their souls go.
Yeah, but he was also 99.
Yeah, but there's a story behind that. You just that's what I couldn't say.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a reason why he lived to be 99 and why he would have lived longer if he could have.
Oh yeah, I got you. I
Yeah,
didn't
so
know that till just now, but I know exactly. Yep.
it starts with an
Algorithms know your voice, Ronnie York.
A.
They
Sure they
do. Hi, Mayor.
I'm sure
Hey,
they do.
Mayor. Aloha.
Yeah. What a good group of people.
They are a good group of people. Every last one of them. They have to be sitting here listening to all of us, don't you think?
Well, especially me.
I guess, of course. They're just kidding us nuts.
I know when you're kidding, Ronnie. You don't have to say that. You're
Well,
not you're just not a mean person.
no, I'm not. I used to be. You know, I used to be a rotten. Oh, I used to be a rotten guy. Literally, I
No.
mean, I was.
And
But
I'm not saying yep to you, Ronnie, but I'm saying yep for me too. Like I was saying earlier, if you would have met me 10, 12, 13 years ago, yeah, you'd be like, dude, keep that guy away from me, man.
No, I think y'all are good men, you know. And like I said, I've known Ronnie. I mean, I've known Steve going on almost, I think, 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah.
4 years or
Yep.
something. And he's always been so polite and such a gentleman in chats, you know. Very nice man. Not all men are like that.
no, for sure. Oh, we've had one or two on with me and Steve that wasn't so nice, you know. But I won't go there either.
Did you boot him?
Well, it was Steve's channel, so I
Steve,
don't.
did you
No,
boot
he
him?
didn't because
I'm glad
uh,
I wasn't on the panel.
well, we were, and I'm sure ain't gonna mention any names, but we were talking about religion, not religion that day, but God, Jesus Christ, and I think that'll remind Steve of who it was, and maybe not, but anyway, that was the discussion that day, and somebody got really irate, you know, and he was the one. He more or less got mad at himself. He was doing the talking, and he. I don't know how he got so mad. No, it wasn't you, Landon.
Oh, I was saying, hey, Mayor.
Remember,
Oh, I thought you said it was me.
Landon wasn't raising his hand and saying me.
That's what I thought he was doing. No, it wasn't you.
No, well, you know, I look at panels and I kind of decide if somebody says, "Do you want to come up?" You know, because I can be very volatile. If there's a person on the panel that I'm just like, you know what, you're just being an a-ho, and bye-bye. Steve's a lot more patient.
I get that from my dad.
Yeah. Well, you
My
sound like
dad
you
is
have a
the
great
most patient person in the world. It blows my mind. I'm like, sometimes I get mad because he's not getting mad. I'm like, would you just let it go already and just blow up? Like, what is
I understand that, you know, and I think that's probably why you're so sweet to have me on your panel. That may be why some people don't have me on panels, because my reputation precedes me.
Well, I got to tell you, I have very few panels just simply because, well, there's several reasons, but mainly because, you know, I really enjoy trying to get what I want to get out, but also because,
Which I have
yeah,
kept you from.
no, you haven't.
I tried. No, I didn't. I'm kidding.
But also because it's, you know, my experience has been, and I don't know, maybe it's me. I don't know. It seems like every time I have you know, 3 or 4 people on the panel, there's some kind of argument breaks out, which I never intend for that to happen, but it's gone there at least twice. When I have that many people on. So if I have anybody on this, I want to be most times 2 others at the most, and I
Yeah,
know who
and
those are
that's
going to be
good.
most of the time.
No,
You
that's
know,
good. You're very
See,
wise.
and I got to give it up for Ronnie too, because there's been at least a dozen times that he's been on my and about the patience, because Ronnie is really patient. Because we were talking about it backstage about 1 or 2 specific people, but yeah, and Ronnie just sits there and takes it, and he's like, "Dude, man, this mother."
Thank you,
But,
Libby. I love you.
but yeah, there's quite a few people that it is. It's like, why does it have to go here? Why are we doing? Just
it is, and I don't get it. I mean, and I wish you could, come right and talk about it, but it wouldn't be right to do that. So I definitely ain't. But I don't get why you can't sit down and have a little bit of a debate with someone. And I'm just talking about a normal, like you would do if you was around a kitchen table or whatever. And just because you don't agree with somebody, don't mean you got to go off on them. But
yep.
people do that. I mean, all the time, and you don't have to say much to get them to go off in a lot of instances either. I mean, just
Yeah,
one wrong word, boom, they're gone.
yeah, I don't understand. I mean, I love good debates. I never used to do this. I never could get into it, and because I've tended to get into the news more, learn more, I feel more comfortable. But I'm not going to disrespect the host of a panel and get on there and argue. You
Oh no,
know,
that's
it just doesn't make any sense. If you can't, get into the thread, or you can't get along with the people, or just don't go up.
I thoroughly
Right.
agree.
And if I ever went off on here and Steve booted me, am I going to dislike Steve? Absolutely not. It's his panel.
Oh, good. All right. Now that that's over. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I
I
love you.
know you
I'm
are. I know
kidding.
you are. That's so funny. I love how y'all keep doing this. That's why I find my way back on. I know where you live.
No, you're welcome anytime. No, I was just joking.
I appreciate that. I really looked forward to this. I've had kind of a bad week, and this has really lifted me up.
Well, I agree, Ridge Runner. It's probably me, but I don't know what it is I'm doing to cause it. I get maybe it's my tone of voice or something. I don't know. I always try to use as gentle, but
No.
maybe it's just my voice. Period. I don't know.
No, I don't
But
Well,
think you're a problem at
that's your
all.
that's
No.
your good singing voice.
my singing
But
voice, okay.
no, as far as
There's a
that,
difference.
no, it's
if it's that, I can understand why people get mad. If it's my singing voice, then I can understand it.
No, I don't think you have to have an argument to debate, Blue. I think that you have to
no.
have a subject. And if you feel passionate about it, you can get your thoughts out in a
Yeah.
civil way.
Debate is over the mind. So it's like,
I agree.
action is like over territory, right? And basically, if you're using action to change someone's mind, you are a T word, right?
You are
Because
a
that's
what?
basically the definition of a T word.
Oh,
I don't want to trip the algorithm or whatever, but like
Right.
that's why debate is beautiful, is because it would allow an audience to see the arguments of both sides, or the rationale
the
uh,
conversation.
and the facts that both sides have to present, and
Yeah.
you're allowed to make up your own mind about a certain subject. But to use action to like force someone, or be like, I don't know,
Yeah,
it's
well, you know what? Me and Shane Phelps had a really good debate one night,
Yep.
and
Yep. Yep.
and neither one of us could come anywhere near getting irate with the other one. And I thought it was a darn good debate.
It was really good.
Hi,
And I don't know
John.
why everybody can't be like
Hey,
that. Just
John.
it gives you a chance to state, your opinion, why you feel that way. Coming from your heart or wherever. But hold the anger back. That's what a debate is to me. Is it's just debating two sides of one thing, and the anger's in another room or another country or whatever.
Well,
some
I love
folks don't have
debates.
that practice to. Sorry,
No, that's okay. Please go ahead.
the
And I
emotional
remember that.
control.
I remember that debate too, and you were both just. It wasn't like, how can you believe that? What are you stupid? It was just like, okay, well, this is what it's just like we're talking right now. And then it ended with it was good talking with you, man. That was great conversation, like
And it
it's
was.
supposed to be. Yeah,
It
it
was.
Well,
was. It was really
Well,
good.
Blue, as long as it's a respectful argument, a respectful debate. That's what I'm trying to get at. I mean, I love debates, and I learn so much from those that I may not agree with.
Well,
And that's the beauty of it.
well, he's right. I'm not sure if Blue Unicorn is man or woman, but what they're saying is basically right. Is the way I look at it. It's not a. Well, let me read it again because I want to make sure I state my opinion on it right. See,
Yeah, there's no need to have personal attacks on people on panels.
and that's what it was. And that night, it wasn't. It wasn't like it was planned or anything between Shane and I. It just, it was just. It was a thing that grew out on its own. It just he came up and that's where it went. But most of the time, at least when you plan a debate and people come in knowing that they're going to debate a certain subject, that's when they are least likely to get irate. But when you don't plan it,
More defensive.
yeah.
That's the thing, defensive because they're not agreeing with you. I don't want to be agreed with all the time. That's the point of a debate. You don't have to agree with me.
Yeah, sorry about that, Watt. No, I love you, Watt.
Aloha, what?
Oh, Steve loves to boot me. I'm starting to get bruises on my tushy.
Feel the same way about you, John. John's another. John and I have had some debates.
Dude,
I don't know.
Yeah. John,
I will never.
man,
I will.
John,
Go ahead.
I texted you like 2 weeks ago, John. I don't know if you got it, but I still want to get a hold of you. But
I will never debate John, and this is no offense to you, John, but I disagree with you so much. But then again, you say a lot that I really don't understand, I would not know about, and you're very learned on what you're talking about.
no,
So,
I think John is really intelligent,
yes, he's
really
very
Oh, he
intelligent
is.
guy.
intelligent, very
He is.
intelligent. And that may be a little bit intimidating for me because with what he does discuss, I'm just like, huh? Okay, I'm not going to agree with that. Blue, well, if you're good at debate, let's have a debate sometime. Chad, I will never agree with you. And there's no debate on that.
That is the debate on whether to agree with Chad or not.
Let's all not agree.
That's the whole debate.
Let's all not agree.
Agree not to agree. That'll work.
Well, y'all can agree. I'll just not agree. Then y'all are wussies if you do agree.
Well, then I ain't going to agree.
I'm kidding. I know you're just so imposing. Honorary thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
debates are wonderful.
Especially
I
formal
agree.
debates that are
I
done
agree
right.
with Daniel.
A formal debate is going to have a mediator. There's going to be a time limit. You have to have your material, right? Like you got to be on point, and that way it's highly controlled. We watch a podcast called Fleckus Podcast, and they were showing what debates look like in college these days. And it's basically, do you remember,
Dude,
Jeff?
I seen that.
It was like whoever can talk
Talk the
like,
most.
I mean, it's frantic almost, like
Okay.
not enjoyable.
Can I just say hell to the no on those? I don't want a mediator, and I'm not good at being timed. Well, I'm really not good at following rules or orders either.
Well, the question to me is on what Landon's just talking about there. How would the people that are watching it, and I'm not talking about the coaches or the timekeepers or anyone like that, how would anyone know? How would you be able to form an opinion on who won the debate if they're going talking like that? I mean,
Yeah, good point.
it sounds to me like they're just wasting their time.
William, don't you dare say it. I know what you're going to say. Don't do it. I know what he's going to say.
I think we
never
can
should have
agree.
done. I should never have done the hairy chest thing on Indies. It has haunted me and followed me.
Did you show your hairy chest?
No, I don't have a hairy chest. I don't have a hairy chest.
Oh no.
I just like I wasn't even drinking. Okay,
Prove
we
it.
were behind. No, we were. This was on Indy's panel, and we were backstage. And I swear to God,
Chrissy.
Frank, hi, Chrissy Cat. Frank
Chrissy
Turzo was
Cat.
backstage, and the first thing he asked me when I started talking and saying funny things was, "Are you drunk?" I said, "No, I'm just like this all the time." I was asking if he was married. I was asking if Dev was married. It was just like, yeah, okay. That was my introduction.
Well, why did
Yeah.
you want to know that?
Because I'm not married.
All right. Just wondering.
I just kind of went off and saw, yeah, no, I wasn't drunk. And then I got on the panel and it just like went downhill.
Chad says, hairy chest, micro penises, and farts. What a show. It was
Yeah.
a winner today, wasn't it, Chad? I'm telling you.
Yeah. Very stimulating. Oh, and
That's
don't forget Ron Jeremy.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's right.
Oh,
We're learning
And
y'all
then-
stuff today you never would have known otherwise. Learning
and the
that stuff.
Bobby and the Bobby guy.
Yeah.
The
Tell me
puppet.
about him.
Yeah. And Ronnie started it all. I just want to say that.
Look, for any
And how and that what's his first John Bobbitt, and how John Bobbitt was so lucky that he wasn't part of the micro penis club, because otherwise it wouldn't have got cut off.
I don't care. He
Right.
still had tire marks on it.
Man, listen to this. What Kiss Off just put. Said, news is breaking and pictures are posted. John is back. Really? Where at, Kiss Off? I, believe me, I hadn't seen it, but I got to see it wherever it's at.
Who's John?
JFK Jr.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard it phrased that John
And I would
before.
like to say that Tiff, I think, started the gas talk, which I'm so proud of you, Tiff. I didn't think you had it in you, but you did it.
I don't think I didn't start that. Shame on me if I started that. For shame on me. Look,
Now, maybe you didn't start it, but you added to it so beautifully.
yeah, well, my goals for 2024 is to not poof in front
No,
of
no, no. You have to. You have to now.
I don't know. But if I die from it, I do want that on my gravestone. She tried.
She tried not to poof.
She tried real hard.
she did for the first year. It went almost.
I know, but I've listened to the two of you talking on indies, and you talk a lot about, I think prepping and religion and stuff like that. I didn't know that y'all were like this, and I'm just thrilled to death.
We're not all sticks in the mud.
You talk about poofs.
We got some wild and crazy
They're
people.
wild
here.
and crazy people. I love it. It's not just me.
And I just
Ronnie.
want to agree with Blue Unicorn. I totally agree. I don't actually. I think that political debates are kind of a, they're not really a debate. It's I preferred the debates that I loved were theological debates, where these top Yale and Harvard and Princeton, all these great schools, their best scientists in physics, professors. I like theological debates, essentially. Pastor Kent Hovind or Dr. Kent Hovind or whatever you want to call. That dude has an excellent series on YouTube of going to all these different universities and colleges all around the world to, basically make the case for God, or actually more specifically creation against evolution. And it is, wow. And they were formal debates, like at a university, and they did have time limits, and they had, they had to stop and take turns. There was a mediator, and it was done formally. You know what I mean? And man, they were so amazing.
See, I wouldn't be able to watch those, but I think it's great that you can, because you learn so much.
Oh
I
my
would
gosh, you
rather-
learn so much. This
I'd
guy's
rather
got
debate
so much.
this way than have to watch them. Hi, Supplanter.
I don't even see this as a debate. This
And
is just a
then
hangout.
If I lose, I
Yeah,
learn.
this isn't even like a debate. This is just
Well,
yeah.
no.
just
If it's
Yeah, please do, Kiss Off. Please do.
What?
Send me all the
And-
pictures
and-
you got.
Even also
John.
pictures.
and this is where I'm at now. I agree with Supplanter. It doesn't matter if you're left or right, red or blue. The government doesn't give up about you, because
right.
They don't like this.
I would
Government
agree.
is govern is to control, and ment is short for mental, ment. So it's literally gonna control how you live your day-to-day life.
You have
Well,
good
they've been doing a
explanation.
damn good job. I'll tell you.
That's not like down to what you do in your house. It's down to what you do when you leave your house. They will set the rules as to what you will do, and they will shape,
Right. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day driving, because I drive a lot for my work, and I was literally thinking about this, and I don't remember what brought it up in my head, but remember when if you wanted to wear a seat, or remember when cars didn't even have seatbelts?
Tiff and I
Or if you
showed a
wanted to
video, a
wear it.
compilation of a news channel going around, and basically the subject matter was people being up in arms about Burger King or a fast food restaurant accepting credit card. And they were interviewing all these different people, and one of the people was this mama, and she was like, yeah, and she went on about basically seatbelts, like, that basically they didn't think using credit cards on not just credit cards, but bank cards on small purchases at fast food restaurants was good. And that most everybody thought that we were losing freedom because, we couldn't make the own decision of your own safety isn't your safety should be your responsibility, but instead
Right. Yep.
it's not, you know what I mean? They know what's best for you.
Right. That's what I mean. And now, God forbid you're not wearing a seatbelt, you can get pulled over. You have to pay a ticket, if not go to court. And it's just piracy. It's just piracy. Like,
Oh, yeah.
who are you to say that I have to wear a seatbelt, But yeah, it just blows my mind, like how much has changed and since I was a little kid to now.
Mm. Christian anarchism. Oh, see, I don't know what that means, but I'm pretty sure I disagree with it. That's John talking.
I just adhere to Jesus. That's all I got.
Oh, that's
surrender
good.
to him and ask him to handle my stuff for me, because when I try to handle it, everything falls apart and turns into a mess. And most of the time what it requires is for me to just be still.
Y'all were talking about ghosts earlier when I was driving. And I wanted to say, but I couldn't type and drive, was I think that, so like for instance, like I had a friend, and anytime she would see, I don't remember what it was, it might have been butterflies, but that's so cliche at this point, I don't know. But anyway, just for instance, anytime she would see this one particular thing, it would make her think of her grandmother, whom she was very close with. And I do believe that God can control, and he knows that, and can send you comfort in that way. But I think that, in my opinion, like if you're seeing like actual apparitions, to me that would be a familiar spirit. But
we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I know, and that's what made me think of it. Like I was listening to y'all, but I couldn't comment. But
not just seeing, but also experiencing, like things moving on their own around you and whatnot.
Right.
I've
it
had
is
that
a real
happen.
thing.
I've had it happen to me, believe it or not. That definitely had it happen to me right about maybe a year after my wife died. Those things were happening in my house to me on a nightly basis. They definitely were. And the only way I got rid of them, well, what I did, I didn't go buy a whole. I didn't get any water blessed or anything like that. To me, it was my wife there. I was sitting on the couch one day, putting my shoes on. I was going to go to the store for something. My wife had and this, like I said, been about a year after her death, I guess, and she had an old bottle of hand lotion that's still sitting there on the coffee table. I was putting my shoes on to go to the store, and this bottle jumps up in the air all by itself, maybe an inch off the table. I was looking right at it. I know it happened, That was just one of the things that happened. And I said, well, okay, we'll do it again. You got my attention now, do it again. Well, it never happened again, that particular thing. But I had lights flashing on and off. In my kitchen. And the lights weren't even on in the kitchen. They were flashing on and off, though. I go to bed and this is in the morning. I go to bed that night, and my bedroom light starts flashing on and off about maybe 6-8 times, and then it stops. I had literally seen shadows walking back and forth through the bedroom and my door.
Now that shit would freak me out right there.
It never scared me. I don't know why, but none of this ever scared me. I heard 2 growls in one night within about maybe 2 minutes of each other. growls. I mean, it sounded like a big ass bear or something. Taps, tap, tap, tap. That's what finally led me to believe it was my wife, because like I said, it's after she died. And the taps, I'd heard them a bunch of times, but what made me really find the source was that day it was on glass. I heard it tink, 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 tink. So the next morning I get up and I thought to myself, I'm gonna find where these damn taps are coming from. So I tapped on the ashtray, that had a bunch of, it wasn't for cigarettes, it just had a bunch of stuff in it. Wasn't that. So I tapped on several things, wasn't none of those. I got up to the lamp, an old oil lamp that was sitting right in front of her picture. Tapped on that with my fingernail. That's what it was. It's coming straight from that lamp globe. And it was sitting smack in front of her picture. And that's when I come to realize, or at least in my own mind, that it was her. And that I still had her ashes there. We'd had her cremated. Still had her ashes there. And so what I did is I went and got some, well, first of all, I spread her ashes out, which is what I should have done to begin with, but I didn't. And then I went and got some the best olive oil I could find. And I, prayed to God, and blessed the house myself. Never had any more problem with it. So whether it was the, spreading of her ashes, the blessing, or maybe both, I don't know. But I
See, that's weird. I never thought of that. Because where'd you spread her ashes at? Because I still have my sister's ashes. I'm not
spread them around
I'm not
my
getting
house.
rid of them.
Around my house.
Okay.
Because the plan was, at least my plan was, when I died, for my ashes to be spread with her. I wasn't planning on, selling the house at that time.
Right.
But as you know, I didn't have much choice in that matter. But anyway, after I did that, they were gone. I mean, all the ghosts, whatever you want to call them, were gone. Elvis is here. What's up, Elvis?
He thought he was being doxxed. That's funny.
We were doxing you. That was you, wasn't it?
You just doxed yourself, man. I never said your name.
That's right.
I never said you're the person that told me about it. No, never mind.
I was muted. I didn't realize it. I'm sure y'all were happy about it, though. What's the
tickled
olive
pink.
oil? I was saying, Steve, that when you're
Yeah, I
ready.
was gonna ask that too. That was my next question.
No, I did go to the potty, but anyway, Steve, but I forgot to turn it back on. Steve, when you're ready to spread the ashes, you'll spread them. If you're never ready, that's okay.
Well, no,
What-
I disagree
I
with
don't,
that because that's where I think all this is coming from, is because I think she wanted her ashes spread. It seemed to me like if
For
what I
you.
was
right.
well, no, I mean I didn't have anything to do with it.
No,
She would have been
Go ahead.
the one that was asking her ashes to be spread, because after that the whole thing stopped.
But Steve hasn't gotten that feeling yet, maybe.
Well, if
Right.
he
Yeah,
hadn't,
that's what she's saying. Like, because for me, like when I do feel she's here, it's not like weird shadows and stuff that would creep me the hell out. And then I'd be like, okay, let's go.
well, for
Go
me
on
at
a boat
first it
ride and
wasn't.
spread this shit in the ocean.
It wasn't like that for me at first either. It started out just tap, tap, tap. I didn't even know what the heck it was.
Yeah.
It just tap, tap, tap. But then as time went along, things started getting really crazy. And that's just what my mind connected it to. Whether it was that or not, I don't know. I'm just saying, it's.
But you did what you needed to do for you. But what was the olive oil
Right.
for?
Yeah,
That's
that was
in the
my-
Bible. It talks about, they anoint their heads with oil, when they really wanted God to listen, when they were really reaching out to God, they would anoint their heads with oil.
So you put oil on your head?
No, I just took a little bit of olive oil and made, like I said a prayer, and then put crosses on all the entryways to the house and everything.
Oh, okay. Well, these are the things I learn.
Yeah, whatever it was worked. That's all I know. I mean, it had any more experience
And that's
this day.
great. That's great.
Because I felt like she was literally telling me, my whatever it is, that's in those ashes and are, connected to the body after death. And maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm just saying that's the way it seemed to me at the time. Maybe the soul was still attached to those ashes. I don't know. I'm just saying what happened to me.
Well, I think that's fine. And what you felt is what's important.
Right.
Yeah.
So, good night. Goodbye, John. Have a good night.
Yeah, John. Good seeing you,
John.
brother John. And
Oh,
I'm
that
going to
was
get a
nice.
hold of you soon. I know I've been saying I say this all the time, but
Don't
I'm
listen
going
to
to get a hold of
John.
you soon, John.
Don't listen to
Within the
him.
next 2 years.
You can be guaranteed.
Don't listen to him, John.
Guaranteed. Are we keeping you too long, Steve?
What's that? Oh,
Are
I
we
do have
keeping?
to go to work, so I think we got 15 minutes left.
Okay.
We're gonna go 2 hours over today.
Whoa.
I was
It's
about to
fun
mention
because
that myself.
we got Landon here and Tiffany Snooks, and it's
Great
just
chat. Ronnie,
and
you?
it's just a damn good show.
God dang you. And I said God. I said God. G-A.
Is
Because
it
I
that
don't
loud?
say
Shoot,
God.
I don't
Oh
have
my
headphones on.
God.
All
No,
right, I
that's
turned it
okay.
down.
Are you
I turned it
talking? I
down.
don't hear anything. Are you
You-
talking?
You're just deaf now, Snooks. It's okay.
What? What no, really, what did Tiff say?
What did I say?
Said she had fart.
I did not. I did not.
Is it okay if I call you Tiff or would you prefer Tiffany?
No, Tiff is fine.
Tiffany's such a great name. Listen, I think you're amazing.
Oh,
do.
I think you're amazing.
I just have loved hearing you talk tonight. You just cracked me up.
LOL.
And I love to have people help me to laugh or make me laugh. The best feeling.
You've inspired me not to fart in front of my husband.
No. But honey,
can
I don't want to
only
but
do good things in our marriage. So
no, honey, I don't want to
Yeah.
take away the intimate
Landon, you need
part
to
of the
salute that.
marriage.
What she
that's
just said.
right.
You need to, there you
Okay.
go. There you go.
No, it's not taking anything away. It's striving to be a better person.
No, it's taking away the intimacy that y'all have built up.
No, that's okay.
I feel bad about it now. I think you ought to do it all the time. Maybe I should start doing it. Maybe I've been missing out.
Chris Cat, I'll be back Friday at the latest. I'm not sure exactly when the last strike is lifted, but it should be
Nina!
Friday at the latest.
Look who's there, Nina.
So be looking for me. Nina,
Beautiful and
the
sweet
beautiful
Nina.
Nina is here.
Hi, everybody.
Hello,
She
Nina.
is beautiful in spirit and face and heart. Nina,
Yeah.
Nina.
No, she needs to sing for us.
Yes.
Not
Chad-
sing.
No, sang.
Not
Chad,
sing.
don't
Sing.
don't you have a show tonight? Maybe I ought to pop in there and just embarrass the hell out of you. Oh, doggy.
Pablo wants to sing.
Well, I don't have a spouse to fart on, but anyway. Thank you, Wolverines.
Yes.
I'm a contradiction in terms. That's all there is to it.
I just got a text message from a very good friend. He said that he's been watching all along,
Mhm.
and he says you can't get in the chat because something's wrong with his phone or whatever. And he says that girl can fart anywhere she wants to as long as it's all American gas.
There you go, Tiff. You
No
are
more
U.S.
Chinese food.
approved. U.S.
Mhm.
approved.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of have a new.
And if anyone has the question, I have never heard Nina fart. So
I something I just knew. I just knew that already. But
Aw,
Well,
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Mahalo.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Anunnaki. Now that they said it, I can say that. Anunnaki, thank you very
Merry
much.
Christmas to you too, Anunnaki.
So sweet.
I think also after a certain weight, it's assumed that like they definitely fart in front of each other. Like anything above.
Can't get away from each other fast enough.
I'm sure I do. I'm sure I do in my sleep, but I've never heard her, not even in her sleep. So.
Nina don't fart. I mean, come on, you know
She
that you
don't-
don't do anything
She
like
don't
that.
mean the
Steve.
weight class. I'm saying anything above $175, all right? And you just know, okay, because you can't control those things anymore. It's too much weight.
No,
pushing
we
down.
can't, especially at our age.
That's right. That's right.
But I'm going to say that I think Tiff and Landon have true love.
Oh, I do too.
I do too.
I'm like,
I love that y'all come up together and stuff.
well, semi together.
Mary said her husband's farts were lethal weapons.
Her husbands, yeah.
That's the guys I'm talking about.
Well, the silent and deadly ones are the worst.
Oh, hey, my older brothers he had those silent and deadly ones galore. I mean, if you rode it any more than a mile with him, you were going to smell one of them nasty.
Oh my
farts.
gosh.
They were awful.
Landon's dad, his stepdad, and his uncle. I mean, they can't
Opposites.
they can't ride together because literally Uncle Irby, he just rips it constantly. It's all he ever does. It's his profession, his hobby, and his passion. And like
His passion.
like and it just drives Landon's dad absolutely bonkers. He cannot fathom. He swears his seats are forever stained and molded after, I mean, like he takes personal offense.
My dad picked my uncle up from the airport one time, and he farted, and he's like so upset, offended. He's like, I don't know how someone could fart in a however much money dollar car.
$50,000 car.
Okay. And my uncle said, well, shoot, I put in $170,000 home.
Love it. I love it. We should do a whole debate one night on farts.
We've been doing it all day.
You got to first find your position.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your position? And then
good, bad, or indifferent. Stubborn. You're okay with it. What do they smell like? Do they smell like? I'm sure that mine would smell like roses.
I know mine do.
I'm
smell,
convinced.
frequency, noise. So like
Yours
how
smell
often?
Well, there you go. See, and how many times in a row? I mean, these are important things. Yours smell like dead roses, Ronnie.
Well, and plus, when you get that, like, man, I don't know why my stomach's so upset, and then you just, do that 30-second, just,
and then you
and
can
you're
jump
like,
10 feet.
oh, I feel so much better.
And see, I don't eat garlic or onions either, so I'm even more sure they smell like roses. Gardenias.
Well, mine don't smell like roses, but mine don't. And I'm not saying my shit don't
Don't
stink,
tell me
but
they don't
my
stink.
shit don't
Please,
stink.
no, don't tell me that.
No, my shit stinks, but my farts don't.
No, that's
Yeah.
not
Just
true.
hot air.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's just hot air coming out the other end instead of me hot air out of my mouth.
It's
But
as if
see,
I exhaled.
a fart is the wind coming off your turds and stuff. So
Oh, yeah, udda, butta. See, I don't have any of that in my body. That's why.
One thing my Uncle Irby told me was, you know what the definition of a fart is, don't you?
What?
It's a turd honking for the right of way.
That's right.
When I was younger, I used to like go into a public bathroom. I couldn't do it because what if I accidentally poofed and somebody heard me? And so like I had to like psych myself out. Like it's okay. Like the chances of you ever seeing these people again are extremely low. Okay, it's fine. They might not even know that it's you if you get out of there. Like I'm psyching myself up, right? But and this is wrong of me, but if I were ever to be a comedian, like I want to be the person that remembers somebody just making terrible noises in the bathroom and be like, hey, Kansas City, November 12th, 1995. I remember you there. You smelled and sounded like a downshifting trailer. And I just want you to know that I remember, like it just,
I was witness.
Right.
You know what though? Every time I go to Sam's Club to stack up on all of my beer and all that shit, I always use the bathroom before I leave. And there's like, I think there's 6 stalls and then 4 urinals, right? But every time I was like always just like, all right, I'm gonna pee before I leave so I don't have to pee on the way home. Every time, that's all you hear. Just they don't care. They don't care. Nobody cares if you're making noise or tearing it up.
I shouldn't care, but I'm acting like if I'm in a stall, I'm trying my best. I'm holding everything together.
That's how I am though too.
Don't make a noise.
Even though I'm sitting here saying nobody cares, I'm still the same way. I'm just like, I don't want to make any noise. But
don't ever go.
Nobody cares.
How would y'all feel if you were having a court date, and using court for a traffic ticket or something like that, and the judge said, "Oh, let's take a break for 15 minutes." You go to the bathroom and there's already a guy in the bathroom, and boy, he just farting up a storm. And you're standing there at the urinal, and walks out, and it's a judge. Would you laugh or what?
I would put my nose down and hope he did not see my profile.
You really had to think about this story, didn't you?
I would
No,
laugh.
This
I
is a
really,
good
you know,
one. This is a
I probably
good
never
one.
would have thought about it, but it actually happened to me one day.
Well, depending on the decision he made, I would be like, yeah, I'd have a messed up stomach too if I was a tyrant like that.
Or you could just grab the bull by the horns, try to make him laugh, and say, "Whew, I know you feel better," because just like cops,
There you go.
like
Yep.
you just got to make them laugh.
Well, what I was worried about was when, if he had, I don't know if he had the shits or not. It sounded like he did. But I was worried about when we went back in the courtroom, if he was going to let it fly in the chair and, stink everybody out of the courtroom, which would have been all right with me in a way, because maybe I would have got off, but it didn't work out that way. But he could have.
Why am I the only dude in this heavily trafficked restroom who has to hold it in until he has some privacy? Dude, supplant. That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody cares, but at the same time, like Landon was saying, and what you just said right there, that's the perfect way to put it. Because why am I so polite when nobody cares?
Wait a minute. Y'all do number twos in public bathrooms?
Me,
Only
never.
if necessary.
No, no, no,
Only if
no, no.
absolutely necessary.
No. That's why I
No.
make sure everything is within about 10 minutes of me. If something happens, I'm going home.
I am a wilderness dude. Okay.
Well, now, yeah, that's different though.
My dad had a house
Restroom
out
and
in the country,
wilderness.
and I mean, he would just pee right off the back porch. I mean, okay. And so, like, I worked on the road for a long time on calls, and I was all over Louisiana. And I mean, I will run off into the swamp off the side of the road. Okay. Look, you see a down tree laying over? Okay. That's a toilet to me. Okay. I can hang over that. You know what I'm saying?
That's hysterical. That's hysterical. Well, the ex at night would go outside to check things. I don't know why, but he liked to pee outside at night. So sometimes I knew what he was doing. I'd take a flashlight and shine it on him, and I go, I swear to God, I'm calling the cops on you for indecent exposure. It's
Wait,
like,
who did this? Who
the
did this
ex
now?
did. The ex did. We have 2
Okay.
bathrooms
Well,
in this house, and he had to pee outside at night.
The world.
And your ex, I don't know who your ex is. I don't even know his name. But
don't
in
wanna
his
know.
defense,
Yeah,
where
no.
where I'm sitting right now, the kitchen is right next to me, and then the door to the garage is there. And then to the right of me is the family room, and then the hallway, there's a bathroom, and then we have a bathroom in our bedroom, right? I always piss on the side of the house.
What are you
Instead of
marking your
walking all
territory?
the way to the bathroom, I can just go right there.
See,
And it's outside.
you're marking your territory.
Okay, it's just easier, really. It's
Yeah,
just
Keep
easier.
predators away
And
as an unexpected life effect, you know?
but and the water, they're raising the water bill 64% in Hawaii.
Oh, so you're
So
saving money on
and
flushing the
it
toilet.
saves water too.
Well, that just explains it all. Not.
But then again, I just found that out 2 weeks ago, and I've been doing that for 3 years.
Right.
So.
Hey, let
Men
me throw this
like
picture up there
Anyway.
that Kiss off sent me right quick. I want y'all to see this.
Okay. Just gonna
And,
say men like to pee outside.
Yeah, I do.
Oh yeah.
Now that's John F. Kennedy Jr. there. Can y'all see it?
No, I don't
Oh,
see it.
you want me to pull it up? I'll pull it up.
Yeah, it didn't come up. Okay, yeah,
There
it
it
did.
is.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's him now. And remember now, he supposedly wasn't here from what 1999, I think it was.
I don't remember, but whoa.
I remember the day his plane crashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, well that was the day he died supposedly. Well, and this is what
We
I've been
never
saying.
and we never heard of bodies being recovered.
Well, they say they recovered him, but they
Well,
buried him
maybe.
in the ocean. So
That is so strange. I just want to say women don't normally pee outside because we can't do it standing up.
Well, yeah. See, and I get
There's
that
a
too. 'Cause
method that you can use that, you know.
That was very odd to see that picture.
They actually make a and JM aloha, brother. Good to see you. They actually make a thing so women can pee standing up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Well, not the stupidest. There's a lot more, but that's still stupid.
A little.
Like,
Okay, a little, but it's also helpful, right?
no,
Because-
no. I'm still gonna go the way I go, even if I was in the woods.
But it cups.
This is TMI, way too much TMI for me. But you all talk about it.
Okay, well here's another one then about PM.
I mean, not TMI for me to talk about
This is
it.
gonna piss off all the guys because you know it's healthier for you to sit down and pee as a man than it is to stand up.
How did you even research that?
I have no idea. I found that out like 8 or 9 years ago. But something about standing and the way your body and your insides work. And if you're a man and you sit down, it's better. I don't know. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
That's so funny.
Steve read that in Women's Daily.
They also say that you're supposed to poop on your tippy toes. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Well,
yeah,
that'd be
they
hard
do
to
that
do
thing. They
now.
put that little stair thing in front of the toilet.
Yeah.
And you lift your
But
I've
if you
never
notice
tried
next
that.
time you're doing a bowel movement, you'll see that you might be on the toilet and your heels might be a little further off the ground, and you'll be like, "Well, I never noticed I did that."
Right?
But-
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
You men are so odd.
Hey.
Us women are much more simple about going to the bathroom.
Well, you
I
ain't got to
can't
make it
believe
the
That's
man
why
where to sit
if
down or
I'm not
whatever. It's just sitting down for y'all. So I mean, we can choose.
Well, this is
but see
true.
if I'm not peeing outside like I normally do, then I am sitting down to pee because it's healthier. And then that way I never forget to put the toilet seat back down.
Oh, you
So
should never have
win-win.
said that on here.
Win-win.
Well, look, my uncle, okay,
You got a great uncle.
hey, he is a great uncle. Okay, I tell you what. All right.
Yeah, how many times this show went to my uncle?
But look, okay, he started a thing in his family. They all use the restroom backwards. Okay, none of them use the restroom correctly. They don't use the toilet like you use the toilet.
How do they
I've
use
heard
it?
about this before. I know what you're talking about.
Backwards.
They basically, like, the top of the toilet that's normally
They're
behind you is in front of
they're
them.
facing the tank.
Yeah.
How the hell do they use it like that?
And
I've
then
heard
even
about
worse
that.
than that is, I think I don't remember if it's my uncle or one of his kids,
Mr.
one of my cousins. They use like the toilet seat as where they put their feet and they squat.
It's your dang sister.
Yeah.
She tried to get
Well,
me
no,
to do it, and I fell off the damn toilet at freaking work. Okay, I'm so missed about it. I didn't they put signs up specifically telling dumbos like me not to do that on the toilet. I can't believe your sister. If she really does that, that's retarded. I'm sorry for saying the R word.
I was never taught how to use it wrong.
I just want to know why they do it that way.
I couldn't tell you. I don't
You have
know.
to ask them.
Has
Ask
the
them.
gall audacity
No,
to look at me like I was the weirdo for using the proper toilet seat the proper way. Okay, like she looked at me so hard, I had to reevaluate how I go to the bathroom, and I tried it, and I almost died, y'all.
Oh, Tiff, I'm so sorry.
I
Hugs,
think
hugs,
I think it's Japanese, but yeah, they and I looked into this too. It's real that hold on, let me pull this up first to show you. But yeah, doing that is more it's healthy for you and
Look up a toilet in India.
You mean a hole?
Yeah.
well, they make
Well,
these
here-
stools. They make these stools that when you're sitting on the toilet, you're supposed to put that in front of the toilet. So basically, you're like sitting on the toilet, but then
Bring
your feet are like kind of like you're squatting. You know what I mean?
Kind of like you're riding a crotch rocket.
Right.
it opens it allows the geometry of the bowel to be a little more direct.
Ergonomical.
You don't
Well,
have to strain so hard.
Well, Landon, my question
Right.
is if they do it like that, then what would they do if they were sitting in an outhouse? I mean, man, because those toilets, they're built right up against the wall.
My uncle, if it came down to it, because we've been on many scouts or hunts together, and he's just got his ways about him. He's very much set in his ways, and he's at the age now where he can't necessarily, if he's got to go, and he's got to go pretty often. I made the mistake one time. He dropped off from the group. Okay. And he said he needed to use the bathroom. Okay. And I did remember that. I turned back and looked, and he's doing that squat motion up against the back of a tree. So he's up against a tree and he's squatted. Okay. And
But see, that's the healthy
He's
way to
enjoying
do
that
it.
one.
To squat.
But
It's a healthy
Landon,
way to do it.
this is your job for the next panel. You have got to ask your uncle, why in the hell did they do it that way? And why did they make Tiff feel so bad? I'm feeling very bad for your wife now, and I'm feeling very protective.
Christmas is coming up.
Yeah, we
So
don't talk about poop anymore. We just mind our P's and Q's, and she poops her way and I poop my way.
I know, but take your uncle aside and just ask him, what the hell is wrong with you, man?
can you tell me why you do that?
We don't
Yeah,
have
just
enough time. We don't got enough time. Well, I'll start it with my daddy, you see.
Well, let me just say this: y'all are full of shit.
What is that?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I don't fart, so I can't be.
I bet people who do poop like that have
And,
butt.
and when you do, it smells like roses.
Roses, gardenias.
See, my problem is I can't get in that position and get back out of it.
Poop in a
How do
squat
they?
like that.
No, yeah, out in
If
the
I had to
wild.
do
But
that, I'd be stuck that way. I'd need
with
help.
the foot thing for a toilet, that makes it nice. But out in the wild, yeah, then it's like, oh shit,
Anybody who
I'm
poops in a
stuck.
squat like that, I guarantee you can deliver a baby in 30 minutes or less.
Ed, Ed.
Oh my God. And
Abs of steel.
look at what an intelligent chat we have too. I mean, look at this.
Well,
We
believe me,
are
when it
smart
comes
ones,
to
y'all.
when it comes to crapping, Ed is on top of all that. I guarantee you.
Blue Unicorn, you should have, I'm not going to say his name again, maybe on a panel. That would be interesting.
Very.
But that's up to you because I love your singing too. And I love your joke telling.
Love the singing.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I
Great.
don't know about
Yeah.
y'all, but I'm fixing to get the heck on out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And talking about poop and everything, it's got me excited. So
I thought maybe it got you hungry.
And I gotta go to work.
no,
I gotta go to my mother-in-law's, my ma's house, my mother-in-law, and make sure she gets filtered water.
you should have done
Okay.
had your ass over there. You better get on over it right now.
Yeah, we kept you. This was so much fun. Thank you so much, Steve.
No,
for
you
Don't
didn't
eat,
keep me.
don't poo,
Listen,
don't
Thanks,
pass
guys.
go. Just go on over there, Steve.
And Ronnie, I just, I love you. We're good at agreeing to disagree, and I respect your thoughts. And Landon and Tiff, just loved being on a panel with you. This was so much fun.
Yes,
We enjoyed it
was.
too. Thanks for having us.
No,
I
it is
plan
that fun.
to, when I leave, I'm going to go in my bedroom and try and fart.
Try it.
Well,
You
it
shouldn't
doesn't
have any
come.
problem. I mean,
Well,
I
you
just
know,
doesn't. It's not like I can force it out.
you
Why
know
not?
what though? Do you remember? Did you hear about that girl that bottled her farts and
Yes.
she
Yes.
she got
Made a
rich?
butt ton of money.
Yes.
She got rich off that shit for real.
No, and then she got hospitalized. Okay, you know
Oh
why?
yeah,
Because
that's
she
right.
started
Because she
eating
was
all the
eating.
foods that
I
made her
forgot
fart a
about
lot.
that.
It was too much. Your body can't fart that much. You can't ask it to fart that much.
Listen, you're making that kind of money.
who would
No.
weird
She was
people
eating
buying
all
these
kinds of
bottled farts
weird
though? Is
shit
what I want to know.
to be able to fart. Yeah, and who's gonna buy a jar that's like? Why not? Why was she
Stupid
even actually
perverted.
doing it? You could have just been selling jars and been like, "Yeah, my farts in there, you
Because
idiot."
stupid perverted men did that.
Don't
Right.
touch your
Because
eyes after opening
when you're
that.
already
No.
scamming
How do you
somebody,
even know that?
when you're already scamming somebody enough to be taking money from them for
Mm.
your fart, you don't want to actually cheat them. You want to really
I was gonna
give them
say,
a fart.
He's
you know?
doing it wrong. There are ways to get fart smells in jars. You could probably just leave broccoli in there for a while. Or
Experiment with some sort of vacuum system,
Well, listen,
Right. That's-
Suck
I'm
up
gonna
the whole air cloud. and
I'm
dispersed
gonna.
it into bags.
Well, this had to be some weird people buying them farts. Is all I can say. I mean, who
I know, right?
made
And they
your
were
own
spending
farts?
good
What do you?
money on it too.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
Okay,
good money.
I'm gonna jump off because I know Steve needs to leave.
yeah, you're gonna
Chat.
go fart. We know what you want to do. You want to go
Yeah,
fart.
I
I'm
could
gonna
go
go.
for another 3
Yeah,
hours, man, because this
yeah.
is so much fun. But I do gotta
Okay.
go. So
Love
Thanks,
you,
yeah, you
Steve.
guys
Chad.
are awesome.
Thank all of y'all for being here. Make sure you hit that like and do anything you have to do to get the subs up here. Ronnie, love you. Tiff and Landon, love y'all. Loves, hugs, and jugs, y'all.
That's right.
Love you, Snooks. Have a good one.
Good. I'm going to. Good night.
Good night.
Snooks,
Good
you're
night.
the best. Much love, much aloha.
Thanks, Snooks.
Thank
Good
you.
seeing everybody.
Yes.
Much love, y'all.
And Landon and Tiff, you guys are awesome. I know I didn't even tell Ronnie yet because we didn't talk that much before we went on, but it was the last minute. I was like, shit, because I've been so busy with work all week. Then I'm like, shit, I don't have anyone. And
No,
I text Landon and he was like, hell yeah. And I'm like, fucking sweet, dude. You're the man.
we were so excited because, like, honestly, we haven't. It's been a hot minute. It's been a couple of weeks because we were sick, and then I've been dealing with some stuff, and so, like, this has just been nice to kind of dip your toes back in without all the work of a thumbnail, you know.
Right.
I know what you
Well, I mean,
mean.
that's like me too. I've been so busy with work and just, I've barely been on you. I mean, listening with my earbuds at work, but like being involved in YouTube, I haven't been
I've
really at
tried.
all.
I hadn't either lately. You know, I hadn't been involved at all.
You know how bad I want to get on and talk about Derek Chauvin being shanked 22 times in the library
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's,
by the
yep.
FBI informant. You know how bad I want to talk about that? I want
There's
to
so
talk
many
about that
things
so
going on.
bad.
So many.
And that's what I love. If anyone here isn't subscribed on Specified Podcast, definitely subscribe because that's what I love and respect about you guys. Because the way you do it, you cover everything, and that's what I've always wanted to do. But I'm like, fuck, man, you know how much work you got to put into that, like finding like all this stuff. So I respect you guys, like hugely respect you guys for what you do.
No, we both do.
Well, we respect you guys.
Yeah, for real.
Like me and Ronnie, we're just like, let's just go up, talk about whatever, and it's fun, you know. But you guys like
No, it's
cover,
way
and
more.
on Ronnie's channel, on his, he puts shit out there that's important too. But I'm like the lazy one, I guess. I'm like, let's just
No.
talk about whatever,
No,
man.
it's like the
Good
after
time.
show. Like we
It
get
might
to
look
talk
like
about
that on
everything.
YouTube, but
Right. That's-
Before we
Now
go,
you-
Steve, one more picture that Kiss Off just sent me.
oh, okay.
Shit.
Is it there now?
No,
Oh, there.
I still got.
Oh.
I don't know how to. I'm gonna have to take that. Oh, never mind. I got it. Here
Oh
we
yeah, I gotta take mine down too. I got.
had the old one up there. I didn't know it was up there at first. It's still up there. I don't know how in the hell you enlarge these.
No, if it's like that, I tried doing that with those other ones, and sometimes you can't.
But this is where he's dressed as a biker at. So I mean, he's still him, but you can tell it's John, but he's got the biker garb on.
Right.
So I guess this is at Trump's last rally. I don't know. Kiss all sent them to me, so I don't know. But it's definitely him. Or if not, it's a guy that looked exactly like him. That's all I can say.
If it's not, it's a doppelganger.
Absolutely. But they've been saying that he's going to come back. Well, I've been saying that he's going to be back for I don't know how long, and it looks like he is finally back. And we'll find
Guess
out.
who's back? Back again.
We'll find
John's back. Taylor. Sorry.
Did that come up? Did the picture come up?
No, yeah, it was, I just took it back down.
Oh, okay,
But
okay.
yeah, it was there. It's there.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Hard to see, but that's what sucks trying to enlarge those.
Yeah, I can't get it to enlarge on here. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. If it's just the way it is, probably just it could be very well be me though. I was going to say probably just the way it is.
Wait, what Mr. B say? Speaking on the BSQ official clock, watch the sky clock expired and behold another clock.
something was up recently before November, or I don't know. there was this video that we watched where apparently the date and the time doesn't line up with where we are astrologically.
Yep.
So around
Even, like-
November, we're supposed to be way out of Virgo, but we were still
Right.
way into Virgo during November.
And,
I had a
like,
show on this, Landon. What it is back in 1500 something, they moved the time forward at least by 10 days.
Yeah.
At least by 10 days. And so those 10 days are supposed to be, it's either forward or back. I think it's forward. But anyway, those days are supposed to be given back here pretty soon. In other words, we'll be going from one calendar, I think, or another, Gregorian, whatever. I mean, I get the calendars mixed up. But we're supposed to be going from the one we're on now back to the
Gregorian. Yeah. Night Wolverines. Good to see you, brother. And good to see you too, MLP.
Real quick too, that just reminded me of I don't think a lot of people watch this one or seen it, but the short I did, because like a little over a week ago, I went to a job and I got there, and then I noticed this, like there's the moon, usually there's always stars in the sky here, right? Always. And there was like just the moon, and then a little bit to the left of it, there was like this bright light. And I'm like, what the hell? There's no other stars, nothing. And then I went in, and like 45 minutes later, I come back out, and then it moved, for me, like 2 inches to the left, but way out there, that's far distance. So it's definitely not an airplane or whatever. But so I did a 60-second short on it because I was like, well, what the hell? But okay, so about an hour ago, I pull up to a job, and you see it right
the
there,
moon, and then to the left of the moon there is that
it's a pretty bright star,
blurry, but
or whatever it is.
a star, I guess. I don't know. But then I went in, did the work, and then when I came out and left, now that star is further to the left of where it is now. But basically, if it were a plane over 45 minutes, it would still not be in that same area. So I don't know, question everything, but why is that the only star in the sky besides the moon, and it moved that certain distance over a 40-minute period? But something I noticed, question everything.
Boy, that's for damn sure. Question everything.
So I just, because really there's always stars at night here, always. I mean, not always, but like 98% of the time. And I seen that, I'm like, why is that the only thing, and what the hell is it?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a space station, even though, I have lots of questions about that. I'm just saying,
Check out that email I just sent you, Steve.
What's it? Oh, shoot. Let's see.
Hey, baby.
I haven't checked my email in 2 days. Oh, there we go.
MLP was just talking about it. I saw it before I came up, but I totally forgot.
Move this over here. Right there. And go back to this. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong one. StreamYard, there we go. So, all right, I'm going to pull this up.
U.S. warship attacked in Red Sea as Israel-Hamas war escalates. 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I had heard about this. I hadn't seen any pictures or anything, but I had heard about it.
An American warship and 3 commercial ships came under attack Sunday in the Red Sea, a possible escalation of the war just as Israel's bombardment of the Gaza Strip intensifies following a week-long truce. So apparently whatever truce they had is up.
Well, and you heard, Landon, didn't you, that Israel lost its identity back on October the 31st? In other words, they're no longer a country or a state. They're just nothing by law. I mean, that's what happened because the damn, I can't remember, all these names get jumbled up in my head. I
At
know.
Yahoo.
No, it's the what the Rothschilds and the English government wrote back in 1913, the Balfour Agreement.
Yeah.
The Balfour Agreement expired.
Well, now we see why there's the conflict.
Yes, right on. That's exactly it. That's what it is. China don't even have Israel on their map anymore. They took it off their maps.
Really? Oh shit! I didn't even know that.
Yep. No longer recognized.
That's right. And so what should happen, at least, if we're going by international law, what should happen is it should revert back to Palestine. I mean, I'm just saying, but if we go by international law, that is what should happen because Israel was taken out of Palestine. Will they do that? Who the hell knows? But I'm just saying, if, and they keep talking about, we need to go by law. We need to go, well, if they do, let's see if that's what they do. We'll find out. But that is what the whole, at least in my opinion, that's what the whole conflict over there is about now.
Yeah.
It's a good bit of it.
I'd agree.
But gentlemen, I'm getting the hell out of here.
I just realized that in 10 minutes, my good friend Chad Freeman will be going live. And I'll be listening.
So hopefully we'll see you folks over there.
Yes, over there. And I think I have mine set up to where as soon as this ends, it's going to redirect you to that stream anyway. So you don't even have to leave. You just got to leave this running. And then boom, Chad Freeman will be on. It'll be perfect.
Oh, so you're not going to be like Craig and say you don't got to go home, but you can't stay here.
You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the heck out of here.
That's right. That's right.
You can't stay here, but you're going to Chad Freeman's.
There you go.
But no, Landon, dude, I appreciate you and Tiffany as well. Dude, you guys are awesome.
You're awesome,
I love
man.
you guys so much, man.
You bet.
And,
thank you, Landon. You and Tiff. Appreciate you, brother.
And Ronnie is always my brother, man. You're my best friend, dude. I fucking love you more than you know.
Wingman.
So, my wingman.
Maverick and Goose.
Maverick and Goose. There you go.
Who's Maverick and who's Goose?
Well, I want to be the most popular one. Whichever one. I can't remember which one was which.
Iceman.
All right.
Iceman. Yeah, Iceman.
Random Top Gun references. Anyway, thanks y'all, and hey, I look forward to seeing y'all again. And man, it's getting crazy out there,
It is, no doubt about it.
Definitely.
Well, whatever you do, Landon, try to get your uncle straightened out. I mean,
Oh Lord, no. There ain't no straightening him out, man. And that's just one of my uncles. The other one, I don't even talk about. That's like this dude. He look. I guess I'll save the story for next time, okay? Because
yeah, I might just get a hold of you and have you to come up and tell some more stories next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
You and T, of course.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome.
We can't talk about your uncle without talking about a lot of what you call them, poofs.
Poofs, the pont.
That would be awesome next week. Yeah, next week on Ronnie's channel, and
yeah.
May just do that if y'all want to come up.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll see y'all next week then. Next Sunday, 4:30, Ronnie York channel.
That's right.
4:30, and don't forget, this was a damn good show, and Ronnie's is going to be a damn good show.
Good show.
Hell yeah.
It wasn't that loud that time, was it? I didn't want.
No, it was good.
Okay.
And I don't know for sure. I just want to say right quick, I don't know for sure what day I would be able to come back on, if it's Thursday night or Friday. I mean, depending on what the almighty YouTube says. But whichever one when it expires, the old baseball thing that is, I'll be on that night. So whenever it expires,
it'll be Thursday. It should be, if that's when you got the email saying that happened.
I didn't even check the date on it. I just got up that morning and it was, I had to strike. I didn't even look at the date. I know it said it in the on YouTube, but I don't remember what it said now.
Did they have a clip or did they just say you watch this whole video and
They said watch
you,
the whole video.
yeah,
That's
you
what they
watch
did
this
to
whole
me, too.
video and you tell yourself what wasn't allowed, and then I can't do that with my videos because I'm like,
Right.
well, dang, it's the whole thing. I mean,
Yeah. Well,
And you know what, Landon, for mine, this was like a year ago, but for mine, it was the first one I got that I appealed it and won. So I only had a strike for 3 days. They took it away and I was back on. But then they gave me another one for another video like right away. But it was a 6-hour video, and I'm like, I ain't watching that. So I just left I wrote a letter saying, this is da da da. I'm like, we went to a food truck and then I won. And I was like, shit, I didn't even watch the video. I have no idea what they were talking about. But
wait, the problem with mine is that's basically all Chap and I talked about for most of that show, was medical stuff. And then when I get the strike, all it says is medical misinformation. Now,
right.
first of all, I don't think the people that listen to me are that damn stupid, to buy something that was a scam or a sham or something. That's just for first of all. Second of all, we told everybody, we weren't doctors, we weren't anything, just our opinion, and then we still get it. I mean, I still get it. So it's just
And like I was saying earlier, backstage earlier, that test or that class, whatever that I took, my understanding from that, as long as you're not claiming to be a doctor or not claiming that that's the only way,
right?
then
Like
you're
this
not
isn't
breaking the
this isn't
guidelines.
such and such advice. This is,
Right.
my
And I
personal
remember
opinion.
Ronnie and Chap both saying, we're not doctors and we're not saying that this is the cure or the other one isn't. We're just saying, like, why not?
All I said
So,
was that, if it's good for you, then why wouldn't you start taking it,
yep.
earlier instead of later? I did say that, but I said, why wouldn't
Right.
you? I didn't say
Right.
you
But yeah,
should.
you weren't stating it as a fact or stating like,
No,
you need to do this. You need to
that's,
take it sooner.
that's exactly right.
But
I know,
YouTube
Kiss Off.
asshole.
I know, Kiss Off. Believe me, I know.
I think they're focusing on you whenever you're dealing in a lot of truth, and they're worried about your influence.
Oh, it is.
So that's really what it is. And they want to be able to curb or control or correct, basically what you think is okay. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly. But and I could see that if I had, like 100,000 subscribers or something. But I mean, I hadn't even reached 500 yet.
Well, you're on enough truth that they don't want it to. They don't want it to.
They don't want any of it getting out.
Yeah, they're snuffing it out
Yep.
right now, especially as we get to 2024. Now, when that happens, January 1st, you may see a change one way or the other. You might see where they completely back off you and they focus on a group of people talking about a certain thing and they're not worried about you for a while. Or you might see, depending on what you're talking about, they hardcore focus on you because you're right over what they don't want talked about right now, especially during a political cycle.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they'll come back years later. If and because there's Uncle Algorithm listening to every show. It may not be a human, but there is a virtual someone writing down everything you say.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Or
Well, that's
anything
what they did
said.
to me. When I had that strike and I peeled it and beat it, then I got another one for like a video that was like what, at least a month or two before. I'm like, so now you're just going through my shit trying to find something,
Right.
Well, that's what they did to me too. And got 2 of my channels because of it. So I know exactly where you're coming from, Steve. Believe me, brother. But you know what? I think along about the first of the year that they may reverse themselves, but I think it's going and I emphasize may be for the good. Not that they want to reverse themselves, but because maybe they don't have a lot of choice in it. Now, I'm talking about so that everybody can speak their minds without getting a strike. I hope that's what it is anyway.
Back in J6, I was still covering the riots. That's kind of what I started doing when I began doing YouTube, was live streaming, restreaming the riots, watching, different folks. Anyway, J6. Okay. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that.
No, I think we are. I think we are allowed to say the J6, but
I wish I had another way to get across to y'all what I'm talking about. They deleted me. Okay. Like not only so that the J6 was strike 3 for me. And I wasn't saying anything one way or the other. I didn't even have I didn't have any political talking points. We were just watching and commenting and reacting to what was happening live. Okay. They cut that down and deleted my channel. My ability to make another YouTube account was not possible. And it stayed like that for 2 weeks. And I'm telling you, it's my belief that it was through prayer and the Father, in Jesus' name is the only way I got my channel came back. Okay. And later on, a couple years later, I was, remonetized. And that's all God. Wasn't anything that I did.
Yeah, and that's one thing I didn't do. I just pray to God about anything to do with YouTube because I don't know. To me, it just what I try not to do, and I'm not saying anybody's bad for doing it. But to me, it just I just don't want to get I don't even take a chance to get my ego wrapped up in it. And whether that's ego or not, I'm just saying, I wasn't taking a chance. That's why I didn't pray about anything to do with YouTube. But I don't blame you, brother. I mean, if it worked out for you. And it did. It sounded like it was God.
Pray about everything,
There you go. And I probably should have too, but I just couldn't bring myself to do that. But that
all this, it didn't start like this. I can take you back to a point in my stream where it turned into a bit of a scuffle between some guards that were behind the barricades and some dudes that were in front of the barricades, and they were doing a whole bunch of hoopla about, as they, rightfully or rightfully not, talking about First Amendment, freedom, being, yada, yada, yada. And one of the guards struck one of these pissed off men first. Okay. They reached over and socked him like a punch. What do you think happened after that? Everybody and their mama turned violent. Everybody around. Okay. It went crazy.
There's a bunch of stuff I found out too. We're definitely gonna have to talk about this next Sunday because there's a bunch of stuff I found out too. It's they had ghost buses and the letter F and then a bumblebee and then my eye. How involved they were with the ghost buses and there was something else I can't remember, but yeah, and then all the footage that they're finally releasing and how it was basically what a lot of us have been saying since the get-go of what happened is, not so much a conspiracy anymore, right?
None of it's ever conspiracy theory or anything. That's the name they pinned on us to make us look like a bunch of nuts.
Yeah, they came up with that phrase specifically to become dismissive because they would get rid back in the day, they like you being dismissive was how you got rid of a problem, right? Like you call someone crazy, now no one, they're crazy. You don't have to listen to what they have to say. It's dismissive. You know what I mean? Conspiracy theorist that term was coined by the CIA to dismiss.
It was, yep.
Sure as hell was. But the way I look at it, they can call me anything they want. I don't give a shit. I'm going to still keep doing what I think is right. And as long as I have breath in my lungs and a place to get it out on, that's what I'm going to continue to do. I don't care what they say or do. I mean, they'll sooner or later they're going to give me a third whammy, but I'll figure out another way to. And I think I've got a pretty good way of coming back. I can't say it on here right now, but if I'd have thought, I'd have told you earlier, Steve, but I'm not going to tell you right here. But I think I got a pretty good way of coming back. Another channel, I mean. We'll see. I may be totally wrong, but we'll see.
Well, again, everybody, thank you, Steve, for having us on. Thank you, Ronnie, for having us on.
Thank you, Landon.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, and Tiffany, for coming up. That was awesome. You guys are right. And then we'll see you next Sunday, though, yeah? Hopefully.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, awesome.
See you next week, Landon.
All right, y'all. I'm going to go eat dinner. Much love.
Don't blame you, bro. Much love to you.
Good night.
You too, brother.
Go do it. Don't worry.
Much love. Much love. Much aloha.
Much aloha.
And no farting under the sheets.
No poofing either, or however she put that. Well, Steve, I guess it's down to you and me once again, bro.
Yep. And you can call me anything you want, but just don't call me late for the SNR show next Sunday on Ronnie Cash channel.
Well, can I call you to come smell the next fart that Tiffany or anybody else lets?
Oh yeah, man. That's what friends are for.
That's what plumbers are for too, man. I mean, y'all smell shit all the time, so
I know, right? I don't even smell it. That's funny you say that, because yeah, I really don't. Like, I'll be at a job and they're like, "Oh, you don't smell that?" And I'm like, "No, what? Like, it smells nasty." Used to it.
I don't know how you ever get used to it, but I guess you could.
Well,
Anyway,
then I'm
bro.
sure a lot of the drugs I put up my nose didn't help, but
Probably not.
it happens.
I love you, brother Steve. I'm out of here. I'll see you next week at the same time, if not sooner.
Yep, yep, absolutely.
Have a great
And
one,
I
brother.
love you, brother.
Love you and everybody in the chat. Thank y'all for watching, and I hope y'all all hit the like button. Hope.
Oh wow, yeah, 68 likes, nice.
Oh, right on. All right, well, I love you, brother, and we'll see you next week.
All right, sounds good, brother. Love you, man.
And you too. Take care.
Yeah,
And
you too.
I hope you have a lot of work coming up.
Oh yeah, so far I think I do. So yep.
Good night, Steve.
So, good night, brother. And then everyone in chat, you guys are all awesome. And shoot, I lost it. Where's it at? Here we go. Unspecified podcast, Anunnaki the One. Thank you for the super chats. You guys rock. And I guess until next week on Ronnie's channel, and I'll be stream sharing on mine. Everybody have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening, beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha. Most importantly, God bless.
I'm proud to be American made. I pledge allegiance to the red, white, and blue, with liberty and justice for me and you.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now